where Hank Paulson got a blank check to bail out all the big dogs. This is it. That's all they do. This is nothing more, nothing less.
Hey, Concrete, how was we were discussing birthright citizenship. How is birthright citizenship a shock to the system, as you so eloquently put it?
It it the way it would work is it just stokes and foments fear, and it just might be a pretext for some other event that would be a shock. Not all actions are directly shock inducing. Some of them are setups for the shock inducing stuff. Kicking people out of the country is definitely going to be a shock to the system because we know, just take your business, right? If you had 10 employees and the 10 wasn't enough to begin with and you got rid of 3, what is that going to do to your business, right? You now have 7 people trying to do the work of 15 people because the 10 again wasn't enough. There's going to be stuff that falls through the wayside, and then especially if those people are in low level stuff, restaurants, or not low level, but let's say in areas where your discretionary spending goes, and that'll be restaurants, that'll be your new homes, on and on and on. We can live with what the stuff we have. We don't need to keep producing, but we keep producing because it's, things deteriorate because we have, money to spend. Bro, trust me.
Concrete, the idea that your discretionary income goes into new homes. You said restaurants, and then you said new homes. Is come on, brother. You can't even be serious talking about discretionary income and the purchasing of a home. That's not a serious conversation. All right.
Why not?
Um,
Sorry.
no, because it's not the money you use to purchase a home isn't discretionary money. People aren't just like when they make a
You talking for
willy nilly
yourself or you talking
decision.
for everybody?
Okay, Concrete. I'm saying in general, the largest purchase that a person's going to make in their life is purchasing their home. That's going to be the largest purchase. It's not discretionary income. All right. I'm not talking. Are there people that have money like that? It's discretionary income? Sure, there are. Absolutely. If we're talking in
Okay, so
general
those are
terms,
the people that I'm
no,
talking
no, no.
about.
Okay, no, no. But concrete, you compared it. You compared it to someone going to a restaurant. This
Oh,
is
let me.
not
You
not
all right?
no
You don't
concrete. Wait
understand.
up,
Let me
concrete.
explain it.
No, 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 no. I don't want you to explain.
Okay.
I want to finish. I
I'll
really
explain
want
it
to
when you're
finish.
done. I'll explain it when you're done.
All right,
You have a
cool.
you're missing a glaring
Okay,
point, but that's fine.
the
Go ahead.
the term you used was
No, it's fine,
discretionary
bro. It's fine.
income.
You don't want to be
Yeah,
corrected. I'll wait till you're done.
and I'm gonna continue speaking. It's all good. I'm not like mad at you. I have no
It's
ill
okay,
will
bro. Go
towards you.
ahead. Try to make your point with the glaring, missing the glaring point. Go ahead.
You used the term discretionary income. Then you talked about going to restaurants and purchasing new homes. This is incongruent. It doesn't make sense. Discretionary income
What
as
does
it relates to
discretionary
going.
income mean to you? What does that term mean to you?
Discretionary income is money that you don't have to plan to use. You use it at your discretion, willy nilly. It's not anything that you have to formulate a plan to use. What does discretionary income mean to you, Concrete?
Yeah, it's the money you have after you've paid all your bills.
Okay,
An,
so
an essential living
so the
expenses.
you
Yeah,
so you, people
money
are
you have
able to
after you pay all
purchase.
your bills. Yes.
So people are able to just willy nilly purchase a home after they pay their bills. They
See,
have enough money
I think
left
it's a
over.
I think it's a misunderstanding that you have. So the way it
What's the
works.
misunderstanding?
Okay. All right. Yeah, bro, you just missed it. I'm gonna help you out. It's real simple. So when you live in house number A, right? Why is it that you move to bigger, newer house B? Explain that. Tell me why that happens.
For a variety of reasons.
Okay, what's the
There's a one.
primary reason?
You may feel like you've outgrown House A,
No, no,
but
no, no. You can do all of that. You can feel all you want. But what's the mechanism that allows you to move from smaller, older house A to bigger, newer, more expensive house B? Go ahead.
you're
I mean,
asking different
you sell the
questions.
original house and then you
No,
buy a new
no, you're
house.
missing it, and now
You're
I'm teaching you.
asking
I'm
different
teaching you
questions.
how to think about it. It's fine. I got you. We're gonna hold hands together. All Diddy, baby oil included. You
You're a comedy, bro. You're
you
hilarious.
jumped all over it. You didn't think about it, and now I'm gonna walk you through it. The reason why you can move to House B, bigger, more expensive House B, is because you have more money. You have more money. And what we do when we have more money is we find opportunities to like not save it, maybe not invest it, spend it.
Hold on,
We're
hold on.
gonna spend it. And
So
that's what
this is your
discretionary spending.
discretionary.
That's what
That's
discretionary spending is. And that's why discretionary spending does go to new homes. Why? Because you couldn't move to and you couldn't get that second home without the increase of your income.
Okay,
Such
okay.
that it would
So
qualify you
so this is really
for the new
disingenuous.
bigger. No, no,
Anthony,
no,
let
no,
me
no,
ask
no,
Concrete a
no, no,
question.
no.
Concrete,
One
let me ask
second,
you one
Don. No,
question.
Well,
1 second, Don. I'm a solidify this point because he didn't understand it. I tried to help him out. You don't have to move to the bigger,
Nobody
better, newer
understands it,
home.
concrete.
No, no, no. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You didn't have to move to the bigger, better home. You could have sat in your smaller, older home. You could have, and guess what? When there
That's not
isn't
what
any,
discretionary
oh,
income
you
is.
don't even understand it. You don't even
this is a
understand it.
definitional
You
thing.
still don't even
Concrete,
see it.
strict. The
You
other guy's looser on
still,
that.
we got another weirdo that wants to fight. Anthony, the only reason you can buy the bigger, better home is because you have more money. It was
That's not
discretionary spending.
discretionary income.
No, Anthony, you're not thinking, still not thinking. It was discretionary until you increased your obligations, at which point it then transfers from discretionary spending to necessary spending.
Yeah, but
The
That's the
money
point
investing
you
you're
use
might
not.
to
be
purchase a house
necessary.
is not
That
discretionary
is.
income.
Oh, all right.
This is
I
not
can't help
true.
you then,
It's
bro. I can't help
fundamentally
you.
not true.
I can't
This
help
is
you.
still a huge digression from the
Can't
greater
help you,
You
bro.
can
concept.
It's
only
fine.
buy the house
Yeah.
because of how you chose to save
So,
your discretionary income.
so Len,
Obviously, the only reason you could go ahead, man.
yeah, I just wanted to respond to you because I wanted to cap off on Marshall because I don't know where this is going, but I wanted to cap off on what Marshall was saying and kind of probably push it back because I think you and I will meet in the middle on this one as a conservative and someone who's more a little bit more leaning left. What Marshall stated is true. The presidents have exceeded. I believe they totally have exceeded it. And the most glaring example is the recent attempt to do an impeachment of Donald Trump for the strikes in Iran. Congress, which fucking fundamentally is one of the things that sticks in my craw the most, is they keep re-upping the AUMF. They keep fucking signing off on this to give the president authorization and use for military force, which ironically would include the strikes that he just conducted in the Middle East. And they fucking went and said, hey, we want to impeach this guy for it. But yet, to a man and woman, they signed off on this shit. The only person that didn't was Holly, I think, Marshall, right? Uh, Holly and Rand seem to be the ones against this shit all the time. And well, Holly votes no on absolutely fucking everything. But it's bothersome that they will grant that power and then sit there and cry about it, but yet they don't want to confer. And then they fucking mislead, they pontificate, and then it's all fucking bullshit. And I agree with Marshall. Like, we should not have that kind of authority given into one executive branch because Congress just wants to fundraise and then make fucking speeches on steps and say how righteous they are for the people, when in reality, like literally, like what is the favorability rating of Congress? It's in single digits. Like, Nate, who's your favorite congressman right now? Like, please don't give me an Instagram person. Give me something that a policy that they put in. Don't give me a
Ollie,
Jasmine Crockett. Don't give me a fucking Matt Gates or what is the Butch Blonde fucking bitch? Don't give me one of those. Give me somebody that actually is pushing through legislation that's actually trying to do something, and uh, don't fucking like stop cheerleading for the cheerleaders there. Start watching the game and seeing how it's played, and then you'll say, hey, you know what, why are you expanding this? Even in the big beautiful bill, I don't fucking like it. I was one of the first conservatives on this app to speak out against it because I didn't like the power that it was actually giving to the executives. I didn't like a lot of the enumerated expansive powers that it was going to broadly base and give to fucking federal agencies that I think is clearly anti-constitutional for the American people. But hey, you know what? Maybe the bird bath will fucking wash that shit out. I hope so. Maybe there's someone with a fucking a head on their hand. uh, head on their ass that will fucking say, "Hey, no, we need to check this." But you
So
should actually look at this. There are good things in the bill. There are things that I have concerns over, and a lot of shit that's just
I
slipped in
respect
that
that. I can
is
see what you
bullshit.
mean.
okay, so you're
May I
right,
just
Brad.
respond
Whoa,
and
whoa,
I'll get out the way, bro?
no,
Only
man.
because he responded to me, so I'll just
I thought he
respond
was
briefly.
responding to Marshall. Whatever. Go,
He
Lucas.
literally he said my name, then started talking.
Um,
So like,
Holly or
Thank you,
Nathan, did you guys let
Charlie.
Alaska up? She got up
I was
already.
asking Land. I
Oh,
wasn't
thank
asking
you. I
anybody
know
else.
Brad read my message because he
but
responded. I just didn't.
well, I guess all I'm saying is I feel like that's honesty, right? If I feel like because the way we got here was just like, do you give a fuck about the Constitution? Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump has taken actions that clearly call into question his respect for the Constitution, right? So if you're willing to at least concede that that's reasonable, I feel like what also like when we talk about power of the purse, Congress has power of the purse. That means Doge cannot go around and start cutting people's budgets and destroying shit. Like the president does not have power of the purse. He can't create some
The
institution
Federal Reserve
that
has moral power of the purse. Also, the Treasury.
here's what I'm saying, right? And the reason for that is because we don't have a king. Like there shouldn't be one dude who has an office where they fucking control the money. Like how the country spends the money should be voted on by elected officials and many of them, not just one guy. So that's just another example of how he
Hey,
doesn't give a fuck about the
hey,
Constitution.
Brad.
And all
Hey,
these
Brad.
people on their let me just finish real quick. All these people on their constitutional high horses seem to be engaging with a lack of sincerity when they have to play this game where we pretend he wasn't violating the Constitution ever. Like that's
Oh,
just not serious.
okay.
So
Let
Okay,
the
me
so
funny,
Brad,
hold
hold on,
on. No,
real
no, no,
quick,
no.
I just want to ask you a
I
question,
was
Brad.
Anthony. Let me go first, real quick, and
Okay, I'll
then
go
you
after you,
ask your
Don. No
question.
problem.
Thank you. So Brad was correct, but he was also wrong in one aspect. I do agree with Brad when he says that the president should not have that power. Congress has tried, Brad. Congress has tried to repeal it. It was never, I don't know, reinstated. It's just not. It doesn't expire. It's been in effect since two.
Exactly. That
It's
was what
been
I was
in,
about to say, Don. Exactly.
it's been in effect since 2001. Whenever they implemented it, but it doesn't expire. They've tried to
Exactly.
repeal it in 2021 and in 2023, but for some reason it keeps getting it doesn't get brought to the floor, or they're not able to. But they have tried to repeal it. So that's the second thing. The third thing would be to concrete. That's not discretionary income. You don't go buy a bigger house because you have more discretionary income. You go buy a bigger house because you're able to sell your other house. Most people, I'm talking about the average people, average person, they sell their other house that has gained equity, and it's gained equity over time, and they've paid it down over time, and they're able to sell that, take the profits from that, and then go buy a bigger house. So typically, that's how it's done. It's not usually because people have more discretionary income. Every
Do you know
single
people increase their income over time
yes,
from
yes.
their first
Hold
house
on.
to their second house?
Yes, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Every single year, people get inflation raises.
Appreciation is the word you're looking for, Don.
No, I'm saying raises. People get raises from
You
the
know
job.
you know you're appealing to an absolute, right?
No, I'm not. Hold on.
Said
Okay.
that's not why they do it.
Hold on. I'm saying. Hold on. Majority of people in the United States working full class with full time salary, they receive increase in wages every single year. It's usually around 2.5% to 5%.
No, I can just
Usually.
turn the scenario to renting to owning, right?
Hold on. No, hold on, bro. So
You're arguing
technically,
against the
hold
point
on,
where I
concrete.
could
I
just.
got you. Hold on.
Why are you doing this?
So if you get an increase in your wages, so let's say you're making $100,000 a year and you get 2.5%, so that's $2,500 for the future for the next year. Technically speaking, you just got discretionary income from the $100,000. Now it's $2,500. That's discretionary income. That's not enough money for you to say, okay, now I
Why are
can
you
go buy a
arguing this
house.
point, bro? We could talk about raises. We could talk about career advancement. What are you doing? Just
But
don't do
that's
that.
discretion.
Don't argue
That's
against
income that
don't
you never
argue
had
against
to
a
begin with.
don't argue against a very basic point, bro. The reason why people upgrade in properties is because they increase their incomes. That is normal,
That is
regular
true too.
behavior.
That
Why
is
are
true
you
Con-
too.
arguing it then?
concrete.
What do you think
But I'm not.
discretionary income is?
Con-
That's
Yo,
not.
Don,
This
it's
is
a really
crazy, bro.
Don.
Why are y'all
It's a
arguing
waste of
this?
time. Don, honestly, it's a
It is
waste
a
of
waste
time.
of time.
It's a more interesting conversation to be had on the other side.
So
So Brad, my question is: were you under the impression that Congress is vote keeps on reauthorizing the AUMF? Is that what you were saying?
so I'm using it like more hyperbolic, but every year, like right now, Dick Durbin in 2025 put up a bill to at least put a cap on the AUMFs for 10 years. And there's pushback against it. It's not going to pass. So every year there's always an attempt to basically repeal this, and it fails. So that to me, that means that if you're not willing to take back the powers, you're just re-upping it. You're just expanding it. You're right.
They're
It doesn't
trying to
have an
take back the
expiration.
powers, though.
They really don't. And I think like at least Dick Durbin's compromise was like, all right, I'll give you 10 fucking years on an AUMF. That wasn't even good enough. So they're basically
Yeah.
not. All right, you're just re-upping it. You're just not going to take this into effect, and that bothers me a lot. I don't really like that expansive power under the president. I really think that we need to take a look at that one and say, "Hey, Congress, you need to fucking pull that back immediately," and that should be, uh, that should
But
be a
then that
top
will be on the
priority.
Speaker of the House, right, to bring it to the floor.
Dick Durbin is the Senate whip, and he was trying to codify it, and he's on the Republican side. And he was like, he had support, and it still got crushed overwhelmingly by both sides of the House. So it
Eh,
doesn't really matter. Like I just like I go and I say this: watch it. Even under the impeachment, you had 128 Democrats that fucking sided with the Republicans on this, and they squashed it. So the impeachment's done. That's done. Al Green, they're just sitting there with egg on their face. But when you look at when they crossed over, the reason being is because they did not want to have to fucking actually judge and litigate because Trump would have dropped a whole shit ton. They knew that thing was going to come. This whole file on every past president, military action since fucking Clinton. That shit would have dropped like a fucking avalanche. And they don't want to do it because they don't want to be held accountable. And I mean, to me, it just strikes me as odd that people would go, "Hey, Trump's using, unconstitutional," when our Congress is literally giving him the tools, saying, "We want you to do this. We're going to yell at you about it, but we want you to do that. Here's the power to go ahead and do it." And it's a bit fucking, I don't know what, I give me a good word for it, but I mean, it's just stupid to watch Congress and then us fight because I'm watching them do it with the hypocrisy, and I'm standing back going, no, that wasn't the formation of why the executive branch was there. And
so
Land, to your point about the monies and stopping the funds, the only ones that he was able to touch was literally the ones that are under the executive branch because he
The
does
House
have broad
actually
distribution.
repealed it in 2021.
Don,
It's just not been brought to
So
the floor.
Don, just
if
I
you
think there's
have the
another
power
issue
under the
here, Brad.
executive branch to claw back that money, he can. He does get a little leeway. They can fight on it, and he'll lose some and win some. But really, it's pretty ambiguous as to what he can do under the executive branch for those that report to the
So,
executive branch.
so Brad, I think
It's
that the problem with the AUMF is that it should actually go to the Supreme Court. The interpretation of that law specifically. That law was supposed to deal with actors as it related to participants for 9/11. And, they've expanded it. And I think that this would be a good case for the Supreme Court to weigh in on it and say, well, listen, we don't think you have the authorization to move under this law. That's where I think that it might bear fruit more so than having Congress repeal it. I
But it's
think
been repealed, Anthony.
you said that the AUMF has
It
been
When
just
when
repealed.
has
what
to. It
when
just
was it
has to be
repealed?
brought
When was it repealed,
2021.
Don?
It just has to
Yeah,
be brought to
when
the
was it?
floor for votes.
I'm saying when was it repealed?
It,
2021.
it's been
I,
repealed. Hold on.
they just have to bring it to the floor for votes. That's what I just keep. I said
Okay,
that.
so all right. When you say it's been repealed, but they have to bring it to the floor for votes, I
They don't
don't
want to bring it to
understand
the
that
floor for
concept.
votes.
So then it hasn't been repealed.
Okay, just read the article I posted in the chat.
Okay, Don, before I read the article, let's just effectively communicate. What does it mean for a law to be repealed? What's the meaning of that?
By law, it's been technically passed by Congress in a sense, and then signed into law by
What do you mean
law.
technically? That wait. What
He's
do you mean
Wait,
not
wait. What
technically?
wrong.
he's I
I'm reading.
can
I'm
explain this a
reading
little
right
What?
bit
here,
more. What
bro.
he's referring about is the Senate when they did it in 2021 to repeal the authorization use of military force for Iraq solely. They tried to do this pigeonhole piecemeal fucking bullshit. But however, due to the conflicts in the region, they tabled it, basically leaving it on the books, and it's just sitting there. They're not going to
So
move
it
forward
hasn't
with it.
been repealed.
No,
That's
it
the
Yeah,
hasn't
it
whole
been
has
point.
not
repealed.
fully been
It has
repealed. It's
not
in
Right.
the
been
process.
repealed.
It's just
All
stalled
I'm
right now.
saying, Anthony, is someone just has to bring it to the Congress floor and put it on votes, and it's done.
Yeah, but that
Don,
doesn't mean it's been repealed.
it has
Wait,
Yeah,
not
but
been
repealed.
that's
repealed
Wait,
though,
bipartisan
wait.
Don.
push to
Words
Repeal
table
matter.
mean
I
it.
think it has,
wait.
bro. Like
Repeal
I just
means
Words
asked.
matter.
I
repeal
just
mean it's
asked
been done.
AI, bro.
Like it
I
has
just
not been
asked
repealed,
AI.
fam.
It says right here, the 2002 authorization of military force, which gave the U.S. president broad authority to use military force against Iraq, was officially repealed by the Senate on March 29th, 2023, in a bipartisan vote of 66 to 30. So, I mean, I don't know. Seems like it was repealed.
It wasn't repealed. They
Well,
voted to
damn,
repeal.
that's well
No, no,
shit.
no. Wait. They voted to repeal it, right? But it has to be done in both houses and freaking signed by the president. What are you talking about?
I don't know, bro. Sure, maybe
They're
I'm just
using
Exactly.
it.
reading,
They're
bro.
using it loosely if they're just talking about one legislative
Exactly.
body.
Exactly. The law has not gone through the full process of being repealed.
Exactly.
That's it.
One
And
house cannot. One house cannot repeal a law. It's
and
not how that works.
Anthony, I apologize. I didn't mean to put belt to ass, but I just feel like y'all analysis is very superficial, and I was hoping that we could take a deeper look. Pause. But I don't think y'all niggas is willing to go there, which is why y'all so
Concrete, you're my
resistant.
Why is
guy.
that
I
a
got
pause,
nothing
And
concrete?
against you.
yeah,
Concrete, why is that a
I
pause?
don't think you know what
deep
discretionary
a
income
deeper
is,
look.
but it's all
I
good. I ain't mad at you, brother. You'll figure out what
that's
discretionary income is one
That's
day.
fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. And I just take that these are the responses of what happens when you put belt to ass. It's going to be moments of
Cool story, bro.
moments
Cool
of
story.
despondency. There's going to be moments of short-term memory loss. There's going to be outer body experiences, disorientation.
He laughing
I've
at the
seen
Oh
it.
ass whooping.
man.
I've seen it
Start with
so
the
many
man in the mirror,
times, bro. I've
concrete.
seen it so many
Start
times.
start with the man in
Look,
the mirror.
if you want to take it to ChatGPT, we can take it to ChatGPT. And what's
You
so
are aware,
crazy
both of you
is
guys are aware that everybody using ChatGPT has been proven to actually reduce their fucking knowledge and capabilities in their brain cells. Like people utilizing
How?
ChatGPT, there's a study out there that basically says people who rely solely on ChatGPT are becoming more retarded, and that's just a nice summation of it.
That's
So
interesting. I just feel like ChatGPT hasn't existed long enough to draw that conclusion.
no, but I
It's
mean,
not
they,
even
they did a
5 years
study
old.
on it. But Land, to your point, like I understand it, and I think it was Tom Cole who was the biggest proponent and whip to get both houses to kind of table the issue. So Democrats don't want this they don't want this removed. Republicans don't want this removed. It should be one of the primary crux of our geopolitical actions. It doesn't necessarily negate what Trump did, but the idea now is like technically without going to Congress in the Middle East, he can send troops to Iraq in massive ways, and he has the discretion to do so, which would prepare for an invasion of Iran. This is something I look at and say,
He can't
I don't
invade
really.
Iran. No,
If Iran attacks, he can.
no,
If
only
Iran
90
launches a
days.
missile, he
He
can.
only
He
Iran
can
has
has
to.
respond.
already Iran has already launched missiles at U.S. targets. I
He
understand
only
there's a
Yeah,
ceasefire.
he
Trump
only
allowed them
There's a
to
has
have
ceasefire.
six.
their
He only has
he allowed
60
them to
days
have their safe face.
by
But I mean,
law.
but a
By law,
president
he would.
can do this, and there's no repercussions because it's literally legal for him to do so. Passed
No,
by
it's not. He will
Hey,
only have
Brad,
60 days.
Brad, can you tell what's the precedent for that, for putting troops on the ground without
Take Gulf
congressional
Yeah,
War
approval?
One,
Well, Gulf
Gulf
War
War
One,
Two.
we had troops on the ground
When was
first.
the last time we
Yes,
No, no,
declared
no.
war?
Gulf
Like
War
World War
Two,
II?
Congress voted for Gulf War Two. That's not
Go
true.
for
they
one. We
did
had
the
troops on the
AUMF.
ground,
What are you talking
CEO.
about, CEO?
the
We
president.
literally there was a vote on Iraq on going to war with Iraq in Congress for the
I said
second
We
Gulf
time.
did not
Gulf War
declare
One,
war
CEO. You asked
against
if we
Iraq.
had. You asked
I'm
if
sorry.
in Gulf
I'm
War
sorry. Yeah,
One.
yeah. Sorry. Yep. Time out. Time out. Y'all are talking too much. So, Brad, what'd you say?
We did not declare war on Iraq officially. Congress didn't do that.
We voted on sending troops.
They
Remember,
voted on
like,
giving the president the authorization use of military force.
got it. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, got it. And you're saying that did not happen for Gulf War One?
No, that's what my argument is that we gave authorization use of military force, this AUMF that keeps plaguing our the Middle East and our geopolitics, allowing the president to basically send troops into quote war end quote without Congress declaring
That
war.
is
Oh, I
not
got it.
true.
And sorry, are you saying that that's just blanketed, or they still have to go
It
through the
is
same
pretty
process of
vague.
authorizing it each
It-
time?
no, Congress doesn't necessarily have to authorize it every
The
time.
president only has 60 days to do that.
That
After
is
six,
not the authorization use of military force document.
the
You should go back
president
and read it.
cannot send troops to any conflict for more than six. Technically, it's 90 days. For more than 60 days. After that, Congress has to approve it. That's the
What are
law.
you reading from, Don? What are you specifically quoting?
Look, it's all part of the entire 2001 stretch with the AUMF and a bunch of other bullshit that they passed for Bush to.
Okay, so you're saying that's a result of the AUMF. All right, cool. Thank you. I just want to know your
And
source. That's
additional
all.
to it, there was more things passed to help Bush have more power to send troops to Iraq, and
So
that was,
So again, like you're not reading the AUMF. So like the AUMF under
bro. Let me look
2001
this
and
up for you.
2002 versions has been utilized by multiple administrations. So this is going way back there to today to grant a president really broad powers and not clearly delineate. So it's done under the guise of terrorism, which you got your Houthis, you got your Hamas, you got all that shit. He can use the AUMF to say this is a terrorist organization, which is recognized globally. There's no one can do shit about it. Or, and here's the key part, in the national security interest best for the nation. That is the two provisions under which Donald J. Trump and Obama and fucking Bush can fucking just send troops anywhere. And
But
as his
that he also
rhetoric,
uses
it
that
pisses
to
me off.
deport people. Meaning they're not an enemy. The Mexicans are an enemy, but he's using a tangential law to say we get to deport people because there's an invasion and it's best for the country.
Okay, so here it is. The Here's the law that gives the president the power to send troops without congressional approval. War Powers Resolution of 1973. It's only limited to 60 days. It doesn't
I
matter if the
knew you were reading
AUMF
from something else. I knew it wasn't the AUMF. So Brad was right all along, Don.
the AUMF doesn't
Yeah,
allow the president to go to
powers and
war.
AUMF together, they cite both the
What
legal
are you guys
decision
No,
talking
making.
about?
but Don, no, Don, when I asked you specifically, you said it was the AUMF. I
I
said, "What's
said
your source?"
the AUMF extends the powers of the War Power Resolution,
You did
whatever
not
that
say
shit
anything
was.
about the War Power
Hold
Resolution
on,
when I asked you that,
Anthony. Let
Don.
me finish. Brad said the president can go send troops into Iran. That is true, but only for 60 days. If after 60 days the president has to withdraw those troops if Congress doesn't approve it. Are you guys not listening?
I think Don's making a good
Don,
argument on this
you
one.
said all right. Specifically, you said the AUMF, but
No,
it's like
I specifically said 60 days. They have the
I
president only has
and then I
60
asked
days.
you. I wanted to know where you were getting this from, and you said your source was the AUMF. Don, it's not
No.
a big deal, but Don, guess what, man? I I have no problem with you saying thank you. You're actually educating me. I'm learning through this conversation. I appreciate it. Let's just move forward, dog. No big deal.
So Brad,
Man, I think that okay, go
the
ahead.
the president still has to get approval from Congress if he wants
The
to take
AUMF
from
does not
60.
limit the president to 60 days.
What the fuck?
Exactly.
I
I
think
thought
That's
the
I
my
war
think
point.
powers.
That's the
I think I think
WPR
that's the
that
word. I think
he,
that's the word. Yeah,
the
what
War
Brad just said.
Powers
Yes, the Powers
Resolution.
Act
Yes,
in
the
like the
I
WPR.
70s.
said that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
AUMF does not give the president power to go to
Well,
But
war.
the
Don,
AMF
that's
But
not
can
what they talking
supersede it.
about, Don.
The AUMF can supersede the
Okay,
WPR as evidenced
Luca.
by
Brad
Bush
said
and
the
Obama.
president can
That
go to war
actually,
with
guess
a
what?
country
Obama
by
was able to do this. Trump will utilize it. Trump was able to do this too because
So
people forgot his first term. And Biden was absolutely able to do this. So
Brad
So
now
Stevens
Brad,
Trump is
was.
so
going to be able
Brad,
to do this as well.
so so just clarity, Brad. So did Obama send troops somewhere? Or are you just talking about the strikes? Was there
No, he
troops
sent
on the ground?
troops.
Where
It's the
did he send
same.
troops
It's
to?
it's the same
Do you
difference,
remember
isn't
this
it?
little spot called
I'm
Syria?
just asking. I'm just trying to get caught up. Sorry. Okay.
You remember Syria?
Was that like a small unit, or how many troops was it?
I don't remember the number. Marshall, you remember it? It was a few hundred.
Y'all talking about Syria?
Yes.
I don't. I'd have to look it up.
Was that like special forces, or was that like a bigger thing?
We know he did military operations that involved sending troops on several occasions, right? So like, how
Yeah,
is
but
that even
like
being
there's
discussed? I can pull up
so
the
I
exact.
It was
think
a
I think
smaller
there's an
thing that happened.
implied yeah, I think there's an implied difference between
Oh
sending
wait, he sent them to Afghanistan, so he sent almost 10,000 there. I was just pulling up the numbers under Obama. He sent
okay, good.
he sent about 10,000 to Afghanistan.
That
Um,
was legal.
yeah, under the AMF, he's legal.
Well, but
50
we
to
were
Um,
already in
50.
war in Afghanistan though,
he
so
sent
that doesn't
He
count.
spent
he
50 to
sent
Syria.
1,500 to Syria. He deployed
He
an
said
additional
how
400.
many to Syria? How many?
1,500, and then he
Okay.
said in 2016 he sent 600 troops to assist in the retaking of Mosul from ISIS, and then his multiple special forces deployments around. He also the intervention in Libya, which we can that's not necessarily that biggest extent. And then he deployed troops for the Ebola response in 2014 in Africa to help contain that, and he sent National Guard and reserve troops there.
And he didn't get any sort of congressional approval for
No,
Syria?
he has the
Okay, got
AMF. He didn't need it.
it. Okay. So is there like a implied difference between sending
Well,
like a
actually,
smaller force
actually, when
versus
it
hold
came
on, what
down to Syria,
hold on.
Brad,
I'm asking
no,
you a
no, but
question.
Brad
One
was
second.
incorrect about
Go ahead.
something. He
Go ahead. Go ahead.
notified Congress when he sent out troops to Syria to intervene in the Syrian Revolutionary War. If that's what you're talking about, where he sent out the specialist troops, he did in fact notify Congress. Is that required? No, but we should mention that.
Correct, he did, and
Okay.
I think he came out on TVJ. Was that like how he did it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
No, he
he
came
came
out
out
on
on
TV, and then
TV.
he
Okay.
also told the four individuals that were necessary to
Yep,
send.
and the Gang of Eight.
Okay.
He told the Gang
And
of Eight and the leaders and
That's
the
what you call the G8, bro? The gang
okay.
of eight?
And
no,
Brett
that's the Security Council.
Oh, I
and
thought.
Brett
Okay, I thought that was called
sorry,
G8.
Brett, my last question is there an implied difference between sending like a smaller force versus sending 50,000?
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, but it to me, troops are troops. Like the number doesn't matter
I
to
agree
me.
with that. Troops are troops.
Like you could send 1,500. I just my concern goes with the president having the ability to send boots on the ground to a nation that he deems as under terrorist control or thinks it's in the best national interest without a calming or cool head that can actually interrogate. And I go back to past presidents of like FDR and Woodrow Wilson, and I don't like either of these two presidents. They did a lot of bad shit under their terms. They weren't great people. But when you look at them, they couldn't do the shit that current presidents do without Congress's consent. And they actually had to get Congress involved. And Congress needed the support of the American people because at that time, if you remember historically, the American people were like, it's not our fucking war, not our fucking problem. And did not want to go into it until the Lusitania, till Pearl Harbor. So these attacks changed sentiment, and and the president utilized those for its purpose, but overall Congress was the cooler head in terms of that, and they did do authorizations for slow releases of weapons and certain supplies, but they did not overwhelmingly commit troops to it, which was, I think, something that we do need a check and balance on this. And my fear, Finley, to be honest with you, is we are currently at this stage. What is the next stage? So I always look ahead, and at some point, we're going to have a president who just decides, I'm going to send 20,000 troops to this country and bypass Congress completely. And Congress, all they will do is just make a couple speeches, depending on which side it is, bullshit about it, and not do anything of substance because they'll support it because they don't want their hands dirty.
I agree with that take.
And they know they can just wait. They know they're not going anywhere. They just wait for this president's term to be up, 48 years to be up, and then move on with their lives like nothing happened.
Yep, that's all
And
Congress
and
is.
no voter's gonna hold them freaking responsible, which is why I scream about the freaking federal elections.
If I
Oh
could
yeah,
do
and
one
and,
thing,
and
instead of people arguing over the presidency as a conservative, I would challenge you to look at great people that have been in the House, like a Thaddeus Stevens and others, because that's my true political idol. Um, and
What's
you
that
look at
name?
Thaddeus Stevens. He's the reason pretty much that black people are free today. His fight was the one. Lincoln just capitalized off of it, but Thaddeus Stevens for 30 years was fighting that fight. And he's an amazing man who gets no recognition, no comments, and he's probably one of the greatest
He looks just
political,
like Lincoln.
huh?
He looks just like Lincoln.
No. But this man had balls the size of church bells, and they claimed when he walked down the street, even with his wife, who was black at the time. So he had no problem fucking just throwing in there and caning a motherfucker if they got in his way. He was a bull, and he fucking stood 10 toes down on what he wanted, and he achieved it. And I think it was really great. He was like a politician that truly fought for people. But there's no statues of him. There's no real memorials. No one ever knows his name. And they don't really want to talk about him because he was the one that pushed the Republican Party to where it was at. And he's the one that pushed conservatives to where
It
they were
said he
at.
was in an anti-Masonic party. What party was that? Like against the Freemasons?
Yeah, something like that. You know, the little cult groups at the time.
hey,
I
Brett,
feel like the real
no, I was gonna say, I just googled it. So his when he died in '68, there was it says 20,000 mourners. Half of them were black. Like black people know who this dude was. But I legit did not know who he was.
He was the one that actually pushed for the 40 acres and the mule, the common phrase. He's the one that actually tried to push it. He's the one that got the land grants. He's the one that worked with Stevens to try to push the grants of land and parcels up and down the coastlines from the Carolinas all the way down south to Florida. He wanted Georgia in part, and he was willing to, and he pushed for subsidization for 3 years to actually get farmers to start, including giving beyond just 40 acres and a mule, but he actually wanted to help subsidize farm equipment to make sure that these people didn't end up in poverty and they weren't like fucking just kicked out of like everything they had and just roaming the streets like ended up happening. But of
So
course,
you're
people didn't
saying
look at the long-term effects and the planning that Thaddeus Stevens looked at, and he looked down the road. He didn't just look at the immediate moment. That he was a visionary for the country, but he was
you
oftentimes he was just an angry man all the time.
said he was into the hoes?
He had a black
I
wife.
feel like
He had a black wife, but it does say he was instrumental. It does say he was instrumental, not just the 13th and 14th and 15th freaking amendment. I'm reading on him right now, but looks like Brad's right. He was a legislative beast. But most of the guys that do all the moving and the shaking don't get the headlines because they
Oh,
what
can
the
you
hell is
please
that?
turn that off? That's not.
Oh my
Doge,
God,
can you
noise
turn that
troll.
off, please? Because I've got like cluster headaches. So can someone mute
Who is
him or send
that?
him down?
What the
Please
hell is
mute
that?
They
that
kicked
person. Good
they kicked him
grief.
out. They kicked him off stage. But yeah,
Thank you.
most of the
Sorry,
people that are
that's really
instrumental behind the
triggering.
scenes don't get a lot of credit. Don't get a lot of credit because they don't want the spotlight. They just want to get the work done.
CEO, how did it go with your venture capitalist?
Which one?
I don't know, nigga. You said you was meeting with big money players. Did
Yo,
you
Oh
yo,
yeah,
break
yeah,
yo,
yeah,
news?
yeah,
Concrete.
yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
wait, 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 wait.
yeah,
Yo, Concrete. You
yeah.
didn't catch that flex with your venture cap.
Oh
Which
yeah,
one?
yeah.
Which one?
Yeah.
Did you do the
Yeah,
deal?
no, it went really good. Yeah, so I should be doing some deals with them. Yeah, this was more so for me to consult on some of the clients that they're working with.
Oh, you weren't pitching a deal. You were doing
Yeah, it was
your
strategic
main business.
partnering. Strategic partnering. Yeah.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
CEO, I'm going to need your help here in a little bit. I'm going to reach out to you later on in the back channels. I have, there's something that I discovered in this great state of Texas, and I'm kind of pissed off about it. I've went to 3 amazing state parks here. And the one thing I noticed is that there was nothing for the kids. And so, like the one when I was up in Gardner Park or whatever it is, I was going through the hills. There was this group of kids that were following me and a couple other guys and a couple girls that I was with and my daughter. And I'm showing them tracks and stuff like that. We're seeing these animals. There's a what do they call it? A fucking hunting farm next door where they have exotic animals. So sometimes those animals escaped, and I was showing them the different tracks of those. They got to see various types of sheep and deer and shit, and so they call them exotic animals. But what I noticed with these kids is that none of them had hiking gear. None of them had anything. And when I asked the parks, they're like, "Yeah, we don't have any funding for this shit. We've never had it." And so, like, we occasionally get Boy Scouts to come down here, but that's it. And all the kids get to do is say, "I want to go with this," and I want to create a program that allows kids to in Texas to be able to get to a park, get the gear they need to go camping and hiking up there without being part of the fucking Boy Scouts
There's,
pedophilia movement,
I would,
and get them out of schools. And I can get the grants. I've already got approval from REI that they will sponsor as long as I use REI gear. But I want more.
um,
I want a bigger grant and a bigger slice of the budget, and I
so I
want
would,
people to invest in that.
Yeah,
so
that
I
sounds
would
If
go.
you
great.
So there's already a bunch of programs similar to that, especially for disabled people and kids. So what I would do is try and talk to them and make that larger because it's a real issue, especially in the States, but worldwide.
Brad, let me introduce you to somebody at Texas Parks and Wildlife. Both somebody who's acting, and I'm going to introduce you to a former head named John Kelsey, and he would be a lot of help in getting that accomplished.
Look at the whites working together. Look at this, black people. This is what we need to do.
I do my
Hey,
Looking
it's
at
charity.
not
you,
it's
I
not
do my
because we're
charity.
who
white. It's
Nathan
because we're Texas.
Lion isn't here, so I
He has
can't.
renounced his cold state loyalty and is now loyal to the greatest of all of the states in the United States, the great state of Texas.
the greatest of
Oh.
states is Florida, but watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Marshall, watch your mouth. Florida.
But
Florida's the
yeah,
greatest.
CEO, I know you have a lot of pull in this area, and I kind of want to get not just REI gear, but I want to get like Hyperlight Mountains, some of the more advanced gear into their hands, and I want to make sure that it's promoted right. And I know, like I could do Garage Own or Garage Gear. They'll throw a bunch of shit, and I want to be able to make sure that at least try it out, see if there's a program that I can develop that actually works significantly and that gets investment. And I know people like tax shelters, like they're going out of style. So I just gotta kind of figure it out. I'm just kind of playing with
Yeah,
it
you
right now.
just
But
contact
REI
the
already
Yeah.
gave me.
just contact the things that are already in
Hold on,
place
hold
and
on.
what
So like
Let me can
REI
I
already gave
respond real
me
quick?
access to the grants. Like
you
they have a
just
shit ton of
okay.
money
You
and
just
they're
want to
willing to
talk
give it.
then. You don't want
Yo,
to
Alaska, you
actually
keep interrupting,
say
bro.
things.
Just chill.
No, you
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
have been
Brad,
talking
I'm
forever.
happy.
I'm trying to
Alaska,
talk
can I
with the
just respond
conversation.
to him
Don't
for
listen
a
to
second?
women. Get it through your
Okay.
thick head.
So Brad, yeah, happy to help. Reach out to me, and I think Concrete will finance the whole thing.
Fact. Wait, what? What am I financing?
I need about $25,000.
Look, man, let me tell you something. When it comes to investors, what's the ROI on $25,000? Nothing. So, no,
You'll
don't want to do
feel
it.
good, Concrete. You'll feel good. You'll help the
Listen,
community.
listen. You gotta find philanthropists who want to feel good. Niggas like me, we want make more money. Need philanthropists, sir.
But Concrete, you'll make more money if you feel better overall. So you'll be able to
Well,
go to
that's
the
what
feel.
sleep
That's
You'll
not
be
in the.
able to
true.
go.
That's
You'll
what.
be able to go to the feeling wheel, and you'll be able to be excited and gratified. And then this will impact your ability to close more business in the future and raise more capital for your other projects. You got to think about the leverage you get in there.
That's what the gym, sleep, church is for. Philanthropic endeavors is for older, done, done with it people, and you gotta just, you know what it is? You need a pitch deck, Brad. The most valuable tool, you need a pitch deck and you need a donors list of people who already in the, what's the word? The spirit of giving. And when you get those two things together, and the pitch deck's gotta be like a grandiose agenda, like feeding the kids in Africa. You need that. You have a pitch deck, which is you show your plan in a very sophisticated, well thought out way. You're feeding the children in Africa, and the list of people that you're reaching out to are already in the mode of giving. That's it. That's all you need to do, and you'll probably get it done very quickly with somebody who knows how to make good cold calls and emails, right? So somebody's going to email everybody and say, hey, everybody, here's a great opportunity to help feed the children in Africa. Please take a look at our investment deck or whatever, however you want to characterize it. And then you follow up. You have somebody on the phone. Hey, Bob, did you take a look at our email? Oh, no, you didn't? Yeah, I can just send it right now so it's on the top of your list. And basically, we're just trying to feed the children in Africa, and here's how you can help, blah, 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 blah. And they're
So
already
Great
in that mode.
correction.
so
Concrete. Quick
concrete.
correction. It's not
That
Africa.
is
It's
really
America.
concrete. That's really amazing advice for 2011.
Yeah. Right
That's
now,
why I'm
concrete.
saying all these
It is
conversations, it's
America
like
right now, not
the
Africa.
most basic of basic. It's like,
What
We're
what you say, Cass?
I said it's not feeding starving children in Africa. It's feeding starving children in America. That's the thing now.
Ooh, even better. You're right. We're tired of feeding the
Yo, I kid you
Africans.
not. No, concrete. I kid you not. Like when my kid wastes food,
I
I
agree. I
tell the
agree.
kid, they're feeding children, starving children in America. So don't waste food.
And if you
Yeah.
think it worked in 2011, it still works today, sir.
No
Yeah.
emails. It's very hard to cold email people and then
oh
open
my
it up to
gosh.
spam
Did
filter.
he finished? You
Yeah,
kept
do it. Yeah, all
chirping.
the see. Okay, that's it. You're just so
Gotta
scared of
acknowledge
anything
Yo,
at
yourself,
all.
bro.
It's so
yo,
fucking
concrete.
annoying, concrete.
Yo, concrete. That dangle, your Jamaican pejorative is in
I
my
I've
head, right? It's like,
done these
wait, hold on,
programs.
hold
Sorry,
on.
go
Let's
go.
go real quick.
Yeah, yeah, go.
I can't help but hear but the most opportune moments is start laughing, and people are wondering why I'm laughing. Guy gets on our flight. This was a few days ago. Him and his wife were not seated together because they're freaking front, right? And so they're not gonna like regular folks move people around to move people up front because they got the money to move themselves, right? So he said, you know what? I'll buy the guy's seat so I can sit next to my wife. And I said, because he just whips out this freaking platinum card, freaking, and throws it on the thing. And in my head, I heard the, bumbler,
Oh my
that was funny.
God.
Yeah, it was funny. It was funny. And I'm sitting there cracking up, and everybody's looking at me like, what is your problem? And I'm thinking about that. Freaking, this room has a very, very, very bad influence on me.
Tell me about it, bro. Like here
No,
goes Alaska about to try to like contradict my point by
look, what?
reinforcing it and
Just let
calling
me
it
You didn't
outdated.
let her finish though. She was
because
She
building.
I've
started on
Let
a
her
literally
negative
cook.
foot for no
Let her
reason. Why are
cook,
you? Hold on,
concrete.
because
Let
Alaska.
her
Hold on. Let me
cook.
ask you this. Hold on, hold
no,
on. I'm gonna let you
no,
cook.
no. I'll
I'm not gonna
explain this.
interrupt you. I'm not gonna interrupt you.
You
But the
literally
question
are
is, why would you try to pose it as a negative thing if you think it's a positive
because
thing? Hold on, hold on,
let
hold
me
on,
finish.
hold
Let me
on.
answer your question.
Hold on, hold on. Because if there's somebody asking for advice, you're going to give mixed messages.
Okay,
Okay, go
hello, can I
ahead.
answer? Yeah, so I actually work with kids. I've gotten a lot of money from the government and other places, like through applying for funding. This is literally what I do. I tried to give Brad some advice, and like always, you guys are just doing a circle jerk of fucking basic shit, and you just want to hear yourselves talk instead of actually listen to other people. I was very happy to give advice because I've done these things before, and instead, you guys are like, oh, well, shut up, shut up. I need to tell this man very importantly that he needs to
You're
make a
not
pitch
addressing my
deck.
question.
I literally answered you.
Why, if would you
Well, what?
try to
You're so
contradict it?
stupid.
Why would you try to contradict it if you agree with the methodology?
So
And the reason why I
Alaska,
say that,
explain.
hold on, CEO. The reason why I would say that is because you're going to give mixed messages and confuse the person that you're trying to help because you're involved in an egotistical back and forth. Brad is the target. Brad is the one that wants to help. The kids are in the balance, right? And what you should focus on is not your ego, not
You
whether
don't
or not
get
you
to
were
tell me what I get
interrupted.
to focus on
I'm
when
just
people are
telling you. I'm
being
just telling
rude
you.
to
Look, look,
me.
look. This is my
No,
advice.
because
This is my
there
advice.
is an
I'm,
in
I'm
like
almost done. I'm almost done. I'm
you are
almost done.
so
I'm almost
rude to
done. I'm
women
almost
on
done.
here
I'm almost
specifically,
done. I'm
and
almost
so is
done.
Brad.
I'm almost
That
done. I'm almost done.
it's
I'm almost
ridiculous.
done, bro. And so you need to stay focused on the mission, which is to help Brad help the kids. Forget about all the other grievances that you have.
Not if you
If you
guys
have
aren't
one
actually
second,
trying
ma'am,
to do
one second,
anything,
ma'am,
and you're just sitting there
one
talking to each
second,
other
ma'am, one
and just
second, ma'am.
fucking like
You
sucking
can't
each
keep
other off.
complaining about being interrupted when all you did was from the beginning is interrupt. and now
I
you're
didn't
complaining about
actually.
it.
I was
Yes,
very
you
quiet.
did.
I asked, I said, oh,
You're,
Brad, and then nothing.
no, you kept chirping when as soon as you heard him start, you realized what he was talking about. You kept chirping. He was talking to Marshall or
I've
somebody
been here for
else.
over an hour being quiet
You
and I
can't
didn't
see
say a thing
yourself.
actually.
If CEO puts a battery in your back, you can't see yourself. And what we need to do, CEO, is combine forces against these type of tyrants because they're emboldened through
I want to
support.
give her, but
Oh.
she needs to have Alaska. Can you explain to concrete why cold emailing and cold calling is outdated and what you would do instead?
You're out of your mind.
I'm
You're
not
out
getting.
of
I'm
your
not
mind if
What's
making.
you think
outdated?
emailing is
I'm not
outdated.
giving like like advice to people who are being disrespectful to me and like not even like
Then
this is
then
the
go on
problem I have
mute.
here. Like it's
Are you talking
ridiculous. It's meant
about
to be a
how to?
room where it's like
What is the
sorry.
point of contention, Alaska? What is the point of contention? Like, what are y'all
That's
disagreeing about?
no, I'm just saying like I was upset because I was trying to I actually have worked in these fields, done these programs and have advice for Brad. I tried to give that to Brad and just got completely ignored. And then when I tried to be like, "Oh, hey, have you thought about this?" Concrete is being concrete like always. And it's just very frustrating
This
because
is
it,
your
it
fault,
Alaska,
sounds
CEO.
like
don't
it
let
comes
This
let
is
me
concrete
your
finish.
win.
It
fault,
comes across
CEO.
as like you guys just want to hear yourselves talk
Well,
and fucking like suck each other off rather than actually having a conversation with everyone else involved.
don't let concrete win, Alaska. Provide your advice. We're all listening.
This is the thing now. Like I've already provided some advice. It's like why should I now like continue when I know exactly no matter what I say they're going to be disrespectful to me.
Are
See,
you
Because
being
Well,
It's
because
honest
very
with
it's
because
her?
more
very
acute than
because
frustrating.
concrete by
Alaska
far.
because I'm saying please.
She's more acute
She
in
does at
finance,
this
and she
point. She doesn't want to
belittles
make a point.
the
She
low
doesn't want to make
level
a point.
concrete finance. That was her argument. This is so basic. You guys are basic with your interpretations of finance. Then concrete had to make a fucking war out of it.
look at Ike mad as shit. This is your fault, CEO. Because guess
No, I,
what?
I
She
was going to
already
ask
pitched.
Finley some
Oh,
shit
no,
that
no, no. Hold on,
undermines your
bro.
investments.
Hold on, bro. So she already pitched her idea to Brad, which is basically other groups are getting funding,
I
leverage those
started to.
groups. And he already heard it and he already responded,
He did not
right?
respond.
Oh, Brad, did you hear
That
her?
wasn't
Oh,
all I
he's on the
said.
line. He's
Thank
on the
you.
He's on the phone. Anyway, so you notice Alaska doesn't mind interrupting. She just doesn't want anyone interrupting her. And she doesn't mind utilizing like fucking
Interruptions are
social.
fine.
She
Interruptions are
doesn't
fine. It's
she
the
doesn't
respect
mind.
concrete. You are so
Well,
bitchy to all the women. It's
I don't
ridiculous.
respect hypocrites. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. And apparently anyone with a vagina.
I don't respect blatant hypocrites. And
Yeah, okay, concrete.
unfortunately, there is a prominence of it in women such as yourself. And so that might be the reason, right?
And also
Because you have a
thin dick men
that's
like you. Yeah,
because you
it's
have a
crazy.
shitty
Crazy.
culture. Because you have a shitty culture, it might be the case that you are, um, you know,
More astute with
more
finances.
more
Yeah, yeah. Says the man who's like
more
so
lambasted than
who has like a
others.
boner for talking about Jewish fucking bullshit, right?
Sorry that bothers you. Sorry
Says
if that
you.
bothers you.
It's the Jews.
What?
Can't
He
be
that
me.
concrete said some
Literally
shit
him all
about
the
the
time.
people that are Jewish. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's like
I'm sorry,
obsessed with
Brad didn't
Jewish
accept your.
conspiracies. It's really strange.
I'm sorry, Brad didn't listen to your stupid advice,
Hey, Finley, I
Alaska.
got a question for you when these guys are done with this shit.
What's up, Ike?
Because it's back to our earlier conversation about Congress ceding power to the executive branch, right? That now can be utilized, right? And I was
I take that
wondering,
back, Alaska. It wasn't stupid advice. It was
I
very good,
You
basic
didn't even
advice
you didn't
I was
hear
that
what
I'm
I
sure
said
he
because I
already
didn't
heard
get to
about
finish.
before.
Didn't get
I
to
was
finish.
I'm
wondering
sure he already
if
thought
you
about it.
thought
But
Huh?
say
that
it
Well,
again. Say it
Congress
again when
should
he's off the phone.
no, not
have all
like
that
you didn't even hear what I said,
all these
concrete. So can you
He
shut
upheld
the fuck
said
up?
seatings of.
there's groups that are already getting
Shut
this
the
money.
fuck
You
up.
should
We'll
like
get to the
deal with
question
those
later.
groups that are already getting the money.
Because it undermines
That's not
the
the
I kind of
question.
Security and
wanted to
Exchange
circle back
Act of
to Ike.
1933.
Not what I said.
Basically, what I'm doing is this, right? Way back when the argument had to do with constitutional law, what's constitutional? That was an hour ago. I'm kind of circling back because I was just detailing out what the 9 points are where Congress had ceded laws to the executive branch, of which only one has been knocked down. And I just wondered whether or not Finley thought that Trump could both utilize those seedings of power and then whether or not he should try to give Congress back, right? Or if Congress should try to take back these seatings of power, even though SCOTUS has upheld them, they're nonetheless seatings of power from Congress. And that Article One, where was that article? I got all that down. Right, says that Congress can't seat this power. Article One, Section One, where are my glasses? Section One, yeah, Article One, Section One. Right, doesn't it says that the powers of Congress cannot their core decision making cannot be moved, right? And you know how Rand Paul brought that up. I'm just kind of wondering what you think about this deep, 1928, starting like 1928, even a case back in 1813 as kind of the initial break of where the separations of powers. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that kind of deep session and seating of power from Congress
So
and what could be done
so
about it.
so if I'm understanding correctly, you're on one hand saying, one, should the president cede the power that they've given to the executive starting back when, or do they have the authority to do that? Is that where you am I understanding?
Yeah, meaning. Well, I'm kind of saying like, and I don't know where you argue, but if you were going back to a constitutional republic and Congress ceded power, which by Article One, Section One doesn't allow that to happen, nonetheless, it's gone to SCOTUS 9 times and 8 of them are upheld. What you think about the Article One, Section One being violated as a secession of branch powers? Like, what do you think about that as a historic disjunct in American law?
Dude, just say
Well,
that's
I don't.
fucked up, Mr. Finley. That's all you can
Well,
say, right?
I don't.
He's a
I don't
fucking
know.
lawyer.
So basically, what has happened with respect to like executive power, like the power not the party not in power has always challenged the power that the other power gave the president. Of course, the Supreme Court is not going to push back because the Supreme Court says, hey, look, so long as it doesn't violate the Constitution, if you're well within your rights to give them that power, you can give them that power. That's why they've shot it down most times, right? But I do principally believe that we have ceded too much power to the executive. Do I think that Trump should give it back? Well, yes. Do I think he will? No. If it wasn't Trump, do I think that president should give the power back? Yes. Do I think that president, whoever it is going to give it back? No. Why would I give up power? That that
Right.
that
Okay.
makes
Then the,
that
the
makes
follow up
zero political
question
sense.
then the follow up question that undermines the Securities Act that gives power for investments and then a second act that guards against fraud against that in 1933. If that one got pulled back, right, right, because then that would undermine modern investment theory, modern day capitalism. I'll just state that as a statement, not a question. Anyway, thanks.
I kind of wanted to circle back to, because I was looking into, like we had been talking about, the whole reason we got here was because Marshall brought up giving a fuck about the Constitution. And then I'm like, wait, Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Constitution, obviously. And then we get into this game where, like, well, laws are to be interpreted. Therefore, just because you're not following the Constitution doesn't mean you're not following the Constitution, because we can just redefine it to mean the president can do whatever he wants. And it's like, all right. But I mean, like, the main issue that I really feel like we can't ignore is like the Doge shit. Like, Doge, Congress has power of the purse. If the president can like just control how the government spends money, that means one person is controls the fucking government. At that point, you have a king. My issue is, and Brad said, Doge only cut budgets that were under the control of the president, but that's not true. Doge gutted the National Science Foundation. They froze NIH research grants.
The
They also
Dodd-Frank
slashed the
decision
USDA.
already. That's my point to you, Landy. That's why I brought it up.
No,
Was that the
here's okay.
Dodd-Frank decision that was already taken, given over to the president by Congress, right? Because of his actions, that particular act now allows Doge to come in, right? It's already got a basis.
Mm,
You just don't know this.
you're saying the
Yeah, but
implications of a
Luca,
particular act. But here's,
Luca.
I
So,
feel you. I'll just
well,
respond to
go
what
ahead,
he
go ahead,
said with
go ahead.
this. And my thing is this, and this is where it's convenient for us to ignore the spirit of the law. right? We know the spirit of the Constitution was never, when it was written, was never to let the president just do all this shit, right? So, like, that's my point. Like, I understand that people will have legal frameworks and rationale to justify their bullshit, but I'm just pointing out what the Constitution means and acknowledging that Donald Trump isn't following it and doesn't give a fuck about it. Now, you can do a tap dance and try to justify how we got here, but that's insincere and that's bullshit.
Yeah,
Whatever, it's
but
established.
Luca, to be fair, like the 30s was when we really started to expand the executive powers, right? That was under FDR. We dramatically expanded. That's why, again, when I'm talking about the, our federal government, that's why I'm heavily critical of it in general. Because remember when Biden used what the COVID, essentially used a COVID emergency to freaking forgive student loans. Like that crap was not constitutional, and a lot of people that supported him didn't scream it was unconstitutional, right? They supported him and said he should be able to do that. That's my issue. My biggest issue is that the party in power and those that support the president's actions are going to, of course, ignore the Constitution or make this loose constitutional argument in favor of the bull crap that they're pushing forward. When what we should be doing is putting a demand on Congress to simply do your freaking job. Because guess what? Biden could have simply just asked Congress to freaking pass a law and do the same thing. But we're moving further and further away from that. And what I'm watching presidents do, right, is as Congress becomes more and more lazy and inactive, they're just saying, I'm gonna govern by executive order. And again, depending on the president and depending on what they're putting forward, people are gonna support it if that's the president that they like. That is the principal issue. And so I wish people would stop this. That's why when Brad when Brad illustrates correctly that this was done under this president, that was done under that president, I always push back and say, look, all you're telling me is, well, this guy violated the rules, right, or stretched the rules. That means this next guy can do it, and that's the problem. That's why I don't do these deep dives on who's doing what, because they all do it. They freaking all do it.
I mean, you're right. You're not wrong about it. I think that I'm looking at like
Dang,
the
Luca,
go
that's
ahead.
correct. Holy shit. I was researching what you were saying. I thought it was legal. I guess it's not legal.
I
What
mean,
Doge
and
did.
all I'm yeah. So like my thing is like when you because obviously when the founding fathers were creating the country, they were trying to avoid having one person be like, I control all the money, therefore you got to do what the fuck I say. They were literally trying to get away from that. So it's like, yeah, and I can see what you mean, Mr. Finley. This is not a one side thing. You know what I mean? But I think it's certain unconstitutional acts are particularly alarming, especially like when you cut funding to programs and that leads to children dying in other nations, or like when you deploy the military and then you try to justify it, like you deploy the military against people who are protesting. Now we have that precedent, right? You know, so like,
No,
oh shit, we're
I agree.
protesting. What
I
if?
don't disagree. I agree with that.
So it's like, and then Brad and other people may try to justify, well, if you're protesting, then he can deploy the military because reasons. And then they bring up bullshit, and it's like, okay, you know what I mean? But this is what he's doing. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. Some actions are more alarming than others. Like using executive branch power to forgive student loan debts when all that shit should be free anyway. Sure, it's unconstitutional. I see what you mean. But
But
like, there's levels to this bullshit.
No, I understand there's levels to it, right? But that therein lies the problem, right? So if the police officer shoots the child abuser in the leg, right, before he puts him in cuffs, when the child abuser was unarmed and had his hands up, you're gonna say, oh, that's fine, right? But then when the police officer shoots the jaywalker in the leg, you know what I'm saying? That for some reason, I don't know, this is terrible because you wouldn't put a jaywalker in
No, I
handcuffs,
see
but
what
you
you
get my
mean.
point.
I
That
see what you mean.
you know what I'm saying? That's my problem. You have to stick to the principles. If you can stick to the freaking constitutional principles and be consistent, we don't have this freaking problem because it just gets worse and freaking worse and worse. And yes, I agree that the Republicans have ramped it up, right? But the Democrats, at least in my recent scope, modern scope of history, they started this crap. They started this crap with FDR.
FDR invented the middle class. But I see what you mean. I mean, and that's what's kind of like I understand certain things that the executive branch should have the authority to. Honest, like with the military, sometimes things escalate so quickly that you do need the president to be able to call a shot real quick. But I think that's why school is making the point that it should only be temporarily for like a number of days, right? Like 60 or something. So I think like the executive branch should have certain power. They're clearly blowing past it. And my criticism is of all the people that scream law and order. When we look at this president, he clearly doesn't give a fuck about the law. Like saying Donald Trump is following the Constitution is like if I rob a bank and then we stand in court and I try to reinterpret the laws so that I'm allowed to rob a bank. It's like, what the fuck? And then you want to say, like, well, he legally did it. He made the argument for why he can rob a bank. And it's like, dog, what the fuck? We know what the Constitution means. We know what the fuck you're not supposed to be doing as president, and you're doing it. Just because you made a
How,
legal argument doesn't mean shit to me. You know
how
what I
do you
mean?
I think that
how do you
depends
feel
on
how do you
who
feel about?
you support
I'm sorry, Miss
and
Lopez.
what you. I'm sorry. I think it depends on who you support and what you support. Because if you support that president and what they're trying to do, then you make reason in your head or make way for it in your head. Well, there isn't so much that I wouldn't put up with to get rid of this problem. Right.
Exactly, Miss Lopez. Freaking exactly. And I
Well,
was gonna
this
ask
is
Luca.
I
I was gonna
agree. You
ask
should be
Luca.
consistent.
I was gonna ask Luca. I was gonna ask Luca because I see it coming. Right. Pause. When the blue team takes over, right? And let's say that the blue team decides that they're tired of gun violence and they decide through EO they're gonna freaking put bans and limits on freaking guns, right? The blue team, I almost guarantee you, is going to cheer that president on. The red team's gonna scream bloody murder, but the blue team is going to freaking cheer that president on. Watch, it's gonna this pendulum is going to swing. It's going to swing. Watch.
I wouldn't support that. Also, I think like all of these executive orders and shit, like there will never be, like right now we're seeing massive executive orders to transfer wealth into the hands of the rich, right? You're never going to see an executive order that like does good shit for people because people don't finance campaigns, right? So like that's never going to happen,
Yeah,
right?
but
Like
there's
Elon
culture
Musk,
war stuff. There's culture war stuff that they will
well, only
do
the
to freaking
Republicans
appease.
wage a, only the Republicans are waging a culture war. Like they're the
Gamers
ones
have
complaining
culture
about
wars
trans.
too.
What culture war issue are the Democrats pushing? I'm literally just asking you.
The queers.
The freaking well,
transgender.
yeah, the
Transgender.
transgender
Okay, now
and
let me ask you a
immigration.
question though.
Wait,
Okay,
and
hold up.
immigration used
Okay,
to be immigration used to be the blue like the anti-immigration that used to be the blue team's position 30
right.
years
So I
ago. The blue
guarantee you,
team was
I
the red
guarantee.
that took the different position.
So the problem with what we're saying right now is right. If we're talking about, let's take the trans issue. Kamala Harris, for instance, she did not really like her platform had nothing to do with trans people. Like it's the Republicans
Are
complaining
you
that your kids are turning gay and
crazy?
shit. I'm being so
No,
serious
no,
at this
no.
Yeah,
point.
Bro, that's one of the
He's
things that
saying,
sunk her
hold
ship.
on, hold on.
that's
No, no,
literally
no.
what's one of the things
But,
that sunk the ship.
but here's what he's saying, okay? What sunk her ship was they found an old clip of her talking about it and played it over and over again. It is one of the greatest political ads ever. But he's correct. It was not part of her agenda during the campaign. She just ended up reacting to it because of something she said many years ago.
Right. So
But
it's the Republicans
CEO.
looking for the culture
C-
war. They're
Yeah, no,
looking for the
I
CEO,
can't
culture
believe
war.
I'm saying this, but
CEO, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
he's
question,
actually
CEO.
right though.
Let me ask you a question, CEO. What is a woman? Remember that question asked of a freaking certain Supreme Court justice that could not
Yes,
answer it?
yes.
That literally
No,
is a blue
I
team issue.
agree. I agree with you 100%, but that wasn't her agenda. Do you see what I'm
That's
saying? That was not her
irrelevant.
proactive agenda.
Wait a
That's all
minute
I'm
though,
saying.
but you're
CEO.
trying
Like
to
no, but
bring up what is a
sincerely
woman.
follow
It
this
got
point though.
hung around
GA,
her
watch.
neck
Like
because
CEO,
she
watch
said
this.
something stupid.
Even the problem with what Mr. Finley just pointed out is Republicans brought it up. Like no one was trying to talk about trans people or what a woman is until Republicans brought it up
No, Luca.
because they knew they would get conservative. Like no one was talking about trans people and that bullshit. Conservatives were like, I want to have a culture war. Let's talk about trans people.
Okay,
That's that
let
question,
Jay
Yeah,
Mr.
now,
go.
Finley.
now where
Let
she
Jay. Let
failed was she
wait. Hold on.
didn't
Come on,
address it
CEO.
accurately. That's
Yeah,
all.
let. All right. I'm after Jay.
No, Conquer, you go ahead. I'll be after you, man. I'm chilling. I'm
No,
just.
it's fine. You can go ahead. I don't want you to miss your thought.
Oh no, I'm not, bro. I'm rolling up right now. Go ahead.
Ah, fuck. Anyway, now I gotta remember my
You
goddamn
say
thought.
rolling up? That what you said, Kevin?
Yeah, it's crazy. On camera, live on camera. Anyway, so CEO mentioned the point that I was going to get to, and you can't say it's not a part of her agenda unless she like vehemently rejects it and says that was the old me, this is the new me. If it's a continuum of ideology, then it's a part of her agenda, whether explicitly or not, right? Because that's what I think you're appealing to, some sort of explicit declaration. And I think there was enough of a let's say an acceptance such that it is their agenda. There is no pushback.
Okay, let's fix the word. It wasn't something she was intentionally prioritizing. Can we agree on that?
That just means that it's your cousin that you aren't proud about being in your family, but he's still a part of your family.
Yes,
You're
sure,
acknowledged.
sure.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. You gotta
Yeah,
stand on
that's fair.
business.
That's fair.
I mean, to be fair with the conversation, it was a part of her agenda. It's just she didn't campaign on it. That wasn't one of her primary focuses based on what she wanted to do. She just responded to the questions that were brought up of her past based off past statements and brought them up to date, therefore making it a part of her agenda and campaign the moment she started responding. Quite
But this,
frankly, she shouldn't have responded to any of those questions in regards to her old statements, anyway, in my opinion. Because I do think when they started to dredge up her past, that's what hurt her. She should have just kept it pushing and ignoring them and
yeah,
speaking on her campaign.
yeah, and there's a couple of things that are showing up now. So one, even on the Democratic side, only 37% of Democrats think that the DNC has strong leaders right now, and only 19% of the entire country does, right? And then second, even Democrats believe that there's too much emphasis on the transgender issue. So at this point, we're even losing their own party on these topics.
I mean, even right now, I can say
No.
this as someone who's part of the Young Democrats of America. Even within our own party, there are currently strifes because the younger generation wants to get into politics, but we're being told to get in line. Even in Georgia, with the Georgia Young Democrats of America versus the national base of the party in itself, we were told when a younger individual wanted to run for Jordan Cooper's seat in Augusta, Georgia, to get in line. That is not his time yet. That's another reason why I believe that my party sadly is going to lose a lot of people is that we're not prioritizing and we're not pushing the younger generation who want to be involved to get involved and to stay involved. So a lot
Yeah,
of people
but
want to switch
why
over to another party.
why would you take the risk of having a young whippersnapper try to, let's say, win a campaign versus an old dog? The young whippersnapper just fucks up horribly, like crashes and burns. Why? Because he had some sort of like political faux pas, some landmine he stepped in that he didn't see coming, that the old dog would have seen and would have avoided, right? I think that's what I think would be one of the reasons if I was in that structure, I would say, hell no, little nigga, you got to get some wisdom under your belt because you are liable to do or say some shit that'll fuck the whole party up for at least a cycle. That's what
Well,
I think is a
I can
concern. What do you
see
think
I can
about
well, I
see
that?
the
can
value there.
understand that
Yeah,
though,
but concrete
Concrete.
another.
The only issue with that is that if they were given support or if they were given the backing of the base with mentorship and guidance during their campaign, like they do for individuals who are older. For instance, Jordan Cooper, when he first ran 2 years ago in Augusta, he has never been involved in politics before in his life. But guess what? The base in Georgia, the Augusta Georgia Democrats branch, assisted him, give him guidance, told him what to watch out for every step of the way along his campaign.
You know what's so crazy?
Yeah,
That's a
We
so
don't have. Well, let me just say this real quick. We don't have that culture. We have a different culture because it made me think about how young Martin Luther King was and how he was the figurehead, right? Because that culture, you listen to your elders. Can you imagine a young nigga with popping this shit and he got people telling him what not to do? Are you out of your mind if you don't get
well,
the
so
fuck from around
concrete.
me, Unc?
So concrete. Here's the thing right now, right? So just think for a second if you're Gen Z. What have you witnessed in your life? So you saw Obama as president, like, oh, a black man as president. Wow, this is like almost normal to me, right? And then you get Trump, and you get this level of divisiveness. And whether you're for Trump or not, one thing we can all admit is that like he's not a cuddle buddy. Okay, so you've got a lot of divisiveness in politics, and so this is causing Gen Z, because of social media, to get more politically engaged at a younger age than any other generation in history. You are not going to be able to stop that. So you have two choices. Choice number one is you mentor them, right? And you try to help them with that maturity faster. Our choice number two is what the Democrats are doing right now, and you try to deny them. The problem with denying them is that they end up getting angry and they will take you over anyway. But instead of being mentored, they're going to be much more radical, much more vengeful, and they're coming for you.
I mean,
Listen,
Pause.
yeah,
So,
listen,
people.
so,
listen.
so,
Sorry, Philly.
so real quick. So I saw this, and that's the problem. It's the fact that not only do the OGs gatekeep the offices, they think they belong to them. They're not willing to even freaking mentor and train. I drew the ire of a congresswoman. I will say her name, Whitmore, because she can go to hell to me. Right, she's dead to me now. I did a radio interview with this woman when I was freaking fresh out of freaking law school, and all the only comment I wouldn't aim the comment at her. All I said was that elected officials act as if they own the seats, and they're not willing to prep and prepare to pass the baton. I wasn't aiming that at her. She took that as a shot at her, and this woman did not speak to me and cold shouldered me and would not take my calls anymore in DC, wouldn't take meetings, and told her staffers not to talk to me, right? Because of that comment. And that showed me what one of the biggest problems are on the particularly on the blue team. And to CEO's point, he's right. They're shutting off all these young people. They're pissed off because not only are they mad at legislation, they feel like they're detached, and they're just pissed off. And now they're going to practice the vengeful mutiny instead of let's work together to do right. And that's not good for the party at all.
And I can say this too, as
Because
someone who lives in Georgia. It's like I see Miss Finley just pointed out. If
You live in Georgia?
Yeah, I live in Atlanta,
I'm
but
sorry to hear that. Oh shit. All right, go ahead.
yeah, I was about. What you mean you sorry to hear that? Atlanta lit. Anyways, I'm probably gonna move though soon. I do understand why you said that. I can't even lie.
Ratchet,
Um,
ratchet.
yeah, no, but like, so for instance, right now in Georgia, because they keep pushing individuals away, the young Republican Party of Georgia, and just the Republican base in general in Georgia, are accepting them with open arms. It might sound crazy because I know how some of us like to view Republicans. I'm a Democrat myself, but I've seen it in real time. Individuals who went to Young Democrats of Georgia's meetings now are attending the Young Republicans of Georgia's meetings and are getting leadership positions and are being mentored by Republicans in Georgia versus that on the Democratic side. So I'm
I
just saying,
gotta give you that. That's a fact. Like, didn't
Yeah,
that
and we
meth
and we
head
just
let a bunch of
saw and what we just saw this week, and this is very important. There is no way in the world Mamdani should have beat Cuomo by the margin that he did. That was absolutely ridiculous. But that is the younger generation rebelling against the older.
They pissed.
Yeah, and I think the Republicans are better at working with the youth, though, in a way, because even if you look at like when that meth head was in charge of Doge and he hired like 15-year-olds to do illegal shit, you know what I'm saying? Like they're platforming young people, they're putting young people in positions. And even Donald Trump, the way he campaigned, he went on podcasts, right? He talked to Joe Rogan. You know what I mean? Like he was putting himself in a position to be heard by young conservative men and women in a way that the Democrats don't. And I think like the
Look,
ultimate problem is there's
sorry. Go ahead.
well, well no,
Go
I
after
mean
you. I'll go after
I
you.
feel like I feel like the ultimate problem is just like there's money in politics, right? It's like if Kamala Harris's campaign is funded by fossil fuel industries, she'll say she understands global warming. 8 years will go by and she'll never do shit about it. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing. It's like the problem with the Democrats is like they don't even really disagree with the Republicans on anything that matters because they're all paid by the same people, right? That's why. You dig what I'm saying? I'll leave it there.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I want to hear what you said. I just wanted to make sure nobody else skipped my spot, because niggas, you know how niggas is. Anyway, not speaking to any one of y'all niggas. It's just the way it is. I'm not, no hate. Anyway, so I don't know about the inner workings of these systems. I worked on one political campaign back in the day. It seemed a very helter-skelter. It was a Democratic campaign. It was gubernatorial, and it was a lot of young people. It was a lot of young people because it was let me just say that it was a lot of young people, but it was also seemed very confusing, at least from where I sat. I wasn't like in the inner workings. I was on the periphery helping out a friend who was actually on the inside. So I don't know. But what the one thing I think we have two different cultures. Dems have a culture and Republicans have a culture. If I were to guess, the Republican kids that go to work in politics are servants. The Democratic kids who want to be bosses. I feel like that is just a cultural disposition, and you can't have people who are new to the game trying to lead. There's too many unknowns that they don't even know. And I'm gonna use this as your example as a Finley, as an example on the other side. You're saying how she reacted, but I'm saying why she reacted. And had you understood how sensitive these niggas are and cliquish, you might not have said that, right? And you definitely won't say it again, because it could be misunderstood and it'll close some doors. So that's just one lesson probably amongst 1,000 that need to be learned to navigate human beings with power. And that's the issue. That's really what it is. Human beings with power is who wants to fucking live there and trying to like cajole and coerce and appease and negotiate. Man, it's tough.
Concrete. Can
So
I
so
ask you a
go
question?
ahead. Real quick. Clark, in an attempt to dox you, whose gubernatorial campaign was this?
I had to stop short.
So, concrete. Here's the thing, right? I think you're criticizing it because they lost. If they won, you wouldn't do it. I think the same critique could apply to Donald Trump, right? He was a newbie in the political field. He didn't have any like political legs to stand on. He won, so people just don't like talk about this in that way. Wouldn't you agree?
I just wanted to comment on who was talking about the mayoral race. Like the ranked choice voting, yeah,
Nobody gonna answer his question.
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
We try our best to ignore him.
No, Chaos, I'm sorry, or Matt, whoever was going, I didn't hear
That
you.
that was
All right, my
chaos.
fault, Brad.
I didn't hear the
Chaos,
rest of
what
the
was your
question either,
question
chaos.
again? Say it
I
again.
didn't hear the rest of it either. Go ahead, chaos.
Thank you, Concrete. Some dumbasses
Okay.
who should be dumb should just stay dumb and not
Just
engage.
ask the fucking
Um,
question, bro.
yeah, bro, I'm not talking about you, AK. Don't take the strays, bro. You're not the one I'm talking about, bro. So Concrete. The question I asked was, I think your critique is because they lost. If they won, you wouldn't be talking about this. I think the same critique can apply to Donald Trump because he wasn't like politically as savvy as you would say. He wasn't grandfathered in. He came in as an outsider. He won as an outsider. You can't like this critique doesn't apply to him because he won. I think it's not about the experience or about being an outsider. It's about like winning or losing. Once you lose, you can like, armchair quarterback and say, "Hey, they could have done this or that. But this is why they lost." But if you win, I don't think it actually like matters at that point because you won.
All right,
Yeah, I
chaos. Hold
think
on,
that
concrete. Right, chaos. What you mean by I don't know what you're talking about? What does that mean?
What are you talking about?
Oh,
Oh, the
okay. Go
one
ahead,
oh yeah,
concrete.
yeah, yeah.
AK, you looking for a fight, bro?
Nah,
Nah,
because
Like,
I cleared the
he's
stage
squared
for him,
up.
concrete, and then he
just
kind of gave
chill.
me a little
No,
jab. That's why I
no,
was
no.
like,
He said
AK,
don't
that
take
was
the.
not for you,
No, he
AK.
said don't take the
AK,
strays.
yeah, don't
all
take
right,
the
all
strays.
right,
It's
He
not for you,
wasn't
AK.
talking
It's not for
about
you.
you. He wasn't. What he said is he wasn't talking about
all
you.
right. I'm defensive. My fault. I
It's
apologize,
all
That's
good.
chaos.
It's
that.
all
That's
right.
that's them Timberlands, fam. Loosen them up, fam. Loosen up them Timberlands.
Yeah. Plus, he probably got rap music
Y'all
in the
spending
back.
too much time, bro. Come on.
He probably got rap music in the back where he couldn't hear him clearly. Fuck them hoes, pussy ass nigga. I'm
Yo,
gonna shoot you in the dead.
Yo,
Yeah,
Concrete,
he
he
got
just
the
need
wrong
look,
energy.
yo, Concrete, he just need just a few R&B songs on his playlist, fam. You know what I'm saying?
That's
That's
all I
all I
do is
request.
R&B,
Exactly.
nigga. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, you
Exactly.
need some Luther Vandross in your mix,
I
dog.
know
Those
you're
would
not
be
talking about
killers,
music,
man.
nigga. Shut up and listen to your kids
Oh,
bop, nigga.
I ain't talking about music. Okay.
I just wanted to comment to the mayoral race. Like, there's a couple things to consider. I know, like, progressives are like, "Oh, socialism is going to work." Look at this latest election results. First things, I think Cuomo's still going to run it as an independent, and New York has a closed primary system. So while yes, the guy did it through ranked choice voting and won out because of a push, I don't think Cuomo has enough to come up and catch. Even if the votes switch over, I really don't know how far away the gap is, but probably not there. And since Cuomo conceded, it will pretty much say that this guy's in top. However, there's a carve out to this. New York does not allow independents or other candidates to vote. You have to be a registered Democrat to vote in the primary, despite the fact that this wasn't like a massive turnout for a Dem primary. It wasn't record shattering. It wasn't even close. And so I would be cautious about this reprieve because his anti-Israel sentiment in New York City, of all fucking places, is going to come in backlash. And let's not forget, over the past few years, New York has hemorrhaged fucking Republicans. And, well, I think the Republicans actually gained some, but it's not anything significant. But Democrats have actually hemorrhaged candidate parties, or at least party action by individuals. And those independents are going to swing that vote. And you'll watch a difference in the campaign now. Aside from the little performance that you watched during this primaries, I wouldn't rule Cuomo out because financially and on Wall Street, he's still a bigwig, and they still liked a lot of his policies as governor, and he still got a lot of backing. And again, he didn't condemn Israel, and so a lot of the Jewish community in there that holds a lot of power and a lot of sway over New York, they're going to come out and they're going to fund whoever that is the opposite of whatever this guy's name is, and they're really not going to show up in massive ways. I would really be shocked to see this guy win in New York City, uh, with all of his rhetoric that's going on, especially with stabilization of rent control, which is currently ongoing in New York City anyway. So he's just talking out his ass, and also saying he's going to hike up the minimum wage to $30 an hour to try to garner votes, which that'll never pass. So his rhetoric is really just targeted young people who showed up, but they're not the primary constituency that's going to vote in that election. And the real power players haven't come out. So it'll be interesting to watch what happens now going forward.
So it's going to be Curtis Silva, the Guardian Angels dude, the current mayor, and this guy whose name I cannot pronounce. Those are the three
Cuomo
candidates, in
also
my
said
understanding.
he'll run as independent, Vinny.
Okay, so it's going to be four. Okay. I'm just trying to lay out who the candidates are going to be.
But
Wait,
don't
his
you
name is
guys
Finney now?
consider? Don't you? I believe that's Mr. Finley. I think. Don't you think like the has is anyone worried about like campaign finance reform? Because I'm listening to what Brad said, right? And one thing that you mentioned that is valid and true is that okay, if certain people don't like what you're doing, they can just pay into someone else's campaign, get them more exposure, and because of their access to money, that corrupts the you know what I'm saying it corrupts the voting process, right? Like one of the and even Barack Obama mentioned this in his book, like super PACs. Like I can't personally give a politician $5 million, but I can give a super PAC $5 million, and that super PAC can run ads for that politician. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you can't even be a politician if you're not in the company of millionaires, which means like the average person will never be able to truly influence politics in a meaningful way, right?
Never
Like,
say never. You might have one or two here that kind of squeak through, but never say never. But no, I'm being
Not the
sarcastic. You're
presidential
absolutely
though.
right.
Not the presidential, Mr. Finley. You can definitely do the local ones, but I don't think that's a possibility in the
And I think
presidential
your
Oh no,
local
race.
ones, I think your
yeah,
local
presidential was
ones would
out
have
the
to be
question, or
smaller than
Congress.
You'd have to go smaller than New York City, Chicago, L.A., Houston, Dallas.
Oh
Like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
you'd have to hit somewhere like fucking, I don't know what's a city in Nebraska, Cornhole, USA, or
Omaha,
something. Yeah, you'd have to hit
Omaha,
something like that.
or Des Moines. Yeah, I think that's a possibility there. I think you could definitely do the door to door, do the
Lincoln,
traditional Lincoln,
man, I
Lincoln,
mean, you
Nebraska.
might be able to become the dog catcher or some shit, but you're not getting into Congress. without sitting down with like the fossil fuel industries and the military industrial complex. And this is why, Brad, nobody's taking away the power of the president to deploy the military, because they're all paid by the military industrial complex to fucking let war happen so they can sell weapons. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, of course they're gonna be like, oh shit, we can't figure out why we can't stop going to war. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's obvious. Your campaign is financed by the people you pretend you don't like. So it's like, I believe that like campaigns, there should be a tax levied, and campaigns for government, you should get enough signatures on a petition that allow you access to public funds that fund your campaign,
There
right? And
is
each
though.
candidate,
Look at the. Kane, there is though. If you
but I
file your
think that
taxes,
you
there
should
is one.
eliminate. Okay, go ahead.
So sorry. There is an option. When you're filing taxes, there is this one option where I think you can donate to like a third party candidate. I don't think anybody uses it
Oh,
though.
well, no, man, no, fuck that. What I'm saying is the way that a campaign should be financed is there should be a fund that is collected through taxes. And if you get enough signatures, you can access those funds to fund your campaign. But then that means you're funded by taxpayers and funded by the people. If you fucking are getting millions of dollars from the fossil fuel industry, we'll never stop burning oil. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, I feel like the key, the solution to all of our problems is just campaign finance reform.
That's all
Matt,
FEC law.
Campaign finance
sorry to
Um,
reform
interrupt.
and getting rid of lobbyists in their current form. I believe in lobbyists, just not in their current form.
I think
So I'm
there's a
going to say
variety of
this.
different ways you can enter in, right? There's a variety of ways you can become a candidate. But I don't think, like, for example, you can start off with, being a politician somewhere like low level, somewhere in the city, and you can grow from there. But it will take time. It takes some type of correlation between the way you characterize yourself and what you really do within, I don't know, the context of where you're at, like your city, for example. And then you grow from there with your reputation, and people will start to support you, and you will grow. But then you have millionaires who don't know shit about politics. They get backing by other millionaires in terms of supporting them and their ideology, and then they enter in the race and don't know shit about politics whatsoever. And that's a different way you can enter in, being like a candidate as a president. And I think, like, for me, the bottom is like everybody talk about politics, but not many really get into the workings of it. Like, people sit back and talk about mentoring people, right? But what do you know about politics to mentor even kids? Like, this two-party system has been going on forever, and people have been going back and forth between these two-party systems. And we have sustained society in such of a way, but the shit is falling apart, and we need some type of reform. Who here wants to be a leader? Who here? And I'll
me,
tell
me,
you.
me, 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 me.
Well, I'll
Oh,
tell
me,
you
me.
one thing. I'll tell you one thing that a leader has to have to be a good one, and they have to care. Nobody really fucking cares, right? And
That's a
that's the
fact.
point.
That's not a fact.
So
Now,
two things.
I'm just going to
None
say
of
the
y'all
Can I
Federal
go
niggas
after Ike?
Elections
care.
Committee,
Okay,
the FEC,
I'll go after Ike.
right? You have to set up a corporation for your campaign, and then you set up a committee corporation. These are both corporations. Those are allowed to receive donations. This is kind of an AWOC response, right? Meaning that the popularity that you want there to be a set aside amount of money that can be accessed if you get signatures. Getting signatures is also part of running for president. You have to have some from every state, but as far as acquiring money, you have to already have people that are willing to donate. And granted, yeah, you get more people running for president, like 2,000, 1,700 people run for president this last round, right? And maybe you got like five of them that are making a lot of money. You'll still never hear of them. And then you got the front end people, right? Then you got the people that are actually the big dogs that are getting the PAC money in. But it's still a grassroots donation through and to your corporations. And then accepting PACs versus super PAC money. It's all laid out in FEC policy.
Yeah, but the
Matt,
problem is the policy.
wait,
But go ahead,
wait.
Cass.
Matt, check the chat. I have something for you on the chat. And then Tim, did you see my private about the other company, the Courtyard.io? I'm not sure if you saw that one. Uh, I just want to say those things before the conversation went away.
Yeah, man. I just feel
Thank you,
like,
Chaos.
oh, I feel like we're in a room. I don't know if we're in a room full of people that are being serious. If like say we're sitting down at the table, and I know your campaign was financed through millions of dollars from the fossil fuel industry. When we come to talk about, passing legislation to reduce pollution, you got $5 million given to you to not give a fuck, right? So sometimes it's really not that complex. People are being paid to have opinions and pass laws, right? We have to stop that. You know what I mean? Like,
We won't be able to stop it when those same politicians will pump fake us with a freaking culture war that'll distract us from the real issues. And then those same people writing the checks write commercials and do these PR campaigns to back those culture wars. Because remember, not only do they write checks to the politicians, right, for the culture wars, and the culture wars kind of double down, they own the social media platform. They're partners with the people that own social media platforms and all the news outlets. And so it's kind of you're being hit from every which way but loose with respect to these culture wars, which is one of the reasons why I used to read a lot of the freaking local news, but it's freaking most of the local news is owned by freaking conglomerates now. And even the local news has been freaking infiltrated. So you can't get away from the propaganda. It's an uphill mountain climb at this point with no oxygen equipment
Go
or
ahead
no
and say
equipment.
it, Flanders. Go ahead and say it. It's all right.
Say what? You want me to say
Oh,
that? Oh, I'm sorry. It's the Jews' fault. Did I say it
it's
right?
not Lion's fault. Lion didn't do shit.
you
Did I
feel
say it right,
better?
Lion?
Yeah, you feel better now?
No, because I
Finally
don't I
said it
don't
out
believe
loud.
what I don't believe that. That's not what I'm saying.
Look, I don't
Oh,
think
give it some more time,
so.
then.
The
He'll come around.
solution is to limit human interaction. Now, if we as a country, with the advent of AI, said develop a policy that's best for the country, with obviously tax inputs, the government's budget inputs, whatever is in their coffers, so on and so forth, we could just get that to spit out. And then boom, that's what we vote for, that's what we implement. And it's over. But that takes, like, the reason why we got a shitty system is because of us, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have the intestinal fortitude to push back at the minority that's controlling us.
No, it's because
Go
it's
Because
go ahead
fucking
and say it
complex.
concrete. Go
It's
because
ahead and say
overly
it concrete.
complex.
because they tickle our fancies, because we have egos and delusions of grandeur, right? And because but those delusions of grandeur are responsible for innovative products and people doing the unthinkable, right, in a good way. So I don't know, man. It's tough. It's tough. How you can't
So
squash
I just typed into
You
human.
you got
ChatGPT.
more.
I
You
just
can't
typed into
squash human
ChatGPT about the best
desire.
policy.
Hold on one
The
second,
best
sir.
policy,
Hold on one second, sir. You can't
dude.
squash or limit the human imagination and to thrive, right? And you don't want it limited through an algorithm, which is to say, when we looked at you, bro, you don't have enough horsepower to go to college, or you got to do this, because that I guess is the slippery slope, right? Once we institute AI to determine our legislative agenda, then we could just keep using it to like do all kind of shit, command control theory. But yeah, central
So
command theory.
So again, like we did this experiment, I want to say a month ago, and we typed in what would be the best outcomes to increase and production of agricultural goods coming out of the United States to quadruple them, to basically bring us up. One of the answers that ChatGPT said would be to institute slavery. That was one of its answers. This idea to allow AI to dictate your policies, it's amazing to me that people don't want to think. I imagine being somewhere in any of the lands historically, the philosophers that we follow, the artists, and all of these wise people. And the sole creation that you have in life is, I'm just going to let something else dictate me. I don't know why people are so ready to bend their knees and bow down to something because they
What?
have a misguided use and say AI can just make the policy that'll better America and go through. Like I'm not that kind of cuck, and I never would allow somebody to put me on my knees or let alone a computer
What the
to make
fuck are
me
you
a slave.
talking about?
May I offer a perspective that,
It's
because
crazy.
Brad, I can see kind of the reason why I feel like AI shouldn't be okay. Like, look, AI is a AI is going to do what you told it to do. It's almost like when you call customer service and they're like, "We can't help you. We don't know shit." It's like, bruh, yes, you do. It's like if you program the AI to do bullshit, that's what's gonna happen, right? So like if you say let AI be in charge, you're just letting a person be in charge, right? They just told the robot how to think. You know?
I'm actually
So
in
it's
a
like,
I saw.
I'm in agreement with Brad here. I came to that conclusion years ago that the only time that America was thriving, obviously, is when they were getting free labor. The most expensive part of any product is the labor component. And if you can get free labor or the cheapest labor you could possibly can, you would eventually rule. It's just money going from one hand to the other. There's nothing else. You can't beat that. So AI
Oh,
is correct.
automation
But
beats
Wait,
it.
wait,
but
wait, wait.
but
America.
the
What?
but 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 the moral component is that slavery sounds bad. It leaves a nasty, filthy uh, taste and stain on the face of niggas like Nathan. They just don't want to be
Nate
treated
didn't
like
even
that.
do shit, bro. All right, bro.
That's all I had to say. Go right ahead now. You can jump in, Mr. Pilot.
No, no, I wasn't. I'm not gonna.
I'll
I'm not
jump
gonna
in
jump
and
into.
say
I'm not gonna jump
automation
into that.
offsets labor by
I'm not gonna
vast
jump into
vast
that comment.
amount.
I was gonna make a separate comment on the AI that Lucas but I'm going to pivot the conversation. I don't want to do that. I don't want to derail the conversation. Go ahead.
Well, shit. Go ahead and pivot. Just don't travel. I mean, fuck it.
Well, no, I just we because we're on another conversation. We were talking
Wait,
about
are we doing
um,
that though? Are we using AI to create policy though, Brad? I've never
we're
like
not.
heard
Yeah,
of it.
yeah, we're not. I don't think we are using the Adam Craig policy. We're basically talking about how campaign finance is bad. We're talking about how we started on talking about how the Democrats
Right, right.
are not passing the baton and preparing people. Concrete presented. What the hell?
Mods, can you take care of that, please? It's feedback.
Yeah, we don't. You don't usually mod
Somebody,
heavily, but at this
somebody said
point,
launch
you got
code.
to mod.
Hey, who is it? Like, which profile is it?
Comedian. It's comedian.
Comedian.
It's
Thank
like,
you.
bro, you don't like. That's how you know you're fucking stupid and bored as fuck. Like you don't even have shit to say. You just anyway, man. I feel like regarding regarding campaign finance reform, man, there was a study that comes from Dr. Martin Gaines from Princeton and Benjamin Page from Northwestern University, who analyzed 1,800 U.S. policy decisions over 20 years, and all of those policy decisions were in alignment with what the most wealthy Americans agreed with, right? So, like most, for instance, most Americans, whether you're Republican or Democrat, believe that there should be Medicare for all. Most Americans, regardless of whether you're Republican or Democrat, believe that you should have free access to public universities. These are the facts, these are the numbers. But do we have that? No, because most politicians are not financed by most Americans. And so this is the issue. Like, as
Go
long
ahead.
as,
Go ahead.
like,
Say it. Go ahead. Say it. It'll make you feel
I
better.
don't know, I'm just saying, like, as
Oh
long as you're
my
sitting at a
God.
table with somebody as long as you're sitting at the table to negotiate with someone who's been paid to not give a fuck what you say, they're going to do what they're going to do, right? So the
Yeah,
Democrats
and
and the
those people are
Republicans.
paid by who exactly? Go ahead. Say it.
So it would be super PACs, right? So like for
What
instance, a
what what
super
super
PAC,
PAC in particular? Go ahead. Say it. Go
each
ahead.
different politicians have different super PACs and different industries have different super PACs. So like for instance, let's say we're both truckers and
What's
we
the
believe,
primary one? What's the
iPod.
largest?
well, there's not one primary one. There are
Yeah,
there are
it is.
multiple super PACs.
Could you
What
Hey,
please
would you
allow
say
him
is
to
the
speak,
it's
primary?
the
please, and
biggest
thank
one
you.
in the land.
Anyway, go ahead, Ladislav.
The
The biggest one in
biggest one
Atlanta
in
is actually
Atlanta.
Nathan,
Elon.
please,
Is
I
actually
mean,
Elon
Lion,
Musk's
please
super
mute
PAC.
up.
Go ahead,
I
say it.
mean,
Wow.
The biggest one in Atlanta is actually Elon Musk's super PAC in terms of
No,
dollars.
that's not.
It
I mean,
is
for
actually.
years. I'm talking about
Actually,
for
that's not the
years,
biggest one.
for decades.
That's not the biggest one right now. It doesn't have the most money, and in fact, you can see that by the latest primary or election results between Kamala and Trump. I mean, even when pressed, they were like, she won. What did she? She got $1.5 billion. 1.5 billion.
that's crazy.
Right? Like, I mean, you can have her as your favorite, but just that, like, what was eye opening was Bernie Sanders going on Joe Rogan talking about that. He's like, Donald Trump, I'm upset with Elon Musk for giving Trump money. And it was like 200 million or whatever it was. But then Rogan said, well, how do you feel about the raising of $1.5 billion for Kamala Harris? And Bernie
That's
flipped.
not one super PAC though.
The majority of it was super PACs. That's
No,
the
no,
sad
I'm saying
part.
that that's not one super PAC. Was what I
Well,
was
I'm
saying.
not. You can take what you want to, but to Land's point, that's the fucking problem.
And if we can agree on that, then fuck it. You know what I mean? Because I'm saying it's a both sides issue anyway. You know, that's why. If we can hear, if you hear that what I'm
So
saying, if there's no
I
disagreement,
just
that's
Google I
fine.
just googled it real quick. I just googled it. What super PACs have the most money? And I don't have this is not the most recent data because I'm sure there's more, but this is 2024 numbers, into 2024 numbers. The number one is MAGA Inc. The number two is Preserve America PAC. Number three is America PAC. That's the Musk one, the Elon Musk one. So I thought he was number one. He's not number one. He's number three.
And he gave 290 million to Donald Trump's campaign. Like, so now understand this. If he gave 200, like if I know
Wait,
that you
wait,
gave
why'd you
me
stop right there?
200,
Why didn't you keep reading?
You said what, Lion?
Why'd you stop right there? There's one right after that one, 2024.
No, no. I'm reading. Well. Okay. So the next one it says Priorities USA Action. It's which is a blue super PAC. That's number four. 1630 Fund is a progressive PAC. I guess those are the top five. Top five
No,
super PAC.
well, so I don't know. Maybe it might be your internet
oh,
because
he's
mine
trying to
says,
find APAC.
yeah, mine says,
We
yeah.
already know
Oh,
he's going to find it.
look at you, look at
That's
you.
not
Yep.
what I'm on,
You
Lion.
knew,
I'm not on that with you,
you
bruh. But
knew,
I know,
you
nah,
knew.
bruh. I'm not
That's
with you on that,
amazing.
dog.
How
That's
much did
amazing. You guys
APAC
know this shit without knowing this shit.
donate?
That's amazing. All right, America Israel Public Affairs Committee in 2024 election cycle, the National Association of Realtors remain a top donor with 3.7 billion contributed.
God damn.
I mean, your point
No,
is,
no, no, no.
do
Wait, wait,
they
wait,
give
wait, wait,
money?
wait, wait,
Sure.
wait, wait, wait. No, 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 no.
Wait, so
In
they're the
2020,
top?
I think no, no. It says APAC has 51.8 million in contributions in this current cycle. I think Lion is
Oh,
probably
that's
looking
not
over.
shit.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's not number
Like
one.
Elon Musk
I
gave
think that might.
$290 million to Donald Trump,
Right.
and he's number three.
Yeah, but the APAC
Let me.
cosign is worth more. Worth more.
No, it's dude. Cosign
That's a
doesn't mean anything,
2020.
fam. It's how much money. It's the money. It's how much money you have, fam.
So no, 2024. Remember the year you said last year,
They did not
2024.
raise no. They did not raise no
So
few
other
billion
topics:
dollars by themselves.
National Beer Wholesaler Association, Credit Union National Association, and the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. In the 2024 election cycle, the National Association of Realtors remained a top donor with 3.7
National Association
billion
of Realtors.
contributed. Yeah. Other top donors include Blue Cross Blue Shield, American Crystal Sugar, and other national beer wholesalers.
Wait. I don't. What are you reading? Because I don't. I'm googling
This is
too,
the
and I don't.
AI. I was reading the AI overview. I just typed it in for 2024.
Well, what are you trying to set up
Is
though?
that
If you're
AI?
saying
Oh,
okay,
wait.
APAC,
What do you? What questions did you ask? What was your prompt?
Question was biggest super PAC donors of 2024.
And the AI overview said that APEC donated billions of dollars.
Uh, no,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
so if you,
Three
we
point
all
seven
have
million
AI.
total.
Just ask.
Million. M
yeah,
with the M.
I don't know if you know
Oh, a
this,
million ain't
Lion,
nothing. That's
but you can,
Million.
You
I'm
can
driving.
use the AI overview sources. There's like this little chain, kind of like the one I'm breaking in my PTR, and it'll link you to the sources that the overview is using. Okay, that might help when you're trying to communicate your misguided ideas.
Bro,
98% of
why
I
does this woman hate me so much?
hold
So
hold
Is
the
on
it
wait.
problem,
because
Finley, that you're using, and like what Tali pointed up, is sometimes that the AI, it takes those sources which are most prominent on the internet, or at least somehow or another an algorithm determined that these were acceptable in there. And the way and Land is right. The campaign finance laws are fucking there. Even the study that came out of Georgetown studying the FEC, yes, Republicans did receive more funding from not only wealthy billionaires and millionaires, but also on the average funds from donors. Like, and the results prove that in the election to say Kamala beat him. However, what Kamala raised, though, when you start to break it down, and even the study showed that was it was incredible that a candidate could raise in that time period $1.5 billion. Like that's just it's absurd. It's beyond like measure to ignore that fact. And he brings up a point is that the way the funneling of funds works, it's hard to pin it to one super PAC. You'd have to look at the over and start looking at where all these donations are coming from. And it's too big a minefield. There's too many loopholes in all the laws to go ahead and utilize this to the point, in fact, that we still have countries, Canada, England, and various other entities. You could throw Israel on there and someone's going to say it. They can even donate through various entities and backdoor fucking loopholes that exist in our finance system to go ahead and do this. And when they get caught, the campaigns rarely, if ever, give back the money. They don't have a problem with retaining those funds. So to me, it's just like Glenn's right. There is something wrong with the finances. I don't have the answer to fix it. I don't know how to do it. I would get away corporations as individuals. I would remove that, and I would remove the power of nationalized unions. Those two entities seem to have pushed us to the point now where it's just billions of dollars, and corporations pretty much rule the way, and people leave off the sugar lobbies and the medical industrial complex when they talk about the military, because the medical industrial complex, they buy all sides of the aisle. They own all sides, much more so than the military. They have the most money going in.
hey
Here's an
Flanders,
So to
interesting
be
stat.
so to be
click
clear,
the chat.
so to be
Click
clear,
the chat,
so to be
Jesus
Flanders.
Christ.
so to be clear, I'm not arguing about like how people are raising money. That's not what I'm arguing. Lion said that the number one super PAC was APEC, and I said that they're not, and that's what we were trying to figure out. And he was the
So
one
click
reading the AI overview. I wasn't.
click
Well, here's a
click
stat.
the chat. I clicked the chat. I just I put it in there.
Here's a stat. 98% of APAC endorsed candidates won their elections. So they may not
Wait,
give the
what's your
most
source
money,
on
but
that, brother?
their cosign is worth a lot
But Lion,
more.
even in your post that says $5 million, not billion. $5 million
Look who
is
look
pennies.
look
You clicked his link? You
yeah
brave
look
and bold. That's
look
crazy.
To be clear,
yeah
he did
I
say
don't
M as in million. He didn't say B as in billion.
yeah.
But
All right,
but it
so
but 5 million. But he
look at
said,
it look
but
at it look at it on both
his
sides. Look
his
That's
initial. Wait. His initial. Let me be clear when I'm talking about I'm challenging. He said they are the number one super PAC. I took that to
that's
mean
not
the
the case.
number one in terms of money, right? And then he gave an amount. He corrects. He said millions, and I'm saying $5 million does not make you the number one super PAC because I rank them based upon the money that they raise and donate.
That's
And
correct. That's a
I
nickel.
It's not about
and
the
yeah,
money.
The,
It's about the percentage, the rate and percentage of the people that they support. Do they get into office? And 98% of who they support get into office.
that's a
so
correlation causation.
the lines get
Yeah, that's a
blurred with
fallacy, though.
APAC.
That's a
Okay,
fallacy.
the lines get blurred with APAC when you have
Fallacy, fallacy.
other individuals who share similar positions to APEC that make large donations. And this is where people get fucking confused, right? You look at the Adelson family, who largely aligns politically with APEC's missions and goals. And in a 5-year span before he died,
from like 2015 to 2020, the patriarch of the family donated over $500 million. And then in this previous election
Sheldon
cycle,
Adelson, you talking about?
Miriam, what was that?
Is that Sheldon Adelson? Was that the patriarch?
I don't remember his name. It was the dad. I don't remember the name. And then his wife, Miriam, who's now the current owner of the Dallas Mavericks, she donated 100 million to Trump in this last election alone. But again, that's not APAC money, nor is it considered foreign money because they're American millionaires. They just are billionaires. They just so happen to
But
align with
they're
policies that are different.
Zionists.
But
Yeah,
understand the following though. Like, consider that if you saw the Tucker Carlson debate with Ted Cruz, which is basic, that shit was just watching a clubhouse debate between like
yeah, it
somebody
was.
who's on bullshit and somebody who's not stupid. You know what I mean? It's damn near like me arguing with AWOC. I'm
I
just playing,
can't believe
but
I
it's
freaking
like
agree with Tucker Carlson.
that's what
Me
the fuck I'm
Yeah,
saying.
too.
But
you
Me
really
but
should have
he they
watched
too.
this,
took they talked about
Lance.
AWOC. They
You
talked
actually should
about
have watched this.
APAC. They talked about APAC though, and that's where it became fucking obvious. Like, and to your point, Hagop, I believe you like and tracing the money is a funny ass game, but we know where your allegiance lies, bro. We know like you don't have to live in
That's the
Israel
point.
to be making to be making like to be making financial plays for them. So like technically APAC is not a entity of Israel. It's not controlled by Israel. It's Americans who have ideas that are in congruence with the state of Israel. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to act like or be anti Semitic because there are many super PACs. But just to your point, they try to
There
make
is
this
no,
trace the money
but there's
game. And
no
it's like, bro, we know you got paid to not give a fuck. We know you're paid to not give a fuck. And that's all that matters.
You muddy the waters and make your position weaker when you attribute the Adelson's investments, like Tucker was doing, and say, "Oh, all of that's APAC money," or like a lot of people do, where they say, "Oh, all of that's APAC money." No, right? And I disagree. I think um, certain PACs, super PACs, need to be like categorized as foreign aid or foreign funded, you know, donations. Right? They're foreign agents, be it APAC, be it the Turkish lobby, be it the Armenian lobby, be it the Venezuelan lobby, whatever it is, they need to be marked as foreign entities. Because that way, the American public, which the majority of them are retarded, can understand it a little bit easier and don't get lost in the weed and don't get like mixed up and muddy the waters of
100%.
people that have conversations, right?
Haga. They were supposed to register on the fora, but they didn't because JFK died. JFK actually that
Yes, that was
uh,
one of the things. It wasn't
JFK
just the
actually,
Jews, though.
huh?
It wasn't just the Jews he was after, though, because there was a lot of Russian money being funneled into the country at the time, too.
Well, I know the one for APAC. It wasn't called APAC at the time. I forget what it was called. American Jews for Israel, some shit like that, or something else.
But you
I
guys
forget.
are aware that the number one
Why is Brad
sponsor,
interrupting me?
but like you guys keep going down to Israel, the number
I
one
know, but
country that
why?
involves
Okay, but
black money into our
I
U.S.
was
politics
speaking, and you
system isn't
interrupted.
Israel.
Turkey.
It's not
Why
even
is it that?
close.
It's
Why is
Turkey.
that someone
It's
else can't
China.
speak without
It's
being
literally
interrupted?
fucking China.
Why is it that someone else can't speak without being interrupted?
Because you keep talking. You keep interrupting
I haven't
everybody else.
spoken for the last 2 hours, you stupid idiot.
Yeah, bullshit, motherfucker.
I
You
haven't.
dumb
I have
fucking
literally
idiot.
been taking care of my kid.
Yeah, I doubt that. Go be the nanny.
Mind you,
I doubt that.
no one's just saying Israel, by the way, Brad. I made it a point to make it clear that it's all of these countries that need to be identified as foreign agents. And
Correct.
it's not an argument to say that they're not allowed to be PACs. No, fuck it. If they want to donate, let them donate. Just, let the
No,
shit
but
come to
I
the
what
surface
the
of the
part
pool.
Well, every time
the
that
part
Brad
that
speaks,
like
I will make sure that I speak as well.
oh,
So,
okay, I can play that game with you all day long
well,
because
me, yeah, me
you're
too.
just
I'll
a
play it
dumb
all day
fucker.
long, my guy. Oh yeah, I'll play it
Yeah,
along
you're
too.
just too dumb.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like
yeah. You
China
too
did
dumb.
it. We had it with
You know,
Paul.
but what we were talking about again, Hag up?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you
Keep going, bro.
apologize like a real man, maybe I'll stop.
Brad,
No, I'm
you're
gonna
gonna do
smack you like the
Okay,
something
bitch
then
you
I'm gonna
different.
keep
are.
going.
I'm gonna smack you like the
All right, then
bitch
I'm
you
gonna keep
are.
going.
I'm just gonna keep
Yeah, yeah,
smacking
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm
yep.
gonna make you
Yeah, yeah,
drop
yeah,
to
yeah,
your
yeah,
knees
yeah,
and
yeah,
bark
yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah,
dog.
yeah, yep.
Proof. You
Cool,
did it.
Yep.
sweet,
Did it.
cool.
Can't
Yep.
be
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Go
Yep.
unslick
ahead,
at
take out the
all.
mic.
Yep. 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 Yep.
Cool,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
cool. Do it on the big mic.
What's
Cool.
up, Chaos?
Yeah, I
Don't,
know.
please don't do
I
it on the
really.
big mic.
I'm sorry, but nope,
Cool.
it's Brad.
Oh,
Please
okay.
don't do
Mhm.
it on the big mic. You can do
No,
it, but
no.
don't do it on the big mic.
Anyway,
Okay.
Tucker
Before
Carlson
Kuma
embarrassed
brother,
Only when Brad
embarrassed Ted
speaks.
Kuma brother, I
Cruz.
beg,
So
leave this white tea.
That's
Leave
what
this
he
white tea, I
did.
beg.
Ted Cruz got embarrassed.
yes, correct. But
No, no, no.
Harry, to your
Brad
point.
cannot speak because
Oh,
when
okay.
when
Like it was
anyone else is
terrible,
speaking,
Tally,
and it was eye
Come
opening.
on,
Okay. So my
yo,
nap,
you want?
I haven't even completed my nap. Please don't do this. Please
I'm
don't.
sorry, Tali, but Brad wants to interrupt me when I want to speak. So
So you're gonna
I'll
fuck
Okay.
up the
interrupt.
whole
I'm
room,
only gonna interrupt Brad, no one else.
but that
That's
That's
it.
fucks
not
up the
necessary.
room,
That's not
bro.
my problem.
Then
Brad,
that's what the
no.
fuck we
So
got a
Well,
problem
I'm
with,
just
bro.
gonna
none of
continue the
y'all want to speak
conversation to
when
Yo,
start
Brad is
stop
doing
Start
it.
fucking up the
Brennan.
room because you got hurt, bro.
No,
So
I'm
what's
not hurt.
really
I'm
This
just
is
interesting?
doing the same
crazy.
thing
I
he
thought this
did.
was a part.
It is. What's that?
But yeah,
So can I
Tucker?
finish my thought, Tally?
No,
Oh,
you can't finish your thought. I'm
Oh
going
yeah, I
to
can. They
interrupt
can
you
just move
until you
you
finish.
down, and I know
They
they'll let you.
can. That's fine.
Don,
No,
why
that's
don't
Tali
you
fine.
can
finish
move me
your
down.
point and then let Brad go? Brad, can you let him go so we
Sure,
now
don't
would
fuck
be
I
the
up the
will
whole
let
perfect
room?
the
opportunity
little
for me to
toddler
be
go who
petty.
makes
that
no
A
was
little
just
sense to the
crazy.
toddler.
super
Stop
toddler.
Okay.
interrupting people when they're
I'll
speaking.
let bitch boy
You
go.
act
So
like you
bark like
control
the
the
dog
room.
that you are. Get
Oh
on your
yeah,
hands and
see?
knees, put the
I,
collar on, and fucking
oh
show
yeah,
me
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah,
rabies
yeah, yeah,
tag and
yeah,
bark.
yeah, yeah. Bend the knee, bitch.
Oh my god!
Hey, I
Exactly.
think it's
I'm gonna
important
just
for us
build
to
you up
understand why we're here right now.
because
Why are we
bitch
here
boy
What's up,
right
he
now,
Nathan?
Nathan?
cried. He cried.
I believe in cause and effect, bro.
Nathan, you saw that,
Tell
right? You
us.
were you around your phone?
Nathan. Because me and your mom didn't use a condom, in effect, you are here.
Okay.
Whoa.
That's
Okay. Now
that's all
I
we
want
gotta
to
do.
Whoa,
point out
Nathan,
I
what
wasn't
the
going
fuck?
to be petty. I wasn't going to be petty, but since Don is obviously a bully, I think we should just mod Brad, for his own protection.
Ugh, you
Duh.
could mock the white man if you want to. Doesn't
Broad
bother
as a
me.
I
man. Do
wonder
not
who else could.
demasculate that man. He's not a white woman.
Nathan, what was the cause and
Dawn is a
effect? I was
woman
waiting.
though. You are aware of this, right?
Yeah, the
What's up?
conversation dies when we get
Um,
into these ego battles and these
I
like
know.
I'm
I
sorry,
right.
know.
arguments, right?
Haga.
So
I
heck
was
up.
I was
Both of you are
responding to you,
grown
bro,
men.
and then Brad
Well,
Both
decided
of
to
you are
speak
okay.
kind
when I
of
haven't
I
spoken.
you guys are
okay.
both
So
grown,
I
intelligent
think
men. You can resolve
chaos is reliable and honest and neutral. Who was speaking first? Who interrupted who? Chaos.
Oh, come on, man. Don't pick me there. We adults. They can,
Oh yeah.
we don't need judges.
Can I speak, please? Can I
I
speak?
was there, Charlie.
Huh?
Yo, Tally rode
I
to the
was there.
hood. Wait, yo, Tally,
I
you rode
love
to the
snitching.
hood. You rode to the hood, got a loudspeaker, and said, "Who was the murderer? Jimmy, who was the murderer, fam? You trying to get Jimmy killed, fam?
No,
Golly,
I sincerely like if I knew who was speaking first, I would try.
Tali,
But I
that
don't.
was not the issue.
Mhm.
I haven't spoken for almost 2 hours because I've been chilling, taking care of my child, putting her to bed, feeding her, and then took a shower and everything. Uh, and then I decided to respond to Hagab, and we were talking about Farah, Israel. As soon as I
Mhm.
started speaking, Brad's bitch ass decided to speak.
No, it wasn't as soon as you started speaking.
It was as
But
soon as I started speaking.
you didn't have any submissions before that. You were speaking a lot.
Okay, well,
I
how
haven't
about
spoken for the
No,
last
you did
fucking.
get
mm,
interrupted though. Yeah.
Can I speak, please? Can I get on the queue,
Go
Tali?
ahead, Odie.
Thank you very much. Greetings to
Wait.
everybody.
All
Brad just
that
be
just to sit
passionate,
there?
man. He got a
What
thought in
the
his head and
fuck?
he wants to give it to you
Yeah,
guys.
but he needs to
He
not do
does
it
it
when
to
someone else is
everybody,
speaking.
so don't take
Yo,
He
it
get
needs to
off your
personal.
not do it
knees
when
off.
someone else
Oh,
is
get off your
AK,
speaking.
knees,
No,
bro.
I'm being honest. I don't think you
I
should
know,
take it
I know.
personal.
I know you enjoy doing it, though. Get off your
he's
knees,
Well,
though.
passionate. He wants to
yeah,
give it to you
listen, if
guys,
I want to
fam. You
suck
gotta pause
dick,
that,
let me
AK.
suck dick, bro. It's 2025. All right.
Oh my God,
Thank
pause,
you.
man.
yeah. So
Exactly.
to
Eh?
bring
So
it back to
yeah,
the
don't take it personal,
conversation,
bro.
right?
Brad
That's a
just does it to
violation, AK.
So
That's
everybody.
a
heck up.
violation.
To my point and
Yeah, but
contention.
when you got a nigga jumping on your nuts all the time, after a while, you're gonna let him play with him. You feel me?
Wow.
That's
Oh
funny.
my
Yeah.
god.
Right. So every
Well, see
time
that the
niggas want to
slippery
I'm
refer
gonna
to
slope and
log
me
the
off,
as
y'all.
something
slippery
negative,
slope.
then okay,
But playing the
I will
back channels
fulfill
though.
your dreams, bro.
Yo,
Yes, I'm
this
sucking
is the
Brad's
third
dick
time
right
he
now.
said
How
something
does it look?
suspect, bro.
How does it look?
Nathan, so Nathan, does this mean that you're a baller,
Exactly.
Nathan?
Wow. Nathan, you got called out harsh, man. Just say it. AK wins this round.
You white. That's why you're saying that. You don't understand what's going on,
Nah,
bro.
he won. I mean,
Nah,
he
bro.
caught you with that whole
You
like
like
if you're on
the
your dick enough, you got to let him
you
play
like
with
the
it. So
girl that someone take out on a date to explain basketball to. Like, no, 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 that's the wrong team you're cheering
Nathan,
for.
can
They
people
lost the
vote,
Brad,
please?
ball.
Thank
Brad,
you.
listen to Nathan. Brad,
Okay,
listen to
so
Nathan. Nathan's a
before
baller.
Natalia, I'm
I
just going to finish this
mhm,
with Hag up. So,
okay.
Hag up, the largest donor and interferer of our election system happens to be one country that leads above all, and that would be China. China has so many ways of funneling money, and they do it routinely, and they actually help create candidates out of thin air. Eric Swalwell is a prime case in point with Fang Fang. So, I mean, you see this time and time again that China does give money into PACs. They funnel money through. That's part of the contention with Biden, part of the problem with a number of representatives in the House and the Senate. So their Chinese connections and infiltrations seem to be something of a quagmire that we would talk about. And I would agree. Those that were screaming that it's Israel's fault all the time, I would push back a little bit more and saying, no, the real culprit really truly is China because they are trying to influence our elections to benefit their business needs and their economy.
What
Nathan,
countries like China
hold on,
and
hold on.
Russia do really well, like
Nathan, can I
also
speak,
the
please?
Asiatic countries, is they do what's called caviar diplomacy, right? It happened with Trump, it happened with Biden, it happened with a lot of elected officials that ended up on cabinet positions for both presidencies. Is these people go to these countries and you can't really track where that money or what the handoff was or what the incentive or deal is. And then when they retire, you find out that they're now the president of a board for a manufacturing company in like Kazakhstan. And you're like, what the fuck? When the fuck did that deal happen?
Interesting. So this is what interests me about Americans. They make all these wild claims and they have no evidence. You can't track the money. Again, I've worked with the Chinese, so you don't know what you're saying. The biggest influence in America is still the Israelis. America is changing its own foreign policy because of Israel.
Say that shit again.
Thank you,
America
Say it
is
Odie.
again.
changing its own foreign policy because of Israel.
Thank you, Odie.
This nigga
Thank
listen
you.
to Lion.
Thank
I
you,
don't
Odie.
listen. Me and Lion fight, but you're not going to. Hey, hold on. I've been to 45 countries. I don't think there's any American on this stage that has been to more countries than me. So just keep quiet.
I've been to 12.
Well, fair enough. School. I trust you.
12
I
is
So
got
not
40.
45.
I
okay,
got
so
Yeah,
let me
dude.
so
I
let me
got
Some
you.
of us
go.
are
I,
very well
Hold
traveled.
on. Let me go on. Let me go on, please. America right now is telling countries who want to apply for visas that they need to open their social media because of what? Because of Israel. America wants to determine what is anti-Semitic or not. So meaning that if you criticize Israel, you will be denied a visa. America is deporting and revoking visas because of Israel. I mean, there's this student that was doing he was doing his internship in
hey,
NASA.
hey, oh, hey, can I interrupt you real quick? This is really powerful. Hey, Nathan, remember the other day when we was talking about freedom, and I had said that, hey, listen, you got to ask for permission to even fucking leave. All right, go ahead, Odie. Oh man, this is
America
beautiful.
is changing its own foreign policy. Like you're having a 360 degrees
Mhm.
change. Again, for those that know me, I used to be not pro Israel, I used to be anti-pro Palestinian movement. But I cannot stand the foolishness. America held a green card holder for months because of Israel. So
Okay,
it's
I am very tired of
oh my
this.
God.
Oh, oh my God. Yes, my God. As I was saying,
Your guy?
Don't you mean
yes, my.
Yahweh,
Yes,
Tali?
yes.
Don't you mean Yahweh?
As I was saying, why is, help me understand how uh, propping up terrorists is the same as critiquing Israel. They are not, in my estimation, they aren't. But it seems to you, those two are the same thing. Help me
Wait, who propped up
distinguish
terrorists?
Who
or not.
propped up terror? Who
Who
propped up
No,
propped
terror?
up
no.
Help
terrorists?
So
define
so
terror.
no. If you say, "Hey, I love Hamas. Go Hamas, go.
He didn't say
Let's do
Hamas.
more." Go. Okay, not in this moment, but like I'm doing a distinguishment. Like I'm demonstrating the difference. Like propagating terrorism and critiquing Israel are separate like assertions. That's what I'm saying. And I don't think that Odie sees those things as different. So I was asking Odie if he sees those things as different.
I mean, this is a strange question to ask me. For those, including Matt, where's Matt that know me on this app?
This
I
man
am
hates Muslims.
I mean, I am anti pro-Palestinian. I am anti them. So that's a strange question. I don't give a damn about Palestinian people. I don't support this happening there, but I don't care.
He hates the religion with a passion.
So coming to having that question is strange. But what I will not stand for is America acting as a shield for Israel. If somebody wakes up and says Netanyahu is a war criminal, okay, he's doing some terrible shit. He's bombing people. He's bombing innocent children. He should suffer the hazards of that job. Why is it America's business to come and say because school says that Netanyahu is a war criminal, school should be arrested, school should be denied a visa? Why?
Okay, can you point me to resources that would
I mean,
confirm that
Tali,
that the
this is a losing argument. I will post
no
you I will post
um
you links of an Australian
you so
lady who.
you didn't allow me to ask the question. So what argument do you think I'm gonna
I mean,
lose?
I don't know why you're
So
interrupting.
you know the future now. That's
Tally,
you,
Tally.
I,
huh?
I don't know why you're interrupting.
Nathan,
Like,
I don't know why
Nathan,
you're
just be a
interrupting.
Nathan,
Okay.
Nathan, just be a baller, Nathan, please, just be a
Anyway,
baller, Nathan.
Oh, you
no,
I
know
have
why
to deal
she's
with you, man.
interrupting.
Nathan just wants to fight with me and how
You know exactly
Odie,
why she's interrupting.
Odie, I love you. I do. You're one of my favorites on the app. I just want you to help me see what you're seeing because I don't see it. So show me where this social media policy is directly related to Israel. That's what I'm asking. But yes, continue. My apologies.
I'm
So
going
when
to
you
post
go,
a
hold on,
video
Odie, I
of,
got you. When you go
I'm
to,
going to post a video of Michael Rubio saying so himself. Like, just calm down. Of Marco Rubio, the
yep,
Secretary of State. Now, hold on. There's an Australian journalist. Now,
I got you,
Australia is
Odie.
not.
There you go in the chat, bro.
Eh?
There you go. I got you.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay.
Watching your video. I
There,
want like something better than a video.
there's an Australian journalist who just copied the Colombia protest. Now, a journalist, she has no opinion. She just covered the Colombia protest in Colombia and wrote down everything, and she was denied and detained in America for years.
Hold on,
Israel,
Odie. I want Tali to respond to that. I put in a chat from Marco Rubio. It says that
okay.
the State Department will not provide any visas unless the country unlocks social media to search for anti-Semitic
So
Semitism.
it's something he said with his mouth. What are you arguing? And so
So
tell
Tali,
me
what do
which.
you think?
Hold on, no, don't. Tell me which American ally. I mean, I can walk up and say Ukraine is Zelensky is a criminal. Great. I can walk up and say the United Kingdom is a bastard. Keir Starmer. I can wake up. Who's another American ally?
It's who
Canada.
you can't say anything about.
I can say all those things, but I cannot say anything about Netanyahu and Israel. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
that's a problem.
That is insane. I didn't even know that one,
Insane.
Odie. Thank you for giving me more fire. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Again,
Okay,
I am
so
not.
I'm pasting to the chat now from your article that it is linked to terrorism, not like criticism of Israel. And you would have to show me that those two things are the same in order for you to do your little, I don't know, dance or whatever you do when you think you've won something because you
But
haven't.
But Tally, to be fair, the guy that was recently ordered to be released, he was arrested for supporting terrorist groups, and that was not the case. And so who's to say that simple criticism, right? Because again, there are people that are pro Palestine, right? Because I love everybody, right? And I think that a lot of people suffer for the folly of their freaking governments. And I think that there's a lot of because there's Christians in freaking Palestine, right? And I think that they are suffering because of the foolishness of, the Israeli government. And I look at Israel as being a freaking bully. That's my opinion of Israel, right? And but my point is that there have been people that have made the connection that if you are pro-Palestine, you are automatically in support of the Hamas and the terrorists. And
Okay,
that's a fallacy.
so two things. You successfully ruined my nap, the lot of you. And the second being, if he was released ultimately by the courts, how is it that the Israeli government is so successful at shutting y'all the fuck up? Tell me. Or did the system work? Did our American government and our American judicial system do what it decided was
Why was
just?
this man's life interrupted in the first
Well,
place?
what? Well, to be fair, the government is going to struggle to shut regular Americans up, right? We're talking about those that can bully. America will absolutely bully those that it can
They
bully.
bullied him
Those
back
that
into freedom where the court system
they
decided to
threw
keep
him
him
in
off.
jail.
Oh,
They threw him in jail. That is a type of bullying, right? He didn't violate any laws, right? They literally
and
bullied this dude.
how would we determine that without? introducing him to, say, the judicial system. I don't know.
They
He
I don't
was
did.
know. I'm
thrown
not
in.
seeing
Wait,
what you're
wait,
But
seeing.
bro,
Tally. That Tally. He was
they
thrown in
did.
jail and threatened to deport him. That is freaking literal bullying. It is literally a violation of
Violation
freaking
of freedom of
constitutional rights.
speech. Freedom of
Right.
speech
That's
violations is
literally that.
crazy.
That is the freaking textbook. Like when police and during Jim Crow era would freaking arrest peaceful protesters. Like that's literally bullying. It's a violation, constitutional violation.
Why are we defending it? Tali, come on, girl.
Okay, so I'm
It's
not.
one. It's one reason.
Okay, well,
It. It's
I'll
what.
take
It's
person that thinks
Uh,
our judicial system
because
works the
he's
way it's
paid
supposed
by
to.
APAC.
So he was falsely accused. Ultimately, that was the determination,
But they did it
which
on
is why he is
purpose.
free. Which tells me again that there is nothing saying. I mean, there might. I'm not saying there won't be some hiccups if there is trouble determining the difference between criticism of Israel and
Just face it, you're on the
anti-Semitism.
wrong side. You're just on the wrong side of shit.
Dolly, I have
It,
an
it
honest
is.
question,
That's
Dolly.
all it is.
I have an honest
What?
question, Dolly.
What?
You
So,
chose the
Dolly,
wrong horse.
Of course, I wasn't asking you, line. What's that, chaos?
so Dolly, the honest question is this, right? Like, if there was a false accusation, right? The accusation has to like come up for a reason, right? What was the reason of this false accusation? Like, you said that he was accused falsely of like saying X, right? There's always a reason why there's an accusation, even if it's false. Why is it? Why is the reason behind this false accusation?
You know what? I would blame. You know what? I don't. I don't. I'm not gonna do it. Someone else can answer.
He's gonna blame the black Hebrew
You
Israelites.
know, a couple of minutes ago, some man was talking about China and how they funnel money into our politics. But it's funny, most of China's lobbyist organizations are registered on the FARA. None of Israel's are. So we need to stop pretending like this isn't real. Israel isn't registered. APAC isn't registered, and they lobby for Israel. Can we stop the bullshit? They need to register and they need to be transparent. I need to know where my tax dollars are going. I'm tired of Israel. I am. I'm actually tired. We're tired of supporting Israel.
What?
We're tired of Americans are, bro. Concrete. Read the room. Americans are tired of supporting
No,
Israel.
Don, they're
He's right.
slowly
He's
waking
right.
up. A lot of people
He,
are
Read
slowly
the
waking up
room.
and they're
hey,
understanding what's
hey,
happening.
congratulations! You're finally where I've been the entire fucking time waiting on you. Good job.
And the funny thing is, they just voted for a fucking Muslim in New York City to represent them against Adams. A Muslim.
Okay, does anybody remember when anti-Israel became a thing? Like when we started caring about it? Does anybody remember how long that's been?
It wasn't. It moved mountains this year, bro. That
I
shit
get
has
that, but I'm just
moved.
curious how long the movement took
It was
from.
divest. It was
I
No, no, no.
think.
Hold
divest.
on. What I'm saying is,
Like, when did it start?
the story arc, right? So first, you don't know about Israel, then you hear about Israel, then your support goes up, then your support goes down. How long has that
Oh, Iraq.
narrative arc? Huh?
I
Benjamin
think after Iraq.
Benjamin
I think
Netanyahu,
during
Iraq.
BB.
I think
Yeah.
Yeah.
during.
Yeah.
You
BB.
just heard me say the answers,
No.
bitches.
No. No. Lion. I was gonna say the same thing. I think BB is
When
when.
when he
And
came
I
when
think
he
it was
came out with
after.
when he came
Because
out
if
with
I
the lie and he got us all fucking killed and we ended up basically
No, I think
raping
it
Iraq
happened after Obama.
for no fucking
when did we
reason.
come? When do okay? When did we become aware of the atrocities in
After
Palestine?
Obama.
No, no,
After
no. What
Obama.
you're saying? Obama is when we became aware of the atrocities in
Yes.
Palestine.
Yes.
So
No,
let's
not
give
in
it.
in like that
No,
region,
no,
Middle
I
East.
think
we ain't known
that.
about that. We known about that shit since 1940 something.
No,
We
no, no,
just
no.
been
We're talking
stupid
about
about
the
it.
average American.
After Obama.
No, after October 7.
No, I think
No,
it.
man,
Well,
are you
No,
that
no,
was
no, no, no,
Yes,
no,
crazy?
no. Wait,
Nat.
wait,
yes,
no, no.
October
Nat.
Concrete.
7th?
No,
yes.
I
concrete.
Most of
Nah,
you,
No,
man,
wait,
you're
most of
wait.
you
wrong. You're
do
Concrete.
wrong.
not,
You're wrong.
No, no,
most of
concrete.
you do not
Matt.
know the Palestinian struggle pre-October 7 to
I
even hate
agree with
Wait,
Israel.
Mo
Bro,
when
I
it
I
said
didn't know
We're
remember,
this
always
shit.
bro.
there.
I remember watching a Frontline documentary about it years ago. I don't remember what the catalyst was,
Exactly.
but I definitely remember watching the.
Yeah,
Bro,
but
they I
concrete.
Yazoo
You
are
said
often
most
concrete. Let me
People,
Americans,
help you,
and I
many
concrete.
agree with
people
Matt.
knew about it, but they didn't have this.
this
It was a
emotional.
documentary. The documentary
You know,
was called "The
I
Open
think
Air Prison."
people was aware of
Yeah,
what
that
was
sounds
happening.
familiar. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
but
go
I
ahead,
think
man.
people was aware of what was happening. But I think the vitriol we have toward Israel now started after October 7th, when they started committing all these atrocities that people was witnessing in the palm of their hand on their
No,
phone.
no,
That's
that's
what
the
turned people around.
yeah, that's the tail end of the arc, right? I'm talking about the beginning. When did we hear
The
about
the
Israel,
be
care about Israel, then have support about Israel, and now we're at the
It's
decline of
when,
oh
our interest?
yeah, it's.
that was
I'll go after
19.
Lion.
So we began to we felt
After
bad for Israel,
1966.
and that's why they gave they gave them the land in 1948. Then after that, we supported them even further by giving them weapons to fight Egypt and fight
Talk about
the
public
Palestinians.
support. Your parents
There
didn't
was
know
public
about Israel.
support.
Your parents
Yeah,
didn't
they
care about
did,
Israel.
bro.
We
Bro,
never talked
yeah,
about
they
Israel in
did.
the house.
Remember, it was always in the fucking church that we need to support Israel, even in the Black Baptist
Mm.
churches. We need to support
I've
God's
never,
people.
I,
They've
I've
always
never
wanted
heard
this
in
shit.
a church.
The
I've never heard in a church that we need to support
concrete.
Israel.
It's
I mean,
1995.
Wait,
it's
It's
you
in
never
In my
heard?
1995.
home, it was
Concrete.
support the
Concrete.
Wait.
Palestinians growing
It's
up.
You never
1995.
heard. You
Finley. It's
never
in the
Slow,
heard
Old
slow,
in
Corey.
church
Testament.
that you never heard in any church that we, the people, American people, need to support Israel, God's chosen people.
No,
Are you
That
saying
would have
no.
yes or
had to
no
have
then?
been during the war.
Israel,
That would
So
have had
Israel
to
the
is
have
not
been
the
during
so
the
Hold
if
war.
on.
you're taking
Hold on.
support Israel to mean support
Hold
Palestine, you are
on.
as
Hold on. I'm gonna
Wait,
go ahead. I'm gonna go
retarded as
ahead
I
and
think
send.
you are.
I'm gonna
Tali, do you
send
not
Now,
you a
I
like
also want
series.
to
Palestine?
add. I also want
Later,
to
I'm gonna
add
send you a
briefly
series of
that
different
a
different
lot of
articles where
funding.
church members
Yes,
were
yes, we
saying
can
that the
both do
very
this.
same thing, and we was
Um,
also supposed to
I already
send
lost my
money.
voice, so it doesn't really matter at this
Yeah,
point.
we also sent
A lot of
money
funding
to
has
send
gone
all kinds of things.
into
Be right back.
the education system, especially at the collegiate level, I believe. So I think that would have started like in the 90s, perhaps. Not in church. If you say in a church, a Christian church, support Israel, they are not talking about Palestine. They're
Yeah,
not.
they're not talking.
I'm so
They
I don't.
don't
Mm.
say that they were
confused.
talking about
I don't.
Palestine. They said that
I'm so
Concrete.
they're on the
confused what this
side of
conversation is
Israel.
about now.
but
They're
they
on
also
the
I
not.
don't.
But if they're
side that's
talking
Going to
about
be
fighting
I'm going
about
God's
after
lions'
people,
Lion.
identity
I'll
crisis.
You're
reiterate it
if
for
That's
they're
what it's
just
going to be
school.
saying
about.
that, they're also
So
not speaking about God's people because
we're talk
they're not God's people.
we're
Right,
And
they're
talking
not talking
about
Israel
about Palestine.
today,
No, she made the argument about
Concrete.
Palestine. I'm not talking. I never was talking about Palestine. I said Israel because that was his question. He said, "When did we become such kiss asses to Israel?" Paraphrase,
That's
concrete.
not what he
And
said.
I'm yeah, that's what it. That is what he said.
part of
You
it.
weren't
Part of it.
listening. So I'm telling him it was a group support mainly by the church. The churches were telling everybody that we have to
no,
support in
no,
any
the
way we can.
evangelical church was
As
saying that. The
yes,
evangelical,
yes.
you got to make that
All right,
distinction.
Yeah,
That's a good point. That's a
there
good
is a
point.
distinction. That yeah, that's a good distinction.
all right. So
Wait,
what was
even the
happening here?
Catholic churches were saying
What was
support
happening?
Israel.
Yes, I know
When?
What
everybody.
the fuck does that have to do with
The black
Palestine?
church
Like,
wasn't
I'm
saying
not.
that.
What?
No one said
Wait,
anything
what?
about
Are we
And
Palestine.
talking about
also, yeah, they're
Palestine
No
or
not
one said
saying
nothing about
Israel?
Palestine. No one said nothing about
They're
Palestine.
intertwined. They're
On
Okay,
the
intertwined.
so
same time.
unless so you're doing what you accuse the Zionists of doing. If someone says
Lion,
support
don't take the bait.
Palestine, no one
All
is
right, so
talking to him. Well,
I'm
I've
just
never
gonna
talked to
answer
him.
the question. All
If
right,
someone
Billy
says
Billy
support
Graham talks
Palestine,
about
it
this.
doesn't inherently mean that they want to completely eradicate the state of Israel and kill all Jews. Those are not the same statement. But you're
Who
doing
said
what
that?
you accuse like Zionism
Who said
doing.
that?
It's very strange.
Who said that at
Because
all?
oh,
Because
Tali,
if you are
Wait, wait, wait.
conflating,
hold on,
hey, you
Tali.
should
We're
care
getting off.
about Israel
We're,
with,
I said support
Palestinians should die,
Israel.
then that's a
Wait,
you error. That's error
Tali,
on
can I
my
ask
end.
So
you? I want to ask
so
Tali a
what was
question.
stated?
so wait, 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 wait,
Lion,
wait. We're getting off.
I just
We're
want.
getting off. We're
Hold
getting
on.
off subject.
So
We're getting
Tali,
off
can I
subject
they
because
ask
I
you
want.
one clarifying
no
question? Can
one's
you
doing it
clarify
on
one thing?
purpose because they don't want to hear the facts. The
Lion, I just
fact is
want to ask
simply
Tali
this:
one clarifying
the
question.
church was said to support Israel. 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 Say it with me, dumbass. Israel, not Palestine.
I would
And
say
Tali,
we were
Israel,
and we
but
were
I'm an
told to
actual Jew,
send
so what do
money
I know?
and whatever we
oh, Tali,
can
you're
to
Jewish?
help and assist Israel, not Palestine. Fuck Palestine. Palestine. That's what was going on for a very long time, for decades. What
Tyler,
the
can I
fuck are
ask
you
you one
talking about?
question? Is there a difference in your mind between Zionism and Israel?
What the
We're getting off. We're
what?
getting off subject. I wanted to stick to the conversation.
um
I just want to know where she stands
yeah,
on
the
that.
thought that Jews have a right to return
No,
to
no,
their
just Zionism
homeland.
and Israel. Is there a difference?
I'm defining Zionism, but I already know that you have some weird, like, okay, yeah, just Jews. can have their homeland. That's Zionism. Uh, Adding more to the definition is gonna cause problems.
So is the homeland in Syria?
I would give it the current borders. Like I don't.
Is where does the homeland end?
See, school. You going down this path, man, fam. I wanted to stick on the subject, man. You're going down this path. I don't want to go down this path.
What path?
Can we? Because we're getting off subject. Like Concrete
I thought the
proposed a
subject
question.
is Israel.
The subject is Israel, right? But Concrete proposed a
So
question that I want.
Zionism is not
Concrete
Zionism
proposed.
Israel?
Concrete proposed a question, fam. We're talking about auto races, and you want to freaking talk about tire pressure, right? Like, dude, move. I want to get back in the conversation, right?
What?
He asked. He asked a question about. He has two questions. Where there was kind of two questions. He said, when did we begin to fall out of favor with this Israel? With Israel, was that not your question, Concrete? Am I not paraphrasing Concrete?
Yeah, yeah. So the way I was asking is, when did it
It
become
made
like
it
a,
sound like
this nigga? Who is this nigga? Who is this nigga? It became,
it is I.
hold on, nigga, hold on. We're getting a little decorum back. Don't fuck up the decorum. Anyway, the question was, when did it become in the public sphere, right? The public discourse, right? Like, Israel. Let me think about it. Then it became, oh yeah, 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 support Israel. I'm about that. I can get behind that. And now it's fuck Israel, right?
So,
I'm just curious how long that transition took from
so,
awareness to support. Because I think awareness and support are pretty
so
close, right? Then it became, yeah, we're tired of this shit.
let me
Get
ask you a
rid of these
question, bro.
niggas. Yeah, go ahead.
Concrete was
So,
really
so,
tough, but yes.
so, with that being said, right? Um, people that have been aware of the Palestinians' mistreatment have been aware for a long time, right?
How
But
long
now
do you
you have,
think? How long? 10 years, 20
I,
years, 15 years?
I was aware since I was a kid, bro. I'm 44 years
Me
old.
too. Me
So,
too.
so when you listen to co-
1995.
when you listen to conscious rap or reggae things of that nature, or
Mm.
even speeches from Malcolm X saying that the Palestine's issue is also our issue, and any injustice is our issue. A lot of people gloss over that one. They want to talk about the one where he talks about Democrats. All right, so a lot of people have been up on that. But just because you support the Palestinians being treated like people doesn't mean you support the destruction of Israel, right? And at the same time, just because you say that Israel is God's people doesn't mean you're talking about these people that are there today, because they're not from the same tribe. Okay, these are not the children of Jacob. This is not uh, Judah, Judea. So I think a lot of people got to go back and do a lot of deep diving and understand that the word of God is being played with a lot of times.
I would say
That's a
I
fact.
think it depends on the era, right? Because I believe it was around 2008 when it became very acknowledged, and that's just because Facebook was a big reason I even found out about these issues. You know what I'm saying? I know 1993 is around the time it became a real thing, but that was also, if you know anything, 1993 was a big anti-terrorist year, from El Chapo to the drug trade to foreign affairs. So
You
yes, it
said
was
you said
more
93, bro.
prominent
You said
then,
93, brother.
but I would say for like my
Yes, it's the
generation
Oslo
at least,
Accords. All
yeah,
got
but I
for
would
money.
say for my generation at least, I think maybe 4 or 5 years, which is 2008, 2009, after Facebook, when they made that deal with the government to start talking about political things or pushing it at least. This is when I was acknowledged about the problems. Now, when did it end, or when did people start to change their aspect of Israel? I would say probably in the last 5 years for the macro, right? Not the people who listen to certain music or are more conscious, but I'm talking about even the people who are not the opposite of you, still knowing the problem exists. I would probably say 2020 is when it got brought back into the light, and a lot of people who, whether they like politics or not, knew more about the situation than they wanted to know through social media.
So
So I
Seemed
would
like a good
concrete.
agree.
timeline.
So I would
No,
agree with
so yeah.
Armani, and that within the last 5 years, it's become on the macro level. Um, Also, I feel like a lot of people have changed their views when it comes to Israel in terms of they used to support it, but now they see how much of a detriment it is and how like it's like obvious now, right? What's happening? Because you're seeing a lot of people turn like see what's really going on. Like for example, someone like Candace Owens.
right? Who's always been, you know, always supporting usually the right wing side, kind of seeing what's really happening and how much we're doing everything for Israel instead of for America. Especially when we got a president who says America first, make America great again, but is been doing things that are for Israel and not for America, right? So I think people are waking up and seeing what's really going on. Go ahead, Chaos. My bad.
Thank you,
Cut you off.
Redrum. No, it's okay.
Good point.
So concrete. To put a historical perspective on this, there's this book. I mean, I'm just going to summarize from a book that I'm vomiting here. That goes out. That goes through all this history that you're talking about. In 1993, America helped Israel and Palestine come to something called the Oslo Accord. And once the Oslo Accord was signed, that's when the Palestinians realized that they kind of like signed off some of their rights. And the totalitarian, like you could think of it as totalitarian, like action that Israel took on Palestine, that started like coming into the picture broadly, and it became a PR issue. So people who are in the know really knew about it, but once it started becoming a PR issue, that's when like Israel was able to manage their image globally. But lately, they have not been able to do it, and that is because of social media. Because the media often controls the idea of like what can be like palatable. But once that changed and the barrier for entry went down, that's when Israel couldn't like hold off on what they were doing with Palestine, and that's what the wave changed. But the people in the know, American Palestinians who were here, they know about what was going on, but they just didn't get the momentum
Didn't
that
have
we
a
see
voice.
now. Yes, they didn't have a voice. It wasn't large, and there was also like again, sad to say, America does have Islamophobia, which also like reduces that perspective quite a bit. So it still does. So that's one of the reasons why this also took a long time than quicker.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Those are all
So
great points.
I could
So
actually agree
everybody,
with that.
everybody made a great point. Armani,
I
Red
did.
Rum, Chaos, and the one person that didn't make a good point is obviously Lion, right? So we all should take note of that. Thank you.
I didn't get an opportunity to. I waited.
Yeah.
You like
I
that?
waited. I waited patiently, and I'm gonna take that as an opportunity to do so. So I'm going to build on Chaos's position now. So at the time, a certain group of people have control of the world's ear, and they're the ones
Uh
who's giving
oh.
you and they're the ones giving you the narrative of who is a terrorist and who's not. So this entire time since I was a child, I often wanted to know about the open air prisons and why Palestine was designated to this particular area. So I did my research. I heard about the war. I heard about the Nafta. I heard about the genocide, which gave America gave Israel to, I mean, America gave Palestine to Israel, and said that this is now their land. I also knew that they were encroaching on more and more land, and I also knew that they were literally just beating people in the streets and forcing them out of homes and taking their homes because they felt like it all throughout Israel. For years, this has happened to them. I also knew that they controlled their water and electric utilities. They literally turned off their water when they feel like it and tell the people that you guys had to figure it out. So Israel controls all of Palestine's utilities, every single thing. On top of that, Israel also controls the fishing times where the Palestinians can go out and fish for themselves. That's prison. While at the same time, America touts Israel as this great place to learn how to control people. We learn how to police niggers in America by watching how Israel polices the Palestinians. A lot of your police officers, especially from New York, had went to Israel for training to come back to police niggers. The whole
What?
law, they got that from Israel.
What?
Yeah,
No.
Sound a
yeah,
little unnecessary to
yeah.
me. I think anyway.
Very
So,
unnecessary.
all right. So yeah. It was actually a big thing. The whole militarization was brought
Militarization.
yeah, militarization was brought about by watching Israel and how they worked, how they did what they did to the Palestinians. All this time, the media has been always keeping those people nice and quiet. And if there was ever an attack, the media is the one telling you that those are the terrorists. They're not telling you the stories about the IMF going into Palestinian homes, snatching out little 5, 6, 8-year-old boys, murdering them in prisons, and then leaving their bodies out there in the street. There are thousands of stories like that. Thousands.
We were not sending police to Israel to learn how to beat up on
Yes.
black people.
Yes. No,
Police,
oh my God.
police, police have been beating on black people since police
Uh,
have been
all right.
a
So
thing in America.
type in police American police officials sent to Israel for training. Type that in. Just type
Yeah,
that in.
it was.
Sent to Israel for training. It's around 20. I want to say it's
For
2015,
400
2016.
years. For
20. I want
400
to say it was
years.
around 2015, 2016. Type that in. See what pops up, planners. I want to see if you're a genuine individual.
Well,
You said
might
20.
have
Wait, wait. You said 2015, 2016.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
So
Lying,
this
lying. Police
Wait,
have been
Finley, that
brutalizing.
happened post 9/11. They came in, like, particularly New York City, who revamped their anti-terrorist group and all of those things to recognize things. Because Israel was, guess what, dealing with, like, a whole bunch of fucking, terrorists at that time coming in through their gates. Because people quickly forget about the knives, the killings, the bombings, etc., all the shit that actually was going on in Israel through prior to 9/11. And now we do send police. We also send them to Germany. We send them to England. We
Yeah, but
have them
did
trained.
you hear what he
So
said though, Brad? Why we're
it
sending them?
wasn't to beat on black people. That shit is
Exactly.
just
That's what I'm
false.
saying.
That's not what I said. You you
I
you
Yeah.
I
isolate
just
you isolated the part. What I'm talking about is the training. I said that same training that they learned over there is what they used here against the black citizens.
well, I would say two things can be right at the same time. One, they were sent in the 2000s to train for counter terrorism tactics and security tactics. Now, I can
Right.
admit that they might have been sent over there for that. And I
Armani.
mean, any skill
When
you
when they
gain,
came
you
back,
can
when
use
they
on your
came
own
back, where did they
people.
go?
Yeah, that's what I'm
When
saying.
they
It's a
when
natural. I'm agreeing with you. It's a natural thing to go somewhere and learn something for a reason. That reason not exist in the time in which you learned it, and then you start to implement it just in general. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's a
no,
fact, but
it
I'm saying
wasn't it wasn't in
it's a
general
thing.
like that. So so
This
when you
also is
research it, when you research what I'm talking about, what happened was when those officers came back, they were brought into the black urban areas like Detroit. That's one of the places that they went. St. Louis. There was another one. Atlanta. The whole the police cities.
You
That was
understand the
that was
rationale for that because
that
those
was
are hotbeds of terrorist activity, and
no.
that's where population centers were.
They
So
also
major
happened.
cities had
Detroit.
counter.
So remember who's being
Detroit has
called
one of the largest.
who's identified
Detroit has
as
one
the
of the largest
into the FBI. That's exactly where all of this shit happened. Everything. So what happened was 2016 police go, they come back, and then all of a sudden they start going into the black and brown communities claiming that they're a terrorist. Terrorists. And
Yeah,
then after that,
I don't recall
and
black
wait,
people, black and brown people being labeled as
I was
terrorists
watching
that aren't Muslim.
me
There's a
alone
famous group.
me alone. Yeah, you're right. There is. And guess what happened? There was a black woman that was on the council. She called Sessions out, Jeff Sessions out, and she pointed out the fact that there are no black identity extremists. So why are you people doing it? Why is it in your rhetoric that there is some sort of black identity extremist groups going around America about to commit some sort of terroristic attack?
Finley, you remember the Haitian Seven?
No.
Oof, tough, really bad case.
I,
Basically,
oh
huh? You know about it?
no, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Basically, DEA, some federal agent, like this is I think around 9/11, said that we got a terror cell, and it was just a religious group of kids, and so he went to them, and then it was basically like, yo, tell us about the organization or tell us about the terrorists, and we'll give you money, and they, being kids that's trying to make a come up, they say, yeah, here we go. It's over here. And over here, there goes
Oh
another site.
yeah. I remember
You did
this.
hear
I
about
remember
them,
it.
right?
Yeah. I
And
remember.
then I think they got the first trial was hung or mistrial or second one. I think they went through 3 trials, bro, if I'm not mistaken, before they fucking locked these dudes up for like serious time, bro.
Ah, the
Basically,
Liberty City Seven.
what it is, what did I call it? My
Yeah,
bad.
two, like three of them were Haitian, I think.
maybe two. But yeah,
But
I think
I
that's a
would
decent
even
amount. It's
say
like in
this
the
in a
2000,
bigger.
like 2005.
My bad, AK. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
No, no, no. Concrete could go ahead. I just
That was it. That was it. I'm
I
good.
figured what
I
he was
just said the
saying.
name wrong,
Oh,
but y'all got it.
I was gonna say this even to
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Lion's point, right? I'm black and I come from the hood, deep in it. The hood. The first time the hood ever actually
Pause.
unanimously played, listened to the news was when gangs started being categorized as terrorists. Right. First time I know a lot of hood dudes who started reading out of nowhere. Right. Um, I'll be honest, Lion. To a degree, I don't mind that being a category. Category. I'm sorry, I got cotton mouth. I don't mind them categorizing them as that because as much as I want to protect black people, I don't care to protect all. I care to protect the ones who want to do better, right? And if they want to categorize gangs as terrorists and get gangs defunded, get them chop off the leadership heads of XYZ. I'll be honest, as a law-abiding citizen, I don't care. Even though I know the terminology might be fucked up, I think we have a bigger problem in our community that we don't address because our cousins, our aunties, our uncles, some people's mothers and fathers do it, and you don't want to see those people go to jail. But if you told me what makes a
No,
better black utopia, I
but
would
that's
send
not.
all they ass to jail, dog.
No, no, you
Immediately.
got to understand the
Armani.
implication.
My problem with that is, and
You got.
this is that is a very terrible position because once you label a group as terrorists, like the standard of the standard of
Slippery slope.
jurisprudence goes way down, right? And you give them more, like they can just simply label you a freaking terrorist, right?
That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
Because
That's
if
rehabilitation
I
slippery
out the
slope.
window.
for example, and this is a very exaggerated example, if I am playing basketball with a gang member that ain't never committed a crime, but he wears the insignias and backs the fingers, right? Throws up the gang signs. We
You're
both can
part
be
of a
labeled. We
terroristic group,
right.
Mister
We're
Finley.
both and can be sent to freaking federal prison for the rest of our freaking life. That
Uh,
is freaking crazy
this
that
is
you would agree like
No,
that.
Mr. Finley, that's not crazy.
well,
So look
wait,
at it like
wait.
this, Mr.
Well,
Finley.
hold
If
on.
you
That
had
Well,
is
somebody that's
crazy.
a part
well,
of
hey,
How is
no, let
that
me let
not
me let me
crazy?
let me put it like
we
this. If you
already
had
went
somebody
through
that
this.
was a part
Remember?
of like Al Qaeda,
Stop it,
if you
Chris.
had somebody that
Remember?
was a part of like Al Qaeda or something, right? They're not active. They're not fucking participating. They just are in cahoots or was at some point or whatever the case. And now they're fucking, I don't know, they're a scientist somewhere at some university or a teacher or some shit. But they still have these connections and they didn't denounce. They're part of that terroristic group, whether you like it or not. And to this
How is that
day,
relevant to what he said?
Al Qaeda and
I'm saying
freaking GD
because
is
he's
two different
saying that I'm gonna
conversations.
tell you how it's relevant
He
because
said a
he's saying
random dude playing basketball who's not in a gang. You brought up random other
can
shit.
I explain to you how it's relevant? You asked me how it's relevant. I don't see how you don't see how it's not relevant, right? How it's relevant, right? He just said somebody that is part of a gang, but they're playing basketball now. They haven't been a part of it. They haven't been active, whatever the case is. They may go down and get in trouble for being a part of this group. That's why
And
I
Finley
told.
too.
That's
You
why I
skipped
put it
that
I,
the
part.
way I put it.
all I
You
wanted to say is
sincerely
this.
skipped the part where
Well,
everybody
both
that's
y'all,
playing basketball goes to
y'all
prison.
stopped me from
That's the part
addressing
you skipped.
Armani.
No, he was talking about the one guy that
Well,
is a part of
He
a gang.
literally
I
just
don't.
he
No,
just
A
said
No,
you
A
he had
both.
two
A
guys. Two guys. It was two guys.
right.
Nobody could hear.
Okay,
Nobody could
so
hear.
two
Yeah,
guys is part of a
you
gang.
lied,
He
bro.
can't
Put
understand
the
why
wine
they would
down,
get
bro. Put the
locked up.
wine down.
Huh?
Well, hey,
AK, AK,
In
I
response
use
to you,
AK.
Mister.
Hold on one second. AK, I use that example because when you that's one problem I hate for with all the laws that were passed after 9/11 is that and we've done this multiple times in this country, right? From the red freaking scare of the 40s and 50s to now the new one is you're a
Yeah.
terrorist. Is that it gives the feds this broad authority co-signed by freaking Congress and the public to freaking just round up people and throw them in prison with little
Well,
to
it's not.
no with little to no due process. That is a problem. And no, I am not to solve gang violence, right? Which there are other ways to do it. I am not okay saying, okay, we're going to label gangs as terrorist groups and allow the feds to do the same because a lot of innocent people, and I think Concrete's example illustrates this, can be swept up in that. That's not
Okay,
justice.
I just want to say something real quick.
But it
Just
is a
because,
it is a
AK, can I say
terrorist
something real
group,
quick?
Mr. Finley. Because if you
Just
live in
because,
these communities, right,
ju-
it's
They're not
that
a
that's
terrorist group because
exactly
they're not political.
Wait.
Mr.
Yeah,
Finley, let me
exactly.
respond to you, bro, because
Can
it's
can
already
AK define
difficult because
terrorism
everybody
first
else
though?
wants to
Now
talk for
terrorists
me,
become
bro. Let me
political.
just get it
Just
out.
No, bro,
because
I'm
a
asking
terrorist
you
is a
to
All
define
political
right, bro. I
terrorism,
can't
Hold
AK.
on.
fucking talk.
Let me finish. Just because
I don't know why
you
Let
school's
you
doing this
finish.
shit.
How you gonna finish when you wasn't fucking talking? I was
yeah,
talking when you was
AK,
Okay,
bro,
finished,
okay,
bro.
my
AK, bro,
apologies.
Fight
Let you
through,
finish.
Respectfully,
AK.
I was the
Fight
one being
through.
interrupted.
Okay, we're done fighting. We'll go AK and then
No,
Don.
we're gonna go
And
Yeah, let
AK.
me
I'll
I
go
finish
was
after
being
Throw me
addressing.
Don.
back in there. Throw me back in
Can
there.
I go
I
after
was
Don to
addressing.
respond to
I didn't
Mr.
even get a
Philly?
chance to address Armani, who
If
Yeah,
there's
addressed
a
me.
me.
queue,
Nah,
throw
I've
me
been
in,
I've been
man.
trying to speak
How the
for a
fuck does
while.
that
But
happen? Armani addressed me, and then Flanders comes off the mic. Then somebody else addresses him, and I don't even get the chance to address what he said.
Nah, you right, Lion. You right.
I
What
did
kind of
ask
shit is
Lion a
that?
direct question. I did.
Yeah, but
I
your
did.
mic sucks, Lion.
Yeah, and
Hush.
I was
How the
responding
fuck
to
does
Mr.
a
And
Finley.
who
dude?
gives a shit
All right,
about
calm
Lion's
down,
rights?
Lion.
No, I don't. Listen, my mic doesn't suck. All of you all suck.
Oh,
Big
yes,
black
it
ball.
does.
Look, but you spending time doing this now
All right.
instead of speaking.
Yeah,
Go
he's
ahead,
trying
speak.
to
I have to
defend his
I'm
mic
trying
and
to
shit.
correct
Fuck
your.
your
I'm
mic.
correcting your bad behavior. Here's the answer, Armani. It's all well and good until you're being falsely accused of a terrorist because of your race. You being pulled over and snatched off of the street, and because of the law that's being passed, you lose the ability for the right of due process. Remember the Patriot Act, where they can throw your ass in jail indefinite. This is tacked on top of that, and this is what has been given to them against you and your children and
Prove
everybody
it.
you
Cite
know.
it.
The Patriot Act.
No, prove your claim about the non due process of the claims
Oh,
of
just
like
like
people being picked up, being mistaken for Packies. Like, give us cases on that,
being mistaken for Packies.
or
What?
Bro,
whatever you're
Lion,
saying.
if
Is
you pay
You're
He
not
attention
could
to
even
just
ICE,
made
talking.
it
okay,
It
You're not
said
so
saying nothing.
Lion,
terrorist,
if you
being
pay
okay,
attention
mistaken
to
for
okay.
ICE,
terrorists.
So Armani asked Lion a direct question, and Lion was given the opportunity to
I
respond.
hate
But
you,
it's
Ike.
actually,
I
can
hate
I
the
speak?
shit out of you,
I'm
Ike.
still speaking. Okay, so that was not an invitation for other people to engage with Lion. Okay, if you want to engage directly with him, you'll have to take a turn in queue at this point, and that's just so that
okay, get me in
as
the queue.
I hate you.
I'd love
Lion,
you
if you
to.
listen
Okay,
to
so
ICE, something's wrong with you.
as I was saying, and yes, you can get in the queue, obviously. So Lion gets the chance to respond to Armani, and then we can go AK
I already
Don.
did.
Oh my God. Anyway, AK Don, Finley, and I thought you had asked to be in queue again, Armani, if I'm mistaken.
Yeah, I
Uh,
did. I did. I'm waiting my turn.
okay. So then we're gonna go. I'll update the queue in the chat. AK, it's on you.
Yeah, so I was directing this to Mr. Finley, and he heard most of my submission. But all in all, when it boils down, I get what Lion is saying, but I think that it's still gonna you're still gonna label a gang a terrorist group. If you live in these communities, you'll see the terroristic acts, and if you sit down with these guys, their missions, like the mission of the gang, are usually aligned with terroristic acts, threats, whatever. They fall under terror. If you look at Colombia when they were dealing with their whole shit with the fucking drug lord, they labeled that fucking gang or whatever his organization was. They labeled that a terrorist gang. But that nigga was blowing shit up and shit too, and it's not far off from what gangs do in these communities, right? And my last thing is this: if you're scared to get if you're scared to get rounded up because you're being confused as a terrorist, I think there's something wrong that you're fucking doing. I don't think that you just being black and driving down the street that you're just gonna get picked up. There are checks and balances, and I believe that those are used all the time. So that's my submission.
What the hell?
What?
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
Okay,
go
I'm
one
gonna
step.
put
I'm waiting
concrete
my
in the queue,
turn.
but we're on
bro, I
Don's
was in the
now.
stop and frisk era, bro. That shit just wasn't. Oh, you getting locked up, bro. I survived that. I could survive. Come on now.
I'll go one step further with you, AK and Armani. Let's do it like the president in El Salvador did. Round those motherfuckers up. I don't give a fuck. If you're in a gang, you're getting round the fuck up and you put in prison and then you wait your turn until the court says you're innocent. If you want to participate in activities like that, your parents don't want to raise you right, your church doesn't want to raise you right, your teachers don't want to raise you right, your cousins, your aunties don't want to raise you right, let the law raise you right. I am tired of not being able to go into some neighborhoods because guess what? I don't want to get fucking killed. And black people can reinvest in your neighborhoods because of gang activity. We can't even build up our neighborhoods. We gotta leave those neighborhoods and come to fucking white neighborhoods because guess what? Our own neighborhoods won't let us do it. Y'all wanna sit here and cry, innocent people will get hurt. Then don't participate. Last time I checked, they're not just gonna round up every single person in the gang just because, oh, it's been labeled a terrorist group. You have to still find
Almost. Come on, man. Stop it.
find proof that they did something. What Amos or however you say your name, bro? Your mic's loud.
A lot of you would love him because he is a pro-Palestinian Jew who lives in Israel. So he's going to the audience.
So who's next?
He's
I'm
a
in the
what?
queue. Who's the last in the queue? I'm
Amos.
So
behind them. Pause.
so yeah. So that's the only thing I would do different. I would do it exactly like the president of El Salvador did, just because that will help take care of our neighborhoods and we can start fresh. Stop bitching. Holy shit.
I hate to call people dumb idiots, but y'all some dummies, man. Respectfully, y'all just are. Y'all don't move in reality. Y'all don't know how none of this stuff works. Y'all overreactive. Y'all don't know how. Definitely don't know how the freaking system works. Do not. Dude, I was a freaking police officer, right? And one of the biggest problems that I freaking had was this idea of freaking profiling like young black and brown freaking kids that were not doing anything other than freaking being kids and preventing them from being rounded up for doing nothing. I freaking was with a guy on the freaking beat and kids were out arguing about basketball. Kobe and LeBron, they were freaking arguing about basketball, and this bastard wanted to preemptively arrest them to prevent them from fighting when all they were doing was sitting on a court. And we're in broad freaking daylight. None of them had any weapons, right? None of them were ready to fight. They wouldn't be violent, right? And you're saying, oh, they getting rounded up, then you're out there doing nothing, ain't being raised right. Dummy. Dude, the same thing with the freaking gang task force that was freaking disassembled in my old department. Why? Because the example that I gave, I don't pull criminal justice examples out of my behind. I use very realistic examples that are very that are very similar to instances that I dealt with when I freaking wore the freaking uniform. And yes, we did have guys that were freaking connected to gangs, and they were trying to prosecute these guys, and they were not in the gang, right? There was an era in which simply having a G, because there's a gang called Gangsters Disciples, GD, the one that I comically say their gang stuff like on the G, simply having a G on wearing a G jacket with a G, like a Green Bay Packers or the Georgia Bulldogs, would have gotten you profiled and arrested of being associated with this gang. And many of the people that when they used to do those sweeps, none of these guys were in gangs. None of them. Right? But what you're saying is, let's give the federal government the ability to label them as terrorists, right? Because they do a violence. And so let's
Do
label
that
them as
because they wear
let's
hoodies.
let's label them as terrorists and let's round them up. And if they have nothing to do, they've got nothing going on, then the due process is going to sort them out. Do you dummies know that a lot of youth don't even freaking have attorneys because they don't understand Miranda rights? And they'll go before a freaking judge with no jury, right? And the judge will say, peep game, I know you've been locked up for the last 3 weeks, right? But look, if you plead to this freaking felony, we'll let you go home to mama, right? Or if you don't, you'll sit. This is how they get swept up. Now give that to the federal government,
That's
right?
how
Give that,
everybody
Sally,
give,
has
add
to
me to
get
the
give,
queue,
swept.
please.
I'm about to
Again.
land, I'm about to land. Give that freaking power to the federal government, right? With respect to terrorism, when you lower the freaking bar and you can throw them into federal prisons, right? Dude, y'all are just asking for freaking trouble. Y'all are just overreacting into school,
More
dude.
federal defense attorney.
School, respectfully, fam. I don't know what the hell your problem is, fam. You've been way off today. You have this over zealous freaking lust to freaking over police and over penalize everything, fam. Why don't you move to El Salvador? Move to El Salvador and raise your kids there, fam, and see how y'all like it down there. Go ahead, y'all got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
would I would say this. I think this is not an argument; it's more of a conversation. So I do want you to take that in consideration, Mr. Fenton.
And throw me back into the
Um,
queue.
wait,
I'm
what is
sorry.
the queue? What is the queue? Cause I know
You
I'm in
you're
there.
you're in there. You're after Luca.
Mike?
It's Armani, Icon, and Luca. Then you, Concrete.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Again, this is more of a conversation because I do have more of a personal experience with what Axe said. I grew up in K Town around the GDs. Right. I've never gang banged a day in my life. I beat up gangbangers getting out of the hood because I'm not about to be forced into nothing. Um, but at the same time, I've been arrested for being around a known gang area. Right. Not my choice. My mother happened to just live there. But I was immediately released because I had no criminal record. Right. There was, and when I told them, hey, I don't
Facts.
gang bang, I don't do XYZ, that's not my lifestyle. I come from a good home. I just happen to have to hoop at this area in the middle of K Town, Franklin Park. Right. I was released immediately without even going to the jail cell, because they just looked up my record. Now, I will admit everybody who was arrested had some type of law breaking record. So not all of them stayed in jail. Some of them got out when they realized it was a low like stealing a honey bun or something back then when it was like 50 cents. Right. So that's not enough to keep you. So I do understand in practice you're saying that they could do this. Right. But also I believe that public outroar is the biggest way to stop the government from doing something, and is through history that has been the thing. And I
Wait,
do
you from
believe
Jersey, nigga? You said K Town?
Chicago, from Chicago.
Oh.
But I do believe, just to let here not be too long winded, even though I got more points, so just put me at the back of the queue because I don't want to talk too long. I do believe that I have uncles, not believe, I know, I have uncles and family members who are long generations of GD. They don't gang bang. They haven't gang banged in like 30, 40 years, but they influence it. And those same uncles and aunties, because it's not just men, have led a lot of my cousins astray by condoning their need to gangbang. They champion it. When I come into the house talking about stocks, I almost had to fight my uncle. But then my cousin come in and talk about the new Yellow Breezy song that came out about him getting shot, and that's the longest, most intelligent conversation I've ever heard him have. Right. So just the Venezuela thing, just go watch the Venezuela prison. There's a documentary on it that was out way before most people knew about it. I don't necessarily agree with everything he is doing, but when I say, did he solve the fucking problem? The answer is yes. And if you know anything about that prison system and that
You mean
president,
El
he
Salvador
solved
or
a
Venezuela?
problem that no other person before him can solve. And I think Venezuela is now seeing,
El
was it Venezuela or
Salvador.
El Salvador?
It's
I
El
forget,
Salvador.
El Salvador, I'm sorry. He is known to have the safest country to live in at the moment because of, hey, we understand influence. And no, we can't really legally base your influence. We have enough through social media, through wiretaps, through XYZ to know you might not be a participant, but you are willing to convince people to participate. And I'm sorry, my community and my struggle. I thought I was gonna die half the time I was young because I had to fight my way through it. Nobody should have to do that just to exist. And these gangs are getting out of control. So, Mr. Finley, I don't know if this is the right way. I'm not saying it's the only way, but I will land by saying if the black people can't police themselves and not don't join the police, which are looking for people left and right, even lowering in test scores, psychiatric, they late lowering everything. Just give us more police. Black people don't want to get into the system and fix it, then you are asking the system to fix itself.
Amen.
Let me
Thank
know
you,
when I'm up.
Amani.
Who's next?
Applaud.
Yeah, it's actually
Ooh,
on you,
Luca.
Ike. So it's Ike, Ladislaw, Concrete, Ron, Bima, AK, Finley, and then Huey takes us back into popcorn. And Finley, he stole that from you. I'm so sorry. Go on, Ike.
Okay, and I like that last statement, that last speech. I was just going to kind of ground down on this because I was responding when like the idea of a gang being federally titled a terrorist group is a huge recategorization because the First Amendment allows freedom of association. So if you get white people together, that is a gang. That's like a business or a club. You get Italians, that's a mob. You get black or Latinos, and that's a gang. And so if somebody's in freedom of association, despite their race, right? And if they're not, if nobody's committing crime, like normally, I know plenty of people that I associate with who commit crime, right? But as far as like what's considered egregious crime or absurd crime, right? I'm just saying, like like the other guy said, he might have been associated with the gang, but if no one in that gang is convicted of crime, or if they serve their term and they're back out, you still have that right, right? And so the whole out grouping of anyone, like generalizing gangs and mixing them in with black market criminal organizations that are their main function is moving drugs, traffic, people, et cetera, that needs to be delineated. And what I was going to say is the only problem I see is that when they're categorizing these gangs, if it's a black gang, if they get a good lawyer, they can file suit against the categorization. But if you get like a criminal Spanish cartel, you're not likely to get a lot of legal pushback or representation to say no, you can't categorize this as a terrorist organization by fiat. Prove that we are a terrorist organization, and then just redefine gang category based on First Amendment association. That's all.
Here we on you, Ladislav.
All right, cool. Yeah, I think that a lot of these conversations, everyone's perspectives are not informed by data, right? So if you're telling me there are terrorists plaguing America, right? I'm going to ask you to give me the numbers, right? Like, and it's valid. Understand, like, if your uncle was a gangbanger and your cousin was a gangbanger, then in your mind, all the black people are gangbangers because you were raised by gang members. But the numbers don't show that, right? So it's like about 9.7% of homicides were committed by gang members in 2020. Less than 10% of homicides in America in 2020, according to a study from the CDC, less than 10% of murders in America were committed by gang members. So if you're saying, oh, well, we're worried about murder, why the fuck are you focusing on like 9% of murders? What you really need to be focusing on is just crime in general, right? But I think that we take these narratives, we don't know shit because we never went to school, and then we just parrot rhetoric that we've heard. I'm a numbers guy. Anyone who's saying that America has like gangs that are also terrorists doesn't understand what the definition of terrorism is, because there has to be, as Mr. Finley said, a political objective, right? Which goes back to what Ike said. You're never going to be able to prove that if some Crips robbed a fucking grocery store, that they're the same as Al Qaeda. Like, that shit will never work in court. It's stupid. The numbers don't support it. Like, just give me numbers. Like, if you're saying we have terrorists in America, don't just talk about your uncle and your cousins who weren't shit and were like gangbanging. Like, give me numbers to quantify the shit. Yeah, I'll land there.
Alrighty, alrighty. So, I think I see both sides of it, right? I hear the niggas that's saying, lock them up, throw away the key, fuck all them niggas, right? And I hear the one saying, hell nah, you don't want to live in a police state. And I understand both sides, and I think what we're missing is the draconian side is not thinking about the malfeasance, right? The impropriety by people that we put into power. They're not thinking about that because they want the results. And they understand it exists, but I think they're making a calculus that the benefit outweighs the cost, even though they won't say it, right? I'm okay with innocent, and I think I want to see if they are capable of saying that. I'm okay with some innocent people getting fucked up as long as I can get this better society that I envision. And if they said that, then I think we're done, right? We don't have to argue with that. They're on a whole different, in an entirely different world, right? And then, because I don't think anybody's saying we don't need stricter laws or we don't need the police to like make the world a better place. We're just saying that when people get power, that shit goes to their head. They make a lot of mistakes, and they end up being assholes, and we end up paying for it, right? Innocent people end up paying for it, and yeah, man. That's it. That's all it is. And really, we're never dealing with the real issues, the systemic issues that make people want to join gangs. Broken fucking families, right? Being marginalized in the social hierarchy, right? On and on and on of the systemic issues that make who the fuck wants to join a gang if you're rich or comfortable? Who the fuck wants to die and get beat up and all that other crazy shit? Except these people might have felt like that's what's necessary in order for them to survive. So we got to address those issues. And the gang shit is tough. And I think the argument that I heard Finley make was against like how the policy is implemented. And they're just talking about implementing something to make this shit better. And I don't know, we're talking past each other on some stuff. We're not admitting certain things. It is what it is.
Ron,
Hello, can you
you're
hear
up.
me? It's on you, Ron. Yeah, can you hear me? Yep.
Yep.
So I think that people kind either are not aware of, or we have forgotten that laws are not inherent, and they are also not universal. So laws that exist in the United States, in the legal, political, and social body of the United States, do not exist in any other country as a complete collective, right? So laws in America will be different than in in Israel, as somebody mentioned earlier. That will be different than in El Salvador, as somebody mentioned earlier. It will be different everywhere. And that's one of the things that people forget who live in America about the privilege of being an American citizen, because because we have the constitution, the U.S. Constitution, which does grant us rights. I think that when it comes to children and raising children to be adults, that some people take things for granted, right? They say, oh, they're kids, and they just need to be kids. But quite honestly, you raise kids to be citizens of a state. It's one of the reasons why we go to school, right? When you go to school for two reasons, and an institution of that is something that's instituted by the state, a school that is instituted by the state. The purpose of it is to raise a child to have a basic education, and to inform the child of his rights as a citizen as he grows into an adult. And I think that part of the issue that many people have in America is that they take that for granted. They believe that just because they're citizens and they exist in this body as a citizen, that that their rights are inherent. And one of the things that I think that we are observing right now with this most recent election, and the past few years of the Supreme Court changing laws very quickly, that people thought were sort of inherent to society, because they were already done and passed, is the that we shouldn't take the fact that the laws have been passed for granted, to say that we will have them forever. And I think that people should be more engaged in the political discourse. um right, we don't have to be lawyers, but I think we should all be aware of what our rights are constitutionally, what the basic policies are, and what policies are being passed by our politicians, because we as the public are the fourth wall of the political system, right? You have the Supreme Court, the president, the Congress, and then the people. And I think that those are things that we have forgotten. um and someone mentioned policing and Israel earlier, and police officers in America going to Israel to learn how to police Black people. I think that this is uh, a type of conspiracy theory. Like, maybe it happened a little bit where some police officers went to Israel from America, but I mean, there's a police officer here on stage, right? And maybe he can explain or better explain to us. But
I spoke with a police officer from Ireland, and he said that he also went to different countries to learn how policing techniques were where they were from. They learned about how to de-escalate certain things in certain countries where escalation was high, or in where they had developed like good practices and techniques. So I think that as a profession, police officers tend to travel from place to place to learn from other types of police officers. Oh, I'm sorry, Chaos. Am I speaking for too long? I had one more one more point to make. Um, Also about the Israel Palestine conversation, because that's what I wanted to talk about initially. Um, is that I don't think that people really also understand the issue of the quote unquote Israel Palestine thing. I think that there are many different levels and many different layers of how people view it. Some people view it as a religious thing. Some people view it as a settler colonialist thing. Some people believe that, like somebody said, America put the Israelis into and are the Jews into Palestine, but America really didn't have anything to do with it, right? So a lot of these things are just sort of things that people generally believe, but they may or may not be true. I actually can say that I'm pretty familiar with the space. I've actually been um, to Israel and to the Palestinian areas. And if people are interested, I would suggest you read the Oslo Accords, because while someone else said that they signed over their rights, remember, rights are not inherent, and they are not explicitly given. What you have in America as American law is something very unique, to that the rest of the world doesn't have, and um, and laws and these rights of society are things that are negotiated, and it takes time to negotiate.
Thank you. Okay, so the queue is ending with Huey, but before that, we're going to hear Bima, AK, Finley, um, and then we'll go to popcorn, and you can respond to whichever speaker you like. Go on, Bima. Is she here? Yeah, she's there.
Yeah, thanks. I was actually just waiting to I was waiting for a while. I hope it's not too past the topic, but Concrete was asking about like when public opinion on Israel waned. And I was curious about that too, because I felt I had a theory, and so I went and I was checking up all of like the like I don't know how many I have here. Maybe about 24 Gallup polls for like the past, probably from 2001 to now, and you can tell in all of the Gallup polls, it all started around 2020. 2018, not so much, but definitely 2020 is when there was a huge shift. You could tell political party wise as well. Well, more Republicans gave more support, and Democrats giving more support for Palestine. And it's interesting that the Republicans also, okay, so you guys know that Republicans, for whatever reason, I think it has to do with religion. I've never understood this, but all my time in politics, if you are a Republican and you're looking to get, you have to be able, you have to support Israel. Like it's in the Republican Party, like the platform, like we support Israel. I think it has to do with like the biblical, like the Christian Zionist type thing. That's my best guess, because I've never gotten any type of explanation as to why. But if you're a Christian, it's usually like Republican Christian, you got to support Israel. Like that's just how it has to go. But yeah, I'm looking at all of these polls, and Democrats started to really big around 2019, 2020, huge shift to stop giving the support for Israel. And yeah, whatever happened around then, I wonder. I wonder.
Yeah, a lot was said since I've been waiting. I think Armani said a lot of points that I agree with, and I kind of understand what Mr. Finley is saying. So I really don't have nothing to give. So go ahead.
Okay, so that
Finley.
brings us, yeah.
Oh
That's
no, I
Finley.
wanted
That's
to. I got a submission if you'll let me.
No, I'm not gonna let you. So
Well,
so
because I was going to answer the same to Concrete's question, but I'll wait. Oh,
we
Finley's
got
back.
the queue short. The queue short. You can go ahead, Ike.
Well, I
man.
there was just an Atoms for Peace newspaper article that I was reading while you guys were talking. It was just perfectly coincidental, suggesting that Eisenhower gave Iran these centrifuges. So not the Palestine-Israeli conflict, but the overarching current relationship with Iran. The fact is, and so my answer is yes, maybe the Gallup polls that Beamer was mentioning in 2020 increased, but it was apparently a 2002 a rejection of European and American inspectors that set it off. But this is already after Khomeini. The reason Eisenhower did it is because Iran used to be a Western country back in 1953. So it's post bomb, and he's busy distributing and Israel taking nuclear tech to the allies. Iran was an ally. Then there was a shift over, and new events ended up occurring, and the article was listing four major events. And I already put. Oh no, the article's right here, and I just took a quick little brief note on it, right? And this is to answer Concrete's question, right? So this kind of backs a little like Israel. Like, yeah, we have a political system that's unlike any other, but we also have maybe a hugely ignorant pop, or they know certain facts that we don't. But anyway, it's called Atoms for Peace, and so that one is on 1953 is when Eisenhower did this to allies to help them enrich uranium, and so it was that. And then right here we got 1960 is when they actually gave it, and so 1953 he makes a deal. 1960s when they get 1974. Yeah, Paris and or France give Iran nuclear reactors as well, five more. 1980 is when the party shifted in 1980. And so I imagine since 48 when Israel started to 1980, like 32 years, there was not this concern, but probably when the Ayatollah got in and everything moved back to Islamic law, Persian law. That's probably when I would say that stoked everything, and that kind of matches that old Barbara Ann song that went, bomb, 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 Iran, that was all over the airwaves back in the day. But that's just to age myself. And then the 2002 lack of inspectors, and so by the time the internet builds from 2002 to 2020, and information is being shared harder, I don't think the sentiment towards Israel has been under scrutiny, at least. Well, I'll just say that Israel's under scrutiny.
Well, we
Thank
kind
you
of
for that, Ike.
yeah, we've kind of bounced back and forth with Iran because we're the problem. America's a freaking problem with respect to Iran. They're a Western country. We
Huey, cut
decided
it
to be a
out.
freaking. They're a Western. They're a what?
Suck
Huey,
dick
you
on
said it's
mute.
his turn. You said it's his turn, dog.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
my
Is
you.
there a
turn.
queue or something, or what?
Yeah, it's my turn. I let Ike go
For
because it was a
You
short
you.
got a
queue.
ball in your throat, Huey.
You let
Um,
I take your spot.
no, I did not. I let him go because it's a short queue. I said short queue. Go
Nah, you
ahead.
done, Finley. You
I
gave up
thought.
your spot,
No, I
Mr.
did not.
Finley.
I thought
No,
it
you said
equate.
it's a short queue, so you're gonna go when it's popcorn.
No, I did not say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I
See,
did
this why
not.
see he in here lying on you, Mr. Finley. We all seen what the fuck
This
happened.
this
Now,
this this
now,
this
now these
this,
motherfuckers want to
this,
send you to the
He
listen,
would
gulag.
never
This
give his
Timberland
turn.
wearing
Yo,
gangster rap
Tally, didn't he say
listening.
that?
Like,
I bet you this dude got on the pea coat and a freaking Scully right now. I bet you he do.
It's
And
90
some Timberlands. I
degrees,
bet you.
bitch.
I bet you. But in any event, uh, dude, we freaking we Iran was a Western country. We freaking overthrew. We did a regime change because they decided to socialize the oil, which we said, oh hell no, we ain't doing that because freaking I guess the UK had freaking oil interests in Iran. We overthrew them. Then we freaking gave Iraq weapons to fight Iran. We then turned on Iraq, switched positions again. Dude, we're the problem. We're the freaking problem. But I want to go back and just kind of button up with respect to this whole idea of labeling gang members as terrorists and getting back to the point, and Armani, you were fortunate with respect to they looked up your record and let you go. But I'm telling you that a lot of freaking prosecutors, especially when they're under pressure from the public to deal with the problem, they become overzealous and they don't give due process to especially poor people because they don't have attorneys, they don't know how things works. You throw a poor person in a freaking cage and take away their freedom, and they will do whatever the hell you want them to do, which is evil. It is freaking evil. But ramping it up by giving the feds carte blanche to call people terrorists opens a whole another can of worms, and we watch them, which is why I think the freaking the Patriot Act is trash. But again, scare Americans in the greatest so-called greatest country in the world with all these weapons that makes us so secure. You scare us to death, and we will throw away our civil liberties because what we believe is you're going to deal with that guy, right, and not me. Just as some of these Trumpers, pro-Trumpers, are finding out with respect to immigration, they're going to arrest those people and not me. There's a white couple, the guy's from Denmark. He's been here for years, and he thought that, and he went and thought, "I'll just get my." He forgot to get his papers right years ago. He went to immigration to try to get himself right, and they freaking arrested him on site. His wife is a work at home mom or stay at home mom. Now her husband's freaking been detained, and she can't support herself. She's crying when this is what you asked for, because again, when we get scared and we get stupid. Respectfully, I'm talking about us, everybody, not calling you stupid. This is what we do. That's why I don't think it's a good idea. But I'm gonna leave it there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. When I initially added myself to the queue, I actually wanted to follow up on the back of what Mr. Finley had initially said, because I think something had been woken up, an important conversation about what's happening within our communities. It reminded me of the snitching discussion we had 8 to 9 days ago in this august house. The conversation about snitching and why some types of blacks could not understand where the culture of anti-snitching comes from, right? One of the issues is that when you allow your government to arbitrarily enforce its law and standards upon a peoples who don't have much say in that law or standards, and they get it wrong, it sows a sense of distrust amongst police. Think about what Mr. Finley was saying about the boys who were shaken down just because they were wearing a G on the vest. How likely are they to trust that same enforcement arm to come and deal with issues within the community? One of the issues is that to be a law abiding citizen as a black, right, is an incredibly difficult thing to do, especially when the same rhetoric and dialogue is being led by law abiding coons. Now, who are some of these coons? Some of these coons are the same foreigners you listen to day in and day out on this very august stage, who come from some of these island countries, and they come and tell you why black Americans are fucking up doing X, Y, and Z. It's very unfortunate, right? Because some of these coons, these foreign coons, are the ones who are putting the immigrant in ignorant. Hmm? That's one of the issues. These are the same people who have a holier than
The
thou
immigrant
attitude
and
in
what?
their own.
You cut out. You
They
said they're putting the immigrant in what?
in ignorant. Yeah,
Ah.
they're putting the immigrant in ignorant. You know what I'm saying? And so one of the issues is these same law-abiding coons who are leading the charge against gangs and telling black people how we need to how they need to police the communities and they have to have a zero tolerance policy. Clearly, don't understand some of the subtle nuances that Mr. Finley was speaking to. Right? Unfortunately, right, black people have not had enough of the say in the law enforcement, and sometimes the way police officers introduce themselves into communities is as law enforcement as opposed to community service. Those are two fundamentally different mind states, and there's a shift that needs to happen. But some of these coons are not capable of appreciating that nuance. That's the issue. What we need to start doing
is having the proper discussions rather than propagating propaganda from the same state that doesn't care for your peoples, for your minority class. Eh? That's what we need to start doing. But it's unfortunate because many of you will have missed the point. Many of you just want to fight. And I just want to say the first person who disagrees with me after I've said what I've said is either gay or another type of coon altogether.
Damn, this is hard to beat
But
that logic. But
I
what's
would, I
wrong
would,
with being
I
yay?
wanted to say
I'm
this.
yay, dog. I'll take that one on the chin.
I wanted to say this because again, like I said, I'm not arguing with you guys. I'm having a conversation, meaning that I just want to see where does this point end. To the point of gangs not having a political bias, I think that is a term you would say in the hood as there's levels to this shit. My family is already gang bang. I don't, right? But I went to college. Now the bar is low for gangs. So that was considered higher education, whether I graduated or not. I was considered smart, right? Because I was able to complete more than 2 years of college or whatnot. Um, there's prayers in gangs. There's a lot of politics. When I was being recruited, I wasn't being recruited to be a store runner or a pack seller or something weird like that. I was being asked to do logistics because I'm good with math, right? And when I was like, no, they didn't come at me the way they come at the average person who has no establishment in the community. They started telling me about what Larry Hoover actually meant, why the government came in and separated Larry Hoover and his counterparts that created the black disciples outside of the gangster disciples. They started telling me about all Huey Newton and all these people in which they wished to represent. Now I understand they were trying to get me with ideology because in practice they don't act in that way, right? But in ideology they wanted me because they consider me to be smarter, and the guys I'm talking to, these are not the guys who are killing people. Like I know to the guy who has said the statistic about crime, they don't kill people. These are the people who dictate what your position is. They often stay free for a good amount of time,
May I
and
respond
their
when you
lower
finish?
men go to jail,
That's all I'm
right?
asking. I do want to
So
Where in
respond.
what?
popcorn? Where in
So
popcorn?
so hold on. I'm just saying. So just to glance, because it is popcorn, I won't be too long winded.
No, no, you
I
good,
was
Armani. You
given,
good.
yeah, I was given the political reasons to join the game, and you often use your skin tone against you. And just to land, also my Latino friends in Little Village, the ones who also went to college with me, the Latin Kings also went political with them because they knew after you got so far, they couldn't use you not having a father in the home, you having a dysfunctional home or XYZ to tell you this brotherhood ideology. So they went back to old traditions of what gangs used to be in the early whatevers, and they tried to convince you that way. Now, some people fall for it. I did not. But I just wanted to dismiss that, oh, gangs are not political. Yes, they are if you have the credentials and or the family reputation to where they would disappoint your family reputation and also maybe get disrespected back, and or they just believe that based off talking to you that you're not going to go for the okey doke. And you'll be surprised how smart these people who are behind the scenes get when they want to request a smart person, i.e., a white guy in corporate, and they want to sell him coke. They don't talk to that white guy the same way they talk to the people on the west side of Chicago. That downtown lawyer who sells cocaine to, completely different form of talking. So it is very much political if you have the right credentials or or they're aware of who you are or who you're connected to. It gets very much political. I just wanted to put that point out there.
I feel you,
As
man. I'll
political as
respond
the
with the
fucking white
following though.
supremacist groups.
I mean, here's
So
the
white
pushback, man.
supremacist groups
I'm
are
asking.
considered terrorist groups.
That's what I'm
Well,
saying. It's
and
like the
here, but
LK.
here's
Hold on, I
here's
got
the
you, bro. Let
difference.
me
I
let it
literally
flow.
asked to respond. I
All right, go
literally
ahead, bro.
asked him, "Can I
You got it,
respond?"
bro.
After
Go
he
ahead.
finished, bro.
Go ahead.
I also asked to respond
So
to it.
like,
Yeah, if he gonna crack,
bruh,
just give it to him.
it's good, bruh. Shut up.
Pause.
So
I'm
like,
after
Yo,
if you're
Lucci.
watch your
talking
fucking
about,
mouth, bitch. The fuck is
fuck
wrong
you
with
too,
you? I
bruh.
just
Shut up.
gave it to you,
Now he's
nigga. There's
mad.
no need for
So
that shit,
then let me
faggot.
have it, bitch. Shut up.
All right,
Okay.
then take it,
I was
faggot.
already.
Whoa, whoa,
I'm
whoa!
doing
What's
that.
going on, fellas? Pause. Pause.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah,
So all I'm
bro. This
saying is
nigga,
this,
this
man.
nigga been waiting all day to
Yeah,
snap like a girl,
yeah.
bro.
You're
Matter
good,
of
bruh.
fact, I'ma
You're good.
fucking
Keep
go,
it
bitch ass
quick,
nigga.
Landy.
Like I
Keep it
said,
quick.
Oh
Come on,
my
LK,
God,
AK.
bro.
LK. That's why I associate them to the terrorist
Now
group
he's
because
triggered and shit.
LK is just like them white supremacist group when they recruiting. They'll tell you that whole fucking lie. Why you mute? Why you muting me, bitch ass Nathan?
Bro, I literally just asked to go. while
Yeah,
he was
but the
talking
thing
so
is,
I
we
could
came off
respond
mute
to
at
his
the
Hey,
shit,
same
hey, Act,
time,
and
I'm
you're
bro.
interested in
triggered.
what you got to say
So
too, Act. Can you just let him go, bro? Because I
I
want to hear what he
did.
talking
Then
about.
he called me out my name.
Yeah,
So
I know, bro. You this the internet,
I don't think
dog.
I
Come on,
heard
bro.
that, but I heard some self-ordering and no takesies backsies. So Ladislav,
he got it.
AK, and then Ron.
No, yeah, man. I mean, and I feel everything you're saying is valid, right? Now, when I'm talking about the shit being political, I'm talking about, are they trying to assassinate politicians? Are they trying to get laws passed? The answer is no. They're trying to sell cocaine. They're just trying to get money, right? That's not political, right? Now, I understand that they get you with ideology, but they're not targeting politicians, right? Like there was recently this dude who was like a Trump supporter who like killed two Democratic lawmakers and shot two other ones. That's terrorism. They're targeting the government. Now, you know, the objective of a gang is to stay out the way. If you know what I'm saying, they're literally not even trying to get the boys looking at them. They want to stay out the way, and hopefully no one even notices the illegal shit they're doing because it's not political. They're just trying to get the bag. It's not political, right? So, and then the more important thing is, man, if you're saying that there is terrorism and we need to change the way that we use these laws, I need you to substantiate that claim through data. You have not referenced any data and you've been to college, so I know you know, Armani, how important that is. If you're telling me gang violence is this substantial and important, show me numbers. I just showed you less than 10% of homicides were even committed by gang members. Less than 10%. 90% of homicides are committed by random ass people. So why are you focusing on gang members? I think it's just your personal experience and how influential gangs have been in your life, but that does not reflect the majority of crime at all. So that's where I'm going to land. It's not
That's
political and it's
debated
not
about
that
whether or
big of a
not that guy
deal.
was Republican or funded by Walz's campaign. There's arguments that he was
You're
funded with a
what the fuck?
GNOVO Walz, Kamala's Walz, right? That they were funded that way, and that the guy was really
Ike,
not a Republican.
Ike. Did you watch the
Yo,
interview of his? Did
I
you
What
watch
can
the
you
Mr.
can
interview
you let
of
Bill.
Act
his
can you let
roommate?
respond too though? Let
Okay,
Act
they
Yeah.
interviewed his
respond.
roommate though. Ike.
Okay. It looks like Ladislav
Nah, go
went
ahead.
next.
Let him go, and I'll go after him.
Okay, well I'll
Um,
say this again.
I'm
See,
after AK.
now I
no, you're not.
understand
Ron
what.
is after AK, and
Oh,
you'll
I'm
be after
sorry.
him. We're
Is it
still
not
I'm
my
in.
after
turn?
Ron.
So do I go or do I go in the back of the queue?
Okay, so we're not in a queue. We're just like giving the opportunity for each person who came off mic at the same time to speak. Like that's it, and then we can come back to you to respond to
Okay, okay.
each or all of them. Right now we're gonna hear AK, Ron. Sounds like concrete, and then you can respond.
Ladislow, if I'm saying your name. I get your point, right? And it definitely makes sense, and the numbers definitely gotta be put out for us to have a good conversation because you put numbers out there, right? But the numbers that you're talking about murder just by itself, right? You keep talking about 10% murder. That's not really just like terroristic acts, right? Just murder, right? There's other things that they're doing. I think that a gang could impose terror on a group of civilians in a community without really even murdering motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? That's my one thing. So when you go into the numbers, I think you should keep that in mind. Because if you look at gang violence, it's more like fucking over 40%, right? So that's all I want you to look at with that one.
People say politics are the political as if it means that like they have to be an official politician, right? Or that these people have to be working to assassinate politicians, as Laszlo said. But gang members often bribe politicians, local politicians, whether they be low level or whatever the case, in order to get what they need, right? They also bribe judges, they bribe whatever. Back to the other thing, I think that uh, that there should be an advocacy for more Black Americans to get involved in law, whether it's law enforcement at the lowest levels, or become lawyers or become judges, whatever the case may be, because that's part of, and in policy making, because that's representation, right? It's ridiculous that Black Americans, as far as I remember it, make up about approximately 13 to 15% of the population, but but I think they make up less than 4% of all lawyers, represented lawyers in the United States. And that also includes in policy, and that includes in a variety of things. And again, what I said before, when I went on for a long time, was that the laws are not inherent, right? And you have to. It's it's a game that people that has to be played and understood, and people have to. And you don't get inherent representation. Yeah, you get a lawyer, but you get a crackpot lawyer that doesn't really care. What is better to have somebody who is in your community, who understands the nature of your community, or whatever the case. So I think that would be a more viable solution than to just say that not to pass certain laws, because sometimes laws, anti-terrorism laws or whatever the case may be necessary. They may disenfranchise certain people, but they also may be necessary depending on what the case may be. Like America is a different world than parts of the Middle East, like in Iran, or where a military or governmental or outside terroristic type coup can happen from a different neighboring country.
So Ron, you would agree that
It was on
oh, is it
concrete,
Q?
and
I'm
then
sorry.
ultimately we were getting back. All of these people were pretty much responding to Armani. It's not a queue. It's just that they all came off mic at the same time, and I was just giving each of them an opportunity to speak. But it was going to be concrete, and then Armani, and we're still in popcorn.
Okay, I'll go.
Luca, I don't disagree with anything you said. I think you're correct in pointing out the different sense of the word political. And I think in order to like clarify even more is the operation or the conduct towards political ends, right? Because I think what Armani was talking about and what Ron was talking about is engaging politicians with Ron, bribing judges. That's engaging politicians. And then um, what Armani was talking about was like uh, when we use the word political is just the back and forth between humans within a hierarchy, being political, trying to get something done through cooperation and politics. That's where that's the way I would think about it. But what Luca is going off with the definition of a terrorist, and I think Finley having political ends, which would be like overthrowing a government, pushing back, overthrowing a government, or retaliation against a government. That would be like a political end. And look, we can construe a terrorist or define a terrorist any way we want. And I think ultimately it isn't about the label, it's about the treatment. It's how are these human beings being treated by the system? And do we want innocent people to be caught up in the system in order to quote unquote make the world a better place? And the unfortunate part about it is no, we don't want innocent people caught up in draconian systems. And what I would do is, everyone that's advocating for it, if I could get away with it, I would run a little experiment. I would plant some drugs in your house. I'd call the police and I'd have them arrest you. And within the drugs, right? Like if you were to like open up the bag and go inside, there'll be a sign saying, haha, just joking. I planted this. Here's a video of me planting it. It really wasn't this guy, right? And who knows when those drugs will be like evaluated for them to like get to that note inside the drugs. And meanwhile, you're in jail. Meanwhile, your life is going on outside, and all the consequences thereof of your absence, right? And if you were to go through that experience, then what say you? And this is for you directly, Armani. If would you feel the same way about what you're advocating for if you became a victim of it to the highest degree, which is you lost everything in the process, which is totally plausible, right? Would you be willing that system to exist with you losing everything? Go ahead.
I would say yes because I'm actually make
Ah,
this point.
shit.
No, I would make
They
this
say he
point.
was already
Um,
subject to this shit.
yeah, I would say yes because I've made this
He didn't
point.
lose
I,
everything.
I am I am very lucky to have learned my lesson at a young age. A lot of people are not, but if I'm looking at the betterment of the community, and let's say since I never learned my lesson and somebody else outside of me was making this point, I would still I would still agree with their point because a lot of people, whether they gang bang because of their availability to money or XYZ, because gang banging ain't really a thing, right? It's fake gang bangers, but it's really drugs and making money for your family to pay for rent, XYZ. Certain people are put in those circumstances without an option. I understand that, but to reset the community, those options have to be depleted, right? Shame has to come back to our community. Pushing people away and from the community,
No,
which
you're
I
talking
happen
about the goals. I'm talking about the cost.
okay. Let
You're
me ask you
willing
this
to
then. Can you
lose your
clarify for me
house.
then?
Yeah, yeah. You're willing to lose your house. You're willing to lose your wife. You're willing to lose your income to be caught up in the system in order for the system to exist? Because that's what I'm asking you. Would you be willing to martyr yourself in order for the existence of this system, which is to say that you would become an innocent um, casualty of this system? Are you willing to do that?
Right, but let me actually. I just want to clarify. In the aspect of realism, none of the people I talk about can ever afford a home. So you asking a law-abiding citizen would I risk it? No. But if I was a gangbanger, I wouldn't be where I am to answer this question today. I don't like. The 90% of people who participate in what we're talking about will never own a home. They will always
That's
exist
I
in
don't
their
think
own
he
irrelevant,
community.
though.
So
understands the question. That's
Yeah.
am
irrelevant,
I
bro.
not answering your question, Concrete?
No, look. See, the thing is, I'm asking if you were to become a victim of this system, would you implement this system? And my answer would be no, hell no. I don't want that system. And I think that's the issue. Like, is it okay
Oh,
for
I get what
you?
you're saying now.
Is it
I get
okay
what
for
you're saying.
you to go through?
I would say yes, and
Wow.
again, I would
What?
say well yes for this
That's
one reason.
nah.
I
Let me answer
actually
after
have
you,
I've had this
Armani.
stance. No, look, I've had this stance for a while. I believe the black community is a dwindling culture in the U.S. specifically.
Huh?
Yes, yeah. I'm sorry. I've worked with stats. I've taught. I've understand a lot of the points y'all make, and it does exist in our community more potent than others. I'm not saying it don't exist in others, but it's a lot more potent in ours due to a lot of factors. I'm not disregarding those. But if I was a ghost in a world where I was killed in order for this to happen, in 20 years I come back to this world and I see a prospering black community who never agreed with it, I would not mind my sacrifice because I feel like in my age group and even my mother's age group, we have forgotten what sacrifice is. Not everybody in the who was killed during Martin Luther King or Malcolm X era felt this passionately or even had anything to do with it. Yet I sit here today talking to you because I'm able to benefit from their sacrifice. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people who were not supposed to be there, didn't know the consequences, would easily today be like, no, I would have rather not never died. I would rather live the whole life. Yet I'm black in America right now because of their sacrifice. And I think that's even a good conversation of are you willing to sacrifice yourself? Because I don't have the power. I'll land with here. I realize no matter what I do, I don't have the power to change the community. And I've met other black people. I think I've talked to some of y'all in here who have done great things for your community. And yet, if we look up the statistics of the community you did it in, nothing has really changed outside of a couple students you switched. You were able to convince. And I want to see black people get back into their proper roles like when I was growing up. I do not like where we are now. And I do think the probability, because I think that matters, I think the probability of me getting caught up, being a law-abiding citizen and staying where I stayed, not in the hood, it is a little biased. I would probably say a 80% chance I would not get caught up in it, concrete. And I don't think you would either, brother. From
No, that's
how
not
I
what I'm
hear you
talking
talk, I
about.
don't think you're in a position to be caught in either. You
I'm
don't
not
gang, you don't,
saying
you know what I'm saying? You don't play basketball with gang bangers. You playing basketball with Amazon worker. I mean, not Amazon workers, white kids, a couple dudes who got some business, some old heads. You're nowhere in gang territory, concrete. At least from the way I heard you speak.
So you're saying basketball courts are gang territory? You hear that, Mr.
No, I'm
Philly?
saying I know. I said they're
I hear
not.
it. I'm
I've
listening.
said they're
I'm
not. I've
listening.
said they're not. I
I
said
know,
you.
I know,
I
I know,
don't
I
live in
know.
an
Armani, I'm
area
joking.
where
He
gang
trolling you. He
banging
trolling
is
you,
crazy.
Armani. He trolling you.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
trolling Finley. I'm not trolling
Yeah,
Armani.
we're,
Well,
yeah, he's trolling me
Armani
really.
is
Yeah.
not.
Oh,
It's
my
Is
my
we
not.
are
bad, my
not
bad, guys.
anti riffraff here. It's
It,
okay. Armani, did you get to land?
Yeah, I'm landed because I want to continue
it
the conversation. I
is
appreciate it.
not. It's not about the probability of an innocent. It's that it is the case that innocent people are going to get caught up. Some more so than others. It is the case that there's niggas that's gonna get caught up, be in an impoverished position, don't have bail money, and they're sitting there for, bro, there was somebody here mentioned 3 fucking years being innocent. That's crazy.
That was me.
Oh, I
That
didn't
was
want to mention
pockets.
that. I didn't want to mention nobody. I didn't want to say no names. Anyway, that's fucking crazy. I didn't even know you was here, Pockets. I looked at the phone first and I was like,
Hey,
I didn't even know. Oh, there you go. So fucking it.
But
Anyway,
I will ask you this, concrete. With everything
yeah.
you've succeeded in life, your education, your lifestyle, X, Y, Z, what are you willing to give up if you could guarantee the black community would benefit from your participation?
Oh, that's the thing. You don't, I mean, you really don't have to give anything up. It's not that complicated, bro. It's really, 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 really simple. What you do is you give niggas an alternative. And an alternative is, how do I occupy my time in a way that's beneficial for me? And
Well,
that's
concrete.
it.
Do you mind if I interrupt you? You gave
Good.
me a very specific situation where I had to kind of pick a choose. I'm only giving you a pick a choose option back. I'm saying you're guaranteed to lose something if you choose I'm losing, or you're guaranteed to not lose something if you go I'm not willing to lose. So, in within that hypothetical, if you knew the black community would do better and you had to lose something, how much are you willing to give up in order to see the future black kids become better than what you could have ever imagined?
He
Okay,
pays
great.
taxes. There you go. He pays
No, 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 no.
taxes.
Look. I can clearly say it, right? I'm willing to give up profit. I'm willing to give up time. And profit is the money I could have made instead of the money that I'm gonna make, and I'm willing to give up my time instead of chilling with the hoes. I'll
Concrete.
give my time. Huh?
Oh no, let me say something when you finish. Sorry, bro.
No, no. I was gonna say instead of chilling with the hoes, I'm gonna give my time to the community, and I could do it to like a very high degree. Um, if you want to spend months, weeks, years, I'll give it all. I'll give it to the community because it's not necessary to throw yourself on the altar of the justice system and become a prisoner and lose all your things. The only thing the black community is missing is good leadership. And what you could do with niggas in the hood is you pull them out and you take them to somewhere else and you give them something to do that's gonna help them fucking self-actualize. That's it. And what you can think of is boot camp slash boarding school slash training in full incubator where you could take a boy who doesn't know who he is, doesn't know how to become a man, and you sit down and you systematically show him how to become a man, and then he's got it from there. Thank you, I got it. We're
Okay.
done.
Okay. So here's a two things. The alternative when you were speaking earlier is this: is death. The leading cause of death for the youth in the black community, black men, is homicide. 50% of deaths for black men in the black community is literally comes from gun violence. So and pretend like this shit is not already killing kids. It's asinine. Gang violence is destroying the
Let me
community
go after you.
one life at a time. Here's the
I was
second
I
thing.
already
Let me go
I
after you,
agree
family.
with you. I
All right, I'm
I
after
agree
Mister.
with I agree with you, Concrete, that we need good leadership. The problem is you got to remove the bad leadership, and the only way to do so is doing what Armani and AK stated earlier: arrest those motherfuckers, get them out of get them out of the community, because it's easier to do bad than it is to do good, and we all know that.
Can I think
So
it was
so
Finley and
so
somebody
so
else.
so
Stop
so so
pretending.
I'm
so
after
school
Finley.
what school back in the
You after
19
Finley,
back in
Ron?
the 1940s and 50s, what was the number one cause of young black men? Number one cause of
I'm
death, what
not
was it?
talking about the
I'm asking you a question.
1940s
I'm
or
asking you a question. I'm
1950s.
asking you a
I'm talking
question
about in
for a reason.
2025, Mr. Finley.
In
See,
He's
1950,
no, but
refusing to
the problem
in
with
engage.
our
nine
Just
community,
make your
in
we
point.
focus too much.
1950
We
in
we we
1950, what
focus
was the
too much
number
on the past.
in
We focus too much
1950
on the
in
past.
1950? What was the number one cause? Do you know? If you don't know,
I
just say
know
I
what
don't know.
the no. Uh, I know what you
Just go ahead,
right now.
Mr. Finley.
Yeah,
So
Finley,
so
bro.
the
Just make
reason
your
the
point.
reason the
He's
reason
trying to
the
argue.
reason I'm bringing them up because that's always been the number one cause. Always, right?
No, it's
And
not.
so
No, it's not.
yes, it has been. So this even during the golden era in urban areas, that was the problem, right? And so to in this idea that if we just get stricter, right? Because I listened to Ron give a
But I missed
summation,
it. What
right?
was the answer? Sorry, Mr. Finn. What was the answer?
It was guns. So I
Got
was
it.
gonna ask Ron. I was gonna ask Ron. Does he think right that what we did with respect to the war on drugs, the crime bill, does he think all those things were effective in the black community? Because we certainly arrested tens of thousands of young black men and put them in prison, right? Calling something what somebody called a slow moving Holocaust. Now I don't know if I would use that term, but that's what somebody
I
called it.
just
Social
looked
scientists said
it
that, right?
up.
So 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 so
I just looked it up.
so
Tuberculosis is not.
let me finish my point. So this idea that we just come down with the hammer pause, we're going to solve the problem. No, no. In my old precinct, right? They got rid of this midnight basketball that the county had gave to the parks to promote midnight basketball. They got rid of it, right? And they saw an uptick in youth crimes, right? And people like they were laughing like that's a diversionary program. And then this wise county supervisor said we're going to put it back in. And oh my God, the crime went down in those same areas, right? Because the problem isn't freaking punishment, right? Punishment does not work. The reason that gangs proliferate, right? We saw this with the freaking Italians in urban America when they were freaking killing police, right? And heavily involved in gang activity. What happened when they started getting jobs, becoming police officers and running businesses? Oh my God, they don't want to freaking participate in gangs no more. That's the freaking
Thank
solution.
you.
So
Hold on.
so
Wait,
go
hold
ahead.
on, hold
I
on, hold on. Let
Yeah.
me ask you,
Go ahead.
Finley, real quick, real
hold on.
quick.
Go
Wait,
ahead.
Grumpy.
So,
Let me
hold
just
on,
correct
Come
you.
on,
I
guys.
need a
hold
major
on,
correction.
school, hold on, school. You just want to fight? I'm trying to build something, bro. Come on.
I know, but
So,
I need a major
hold on,
correction.
bro. Hold on, bro. So, the issue is, I think some of us understand the problem to a better degree than others. Some of us understand the solution better than others, and some of us really are passionate and don't understand. And that's why I think the draconian measures are the first knee-jerk reaction when it is really just men need things to do. Idle hands are the devil's playtool. Go ahead.
Okay. The first
Nah,
thing I want to make a
it's
Can I
not your
correction.
get in the queue,
turn,
y'all?
bro.
I'm gonna
Okay, let
go
me
after.
Right?
make a correction real quick.
I mean,
The
I
leading
already called.
cause of death.
But
Y'all in the
you
queue?
did
My
not
bad.
call
I
after
didn't know y'all was
Mr.
in the queue.
Finley, bro.
I
There
mean,
was
there
no
ain't no
queue.
queue, but goddamn,
The
We
trying to
leading
say
cause.
calling
some
it.
It's
shit.
Ron, you
technically
said you was
popcorn,
going
but
after
nobody
Mr.
knows
Finley?
how to
AK,
maintain
let
order.
me say this, and then you go ahead. The leading cause of
Well,
death
if
for
it's Ron's turn, then let Ron go.
the leading cause of death for youth, for the black youth, was not gun violence in the 1950s. I just looked it up. It was infectious diseases. Again, that's the leading cause of death now for young black men is homicide, is gun violence. And don't get me wrong. Everything else you said is correct. We need to have more of that in the communities. I remember Nipsey Hussle doing exactly what y'all are talking about. What the fuck happened to him? Oh shit! Was it gun violence? Man,
Mm.
y'all need to stop
You're
pretending,
not
man.
getting rid of the guns,
Oh my
school.
All right,
Sorry.
God. Oh
concrete.
my
Let me
gosh.
address a couple of things. Right. First of all, going back to your scenario, I think your scenario gives no faith to the justice system at all. Right. Me getting locked up for something that you planted and I'm just sitting in jail forever, I don't think that's realistic. But if you say so, right? But in my world, that's not realistic. I've been in situations where, I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time or something just looks weird to the cops and I might get hemmed up. But all in all, I was able to get out of those things because I either wasn't participating or it wasn't what they thought. And I've even gotten out of shit by acting like, you get what I'm saying? I might have been guilty, but I was able to finagle the system enough to where I could get out of that shit. Right. So I think our justice system is a little better than the scenario you gave. That's first and foremost. When it
If I
boils down
may
to,
weigh in, or
yeah, in a second, Armani, I've been waiting a minute. When it comes down to the idle hands thing, like Don said, it's been done before, and that is a tool, right? But that tool does not combat some of the reasons why people join gangs, right? The family institute that Armani was talking about. I don't care if you got a boys and girls club. I don't care if you got a swim program, whatever. When you come back home and them cousins and them uncles is there, and they ready for you to either put in work or you got to do what you got to do to fucking help the family, because this families are GDs. And if not family, if you're the only gang member in your family, right next door, there's another one gang member out of that family. So it's prevalent. You get what I'm saying? So my point is, when you dealing with these fucking people, the idle hands thing is not enough for them to just go ball up. We could walk through the hood to go ball up, and the gangs is on that fucking basketball court. You go back home, your brother is fucking telling you gotta go back through the back door because niggas is rolling up through the front. It's the environment. You get what I'm saying? So once that shit is already set in stone, the gang manipulation, the gang hierarchy, right? Once that's already set in stone, it's hard to break it. And what you're talking about, putting things in their hands to do, that's more generational. I think that's more long term, and it's a good tool. So maybe it's not just one thing that's going to solve the problem, and maybe that's the answer. The draconian ways that you're talking about is maybe it's not the end all be all, and giving them something to do is maybe not the end all be all. I'm gonna stay right.
let
Yeah,
me
and
just
I
get in
was
That's a
real
gonna say
quick,
horrible
before
right?
submission,
everybody
That's
go
bro.
after you,
I was
Ronnie.
gonna
If I,
speak back
all right,
back
Ron,
to
my
you.
bad.
How
I'll go
is
after you,
that
Ron. You did
horrible? You
ask.
can't just say things are.
But as soon as I get a chance, I'll tell you how
I
horrible
would
it's
like
how.
you to address it now, but go
Well,
ahead.
whoever's
Well,
Somebody go
next.
ahead.
damn.
Well,
No, I mean,
I
Ron
would
was
I
say
was
trying
this.
to.
I
just
Ron
gonna
think
was
address you
waiting.
directly. Go ahead.
who is somebody speaking or okay. I would
Yeah.
say this. See,
Ron
at
been
Man,
this
waiting a
let me
room.
minute,
get next,
Armani.
bruh.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that one laws or are designed to maintain the social order, right? When there's too much chaos in society, we need laws to maintain order. I agree with what AK said. That it can that this policy could be a tool, right? There are short-term policies and long-term policies, and a short-term policy to designate certain groups who are actively committing certain types of crimes as terrorists, and if they are semi-terroristic acts, or whatever the acts may be, then that's a short-term solution to the problem. And maybe a long-term solution to the problem is to change, to modify the culture. I mean, just adding basketball isn't going to be going to solve the problem, right? It's going to solve part of the problem right now, but like, this is a multi-generational sort of affair, raising a community, raising a society. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I was
Yes,
gonna
I
say
feel you, bruh.
the duality
Let Armani, then
between
you go, Lattice.
I'm after Armani.
I would say the
You
duality
gotta
of
go
this
after Lattice,
conversation
slow, bro.
is
Okay.
this is the duality. In this room, I like this room because we have intellectual debates, right? But I realize a lot of people in this room are so good at it because you've lived on this side of the world your entire life, right? I have lived on both sides of the world. If the reason gang culture and drug trafficking and things X Y Z, because some of y'all think that the people I'm talking about don't have cartel connects, that Chapo Lower Men wasn't in Chicago, Los Angeles, all these other places, which you can go watch documentaries and say they had a major hand in the drug distribution in these communities. So I'm talking to the not the store runners again, not the pack sellers. I'm talking to the people who don't go to jail often because they have a higher protocol. And coming from both sides, the number one thing I can tell you, just in my advice, and I'll land here, If you think you're going to stop the gang culture with an intellectual point about what is a gang, define culture, define race, I promise you, a guy would have punched you in your face the moment he don't even know what define mean.
As soon, look,
I
Armani,
told
as
a guy
soon
in
as
the
that
hood.
young boy
Let me just
walk
tell you, let
away,
me just tell you
the
a good one
OG
though.
gonna give him $1,000 to
Yeah,
forget
yeah,
everything
the thousand,
Concrete
yeah.
said.
And I'll tell you this: I was
Let
playing
me just
somebody.
go
I
after
moved out of the
concrete,
hood,
man.
right? This is why I say it's a problem. I moved out of the hood. I discontinued a lot of my family. I went back to see some friends playing 2K. I told a guy, bro, your hands are autonomous, right? And I was because he was whooping me in 2K. I'm like, bro, your hands got to be autonomous to beat me because I'm nice. That nigga got out his chair and said autonomous. Nigga, I'll pop you right now.
I shoot you
Nigga,
in your
what?
face.
That nigga took it as an insult. I haven't been to the west side of Chicago since a nigga heard the word autonomous, thought I was about to go, thought I wanted to diss him, and then stopped. And it was luckily there's a guy, another one like me, who's his cousin, who was like, nah, brother. He put me to the side, not his friend who wanted to fight me. He pulled me to the side and he was like, yo, Armani, look, most of the dudes ain't finished 8th grade, dog. Like using these big words and shit, dog. Like just go remember who you was before college and you'll be able to come. And I decided I don't want to remember who I was because it wasn't beneficiary. So I'll just land here. I respect this conversation because it's intellectual. But if you think that any of the things we're saying in this room, outside of the people who have experiences with it, who you will down them because, oh my God, this might be your personal experience. If I had to stop gang culture today, I would only hire people with experience to solve it. I don't care how many doctor degrees you got, what education you can, what words you can use. You are not fit to solve the gang issue. And again, I'll land here. Black
Bruh, come
people
on, man.
need to I believe black people can police themselves. And I think that should be the first option. But if you can't police yourself, then the law will. That is the law of the land. That's not my opinion. When you cannot police yourself, the law will step in and create some bullshit that I think y'all are highlighting. Oh, well, if they just call it terrorism, that's bullshit. I do agree. But I also agree that black people have had ample opportunity to fix what they're doing. And we, as a culture in the United States, not everybody, but in general, we are not a pro progression of our race. We're pro complainers.
Okay.
And
Let me just get
I'll
back
land
real
after
quick.
that.
I feel like I've been waiting to talk. Cool second.
Go
Not
You
for
ahead,
go
go
wait.
y'all to
ahead.
It's not
crack
your
up.
turn. Not your turn.
Nah, it's definitely on him
All I'm,
now,
s-
bro.
No, it's not. It's
I'm
Concrete
just
turn.
trying to.
No, it's his
Nah,
turn, and I'll
Lottie,
go after
Lottie
him.
Oh,
had
my fault.
next.
My fault. My fault. My
Lottie
fault,
had
Luca. My
next.
fault, Luca.
Yeah,
My
Lottie
fault,
had
Luca.
It's
next.
like, I guess I'm saying this, man. If you're really from the street, then you know you sound crazy telling anybody that they don't know shit. It just depends on what anybody chose to say, right? And then like you're in here telling on people and shit, which I'm joking, but you feel me? Maybe everybody's not trying to do that. You know what I mean? So all I'm saying is, if we're gonna keep it real, bro, let's talk about numbers, right? Like, so if you look at the number of black men who die from homicide, right? Like, see, like school is like, motherfuckers are out here killing each other all the time. It's if you take 100,000 black men, 50 of them get shot out of 100,000. That's 0.05% every year. So what I'm saying is, that's like if I tell you 70% of NBA players are black. Does that mean 70% of motherfuckers are in the NBA? No. The vast majority of y'all don't even play basketball. So if we talk about what percent of black people engage in this, oh shit, yeah, bro, it's barely any of us doing it. But you got, and I'm not going to be disrespectful, but I'm just saying, I think a lot of us hear numbers and statistics. We don't know how they fit into the broader picture, and we just go with it, right? And I think there's a lot of emotion and there's a lot of lived experience. Like you and AK keep talking about your personal experience. I keep bringing you numbers, right? Like I understand your experience, and I'm telling you, I can relate to someone feeling like most people are this way because this is what I see around me, right? But I can also tell you, I know people that didn't graduate from high school that could hit you with a harder vocabulary than I ever could, right? So I feel like you're also painting these people with a broad brush that you know isn't even true because you know there's people that didn't graduate from high school that's smarter than you. If you want to keep it real, there's people that haven't graduated from high school and you wouldn't even tell when you hear them talk, and you know that. So like let's just be honest. You're being general. You not keeping it real, bro. I'm maybe that's out of pocket to say, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't know.
I
No, I
don't
just
think that
think I
there's
think it's
specific.
out of pocket to say you're being anecdotal and general at the same time. You started off by saying that we're talking about our personal lives, then you ended by saying you're talking about most people, right? And one, people in here who know, I actually worked for statistics, National Teachers Conference of
Bro, just give
Statistics.
me some
Hold on,
statistics,
brother.
bro.
What? No, one
I
second.
missed that
Because
part.
see, no, hold on, because like I hate when people say you don't know numbers and you don't know stats, but I've changed laws. And what I realized,
Reference a statistic.
if you hadn't heard, based off the numbers that I have taught my community, I have fought for my community. You can go to schools I couldn't go to in Chicago right now because of the conferences I went to. At the end of the day, after all these numbers I did, ask yourself, is this conversation still happening with all my participation? Now, I'm not about to go on a bragging spree about what
No,
I've
let's
done.
not.
I'm just saying,
Bro, I'm
stop
just
putting
asking
down.
you
Hold on,
to
I'm just
reference
saying,
a relevant
I know you
Hold
statistic.
want.
on.
Can
We're
you
Hold
gonna,
on,
do
we're
brother.
that?
gonna
I'm
hold
just
on. I want to
saying,
go
I
next.
know you want to talk numbers,
Concrete,
and I don't
please,
have a
can I go
problem
next?
talking numbers. But if you
Please,
leave
just
it
one more.
100% of
No,
this
Don, no.
conversation, I'm saying if 100% of this conversation is only about numbers, then you're not trying to solve the problem. I'm not dismissing your point. I haven't dismissed nobody's point. But if you want to only talk about numbers, then talk to a nigga who is good with numbers and change laws with them. That did not fix my community. This is what I learned after I stopped. Because I thought in the moment, oh yeah, I'm here, I'm in Cali, I'm doing all this shit. Yeah, Chicago about to benefit. It's about 20 niggas in Chicago who know who I am. The rest of these niggas still gotta pay their mama's rent. They still gotta do XYZ. They still have the influence of the quote unquote big homie making their lives when they was about to go to college and be on a football team or something or go get to be a doctorate. Got them telling, hey man, you can make a lot more money in college if you sell a little weed to your classmates. So I'm not dismissing you, brother. I'm just saying numbers is a part of the conversation. It is not
Okay.
the entirety of the conversation. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So look,
Let
I
Finley go.
No, it's
you're
concrete and me.
roboting. You're roboting.
It's
Oh no,
concrete
I
and
said
me.
give it to Finley after.
So
No, it's concrete
where
and
we're
me.
at, Finley, you there? I just want to confirm.
I'm still here.
All right, thank you. So, if there was a committee which was, guiding the future of the black community, Don, you're not allowed on the committee. AK, you're not allowed on the committee. Ron, I don't know what's going on with you, homie. Armani, you can advise or be in a
Wait,
consulting
how he get a
aspect.
better
One
position than?
second, one second, one second. You can advise or you can be in on committee meetings, but you don't have a vote. You can pull somebody to the side, and the committee right now, as I see it and understand it, it's just gonna be me and Finley, right? Me and Finley are the only gentlemen, I think, that have the proper perspective, the proper disposition, the
All right, man, stop
proper
stroking yourself. Come on now.
optimism. No, 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 no. I'm sorry, fellas. This is not your ministry. Some of you niggas, this is not your ministry. Doesn't mean you don't have another calling, but this ain't it. Now, AK, you want to go draconian. Armani wants to go draconian. Don wants to go draconian. And we're
Fuck
saying
yeah.
no, 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 no. And what we need to do is you said it, but you ignored my submission. You need to get them niggas out of there. And we're going to do a simple fucking, let's say,
Get who out of there?
multi-pronged the niggas. The worst of the niggas. We're gonna do a simple multi-pronged attack, right? How early does it start with the waywardness? I'd say middle school. Okay, cool. That means we gotta institute something for the middle schoolers. You can't do trades. I think it's a little bit too early, maybe eighth grade, but we're talking sixth, seventh, eighth, right? That's when it begins, in my opinion. Why? Because you're elementary school, you're a young innocent dude. Middle school, you're a little bit older. You know what I mean? You done crossed over a little bit, and you upped yourself, right? You passed fifth grade, you graduated. Now you're on sixth grade. You're in a bigger, different campus, different structure. You're about to you're on another level. So that's the point where I think they become, susceptible to that, like,
Hey,
negative
Concrete, can
indoctrination.
I
Hold
fuck
on,
you up with
Amani.
this?
I want to
Go,
give
go.
one.
You
I want
all
to
right?
give
You
one
might just say it's
statistic.
earlier. You might say it's
No,
early, which
no,
is
no,
what.
Don.
Go
No,
ahead.
no,
Go
Hold on.
ahead. Go ahead.
Concrete.
I want to give
No,
one
what I,
Amani,
hold on,
let me
Don.
just give
It's
one
gonna be a
statistic.
sentence, brother. I promise you, it's only
Okay.
one sentence. I admitted I'm not the person who can preach to the ministry. But you fail to admit that even you being the person who can teach the ministry, you don't have the capability of getting the congression to show up. So I'm just as much needed as you. I might not preach, but
Who
you
won't
can't
show
get the
up?
people
The
to show up
congregation?
without me though. Yeah,
Why
you don't.
not?
Yeah.
You
Why
can't get
not?
you can't
Why
get all the
not?
major
Wait, why
people
you
to
say
show up
that?
to your
The only thing
conference.
Why you say
Concrete
that?
would do is would be to lay the
Because you're
pathway for
not
me to
tough
walk
enough,
there.
Oh
But
concrete.
hold
nah,
on,
nigga. Oh
Yeah,
man,
you're a
you
hold,
wildin'.
pussy and you
hold
don't
on.
know shit about the
Let me
Hold on,
streets.
say
Don. Let me
You a
just finish.
pussy.
Go,
no,
Don.
Concrete. Let me just
All
give my
right, go
one
quick, but
fact.
then I
It's
want
a
to finish
quick
my point.
fact, and I want Luca to address it, or Mr.
You
Finley, or
fighting
even
too
you.
much. That's why you can't be in the
Hold,
I
committee,
want to
man.
go
hold on.
after Mr.
No, no, no. You need to lay my fucking concrete walkway, okay? Then that's the only way you get in the community. So here's how it is.
Committee.
Here's how it is. If 100,000 teenage black men were in, let's say, in anywhere you want to name, 50,000 of them will get killed by gun violence. That's the stat. And for anyone who thinks that is not that much, you're fucking retarded. 50%
Okay.
of our
All right.
black men,
Give me a
young black
source on that,
men,
brother. Give me a
go look it
source.
up,
That's
Google.
no, no,
What's
no,
the
no,
age
I
no,
group?
looked
no,
it
What's
no.
the
up
age
Put the
group?
source in the
already.
chat, bro.
Wait. That's not
Okay,
50%. School. 50 out of 100,000 is not 50%.
50,000 out
No,
of
he said 50,000.
100,000?
but
Dude,
now he's making up shit though. He's conflating stats.
there's not a 50% homicide rate in the black community, fam.
Of
One out of two of us
youth.
ain't getting shot and
You
killed.
see, they're not listening. Of
He's
What
young
conflating
age
black
group?
men.
He's
stats.
saying if you isolate it to a particular demographic, that demographic's looking at 50% murder rates. What
That's
age
not
group?
even
What
true
age
though.
group?
Like
What age
he's
group?
What I
conflating
don't
stats.
Hold
He's
on.
conflating.
Teenagers,
I
the
know.
youth,
All right,
see it,
what age
18 to
group? Give
He's
us
19.
saying, bruh.
all right.
He just said half of
one out of
all
two
niggas
teenagers
die
is not
15,
every
getting killed
year.
either.
15
That's
to
bullshit.
19. Look it
One
That's not
up.
one
true, school.
one out of
Look
two
Okay,
it up.
bruh.
All
15.
right, y'all look it up.
Wait,
Let
wait,
me make my
wait,
point,
wait, wait.
man. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I
Oh,
was
go
just gonna
ahead.
say one out of two teenagers is not getting killed. But go ahead.
Yeah. So again, reason Exhibit A why schools are not allowed on the betterment of the Black Community Committee. This nigga's crazy. Anyway, so the whole point, Armani wanted to say the congregation isn't going to show up. Not true, sir. I can go. I will talk to the niggas. I don't care where the niggas is at. I know how to reach niggas. It's fucking simple, bro. There's two ways to reach niggas. With barbecue and no, I'm not joking. Actually, if you wanted to, you could take an
Stand up
example.
comedy.
Actually, no. Actually, if you wanted to use Jesus as an example, they showed up for the food, and they got the message and the food. And if you wanted to get the people to show up, you promised them a variety of things. We're gonna do career enhancement. We're gonna do community building. We're gonna do free food giveaways. We're gonna do all kind of stuff. Motivational speaking. They will show up. And what you do is you just simply offer them an alternative. And I bet you there's gang members who, if you get them out of their community and you take them to a different community where there's none of that stigma and that pressure, that peer pressure that you're talking about, they will fucking find and choose a different path. Some of those people are in there because of peer pressure,
No,
right?
I
They're
get
not
that.
in
Concrete.
it
I
because
get
they
that.
love it.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell
Hold on,
you
hold on.
this.
Let me land.
I
Let me
get
land.
that.
Let me land. I'm gonna land.
Hey,
Hold
can
on.
I
Hold
push
on,
back a
real
little
quick.
bit,
Hold
concrete?
on.
You
Let me
said
land.
you
Let me land. I
go
want
ahead,
to
bro.
because I missed my like from the first interruption. I missed where I was gonna go. I'm trying to get
All
back
right.
there. So let me just land with this. The committee, the simple issue with the black community, get them early, you get them occupied, you help them to traverse the social hierarchy.
Boy
Niggas,
Scouts.
niggas do not want to be marginalized. There's certain type of niggas you can marginalize them, and they're not gonna do anything. They're just gonna fucking give up and probably get high, get drunk, and that's their lives. Some other niggas, you marginalize them, they're gonna pick up the gun because they just rather fucking die, right?
Well, concrete.
So
Oh, my bad. My bad.
go ahead, go ahead.
I would say this, and I don't mean this in no disrespect. I hope you understand this conversation is in good faith. Um, I often look at Clubhouse and I can distinguish where people came from, and not just where, but how they survived, right? Because everybody can be from the same city but not survive the city. You just got lucky. I hear the way you talk personally, and I understand the way you approach people. You would never get a real hood nigga or a hood Latino or a hood whatever to agree with you because the basic value of respect. I'll shut up before I disrespect you. I've been in this room going on 3 weeks. People interrupt me. People yell over me, call me gay, X, Y, Z.
Oh yeah, prove it.
My
It's the
natural,
internet, though.
hold on
It's
one
the
second.
internet.
Hold on one second.
Internet is a
I
microcosm.
grew up where whether you was on the internet, you was in real life, or you even said it away from the person. A lot of the way people in here have conversations or get their way to talk, I would never participate in because I automatically imagine somebody punching me in my fucking mouth the moment I say it. So I'm not saying you're not from the hood. I'm not saying anything. You're from the city. But based off the way I've heard people talk in here, you would not get most hood people to follow you because you don't even respect basic hood reasonings of respect. Oh, you a
Is
bitch.
this
Shut up,
even
you
worth
faggot. Shut
responding
up,
to?
XYZ. You're not going
Is
to
this
shut
even
my
worth
No,
mouth.
I got
responding
your
to?
Hold
He's
point.
on, I
I
got
making
got
a
a
your
point.
point.
valid point.
I'm not trying to speak
It's a
long, brother. I'm
valid
not trying to
point.
speak long. I promise you I'm trying to like not speak long, but when I get interrupted, I make a mistake and start over.
Bro,
I'm
you
not gonna
just
start
said
over
he ain't
now.
street.
I'm
We
not gonna
heard
start
that.
over now. I'm not
We
gonna
get
start
it.
over now. I'm
Why
just
you
saying,
so
brother,
concerned
if
with
you
being
know what I'm
labeled
talking about,
street,
I think
bro?
AK, I think Mr. Finley
That's
from his
what he's
past
saying,
days, and
bro.
I think
Well, let
Concrete
No,
Ari
it's
too.
not.
land for 30 seconds at
Okay.
least.
Yeah,
All
come
right, brother.
on, Luca.
I'll
Let
be
him
quiet.
land, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, yeah, I get the point. And again, another reason why you can't get a voting right on the committee is because this is myopic thinking. There's tons of people who stick their hand in the hood and they pull out gems, right? There's basketball teams, there's fucking musicians, there's all sorts of people who don't come from that environment, don't speak the language, and yet pull people out. There's white people who go in the hood and make it happen. So the idea that you have to have some sort of
Respect.
tribal
I
allegiance.
said respect, brother. Not
No,
none
no,
of that other
no. I don't know
shit.
why
I
you
said
think that there
respect.
would be any. I don't know why you think there'll be any disrespect, but that's fine.
Because
That's just
respect is
that's a
everywhere, brother. It's not just
no, no, no,
it's
no,
not just in
no.
the hood. You
You're
respect everybody.
presuming. You're presuming. No, no, no. I didn't offer disrespect in my submission at all. But you threw that into the mix, as it gonna be like an
Get
impediment,
concrete
right?
kicked Lion under the bus. He doesn't like you kicking him under the bus.
Impediment to
Come
the
on.
program, right? And I don't know where you got that from. My only
Hold on.
point.
Can I tell you where I got it from? The first day I came into this room, I walked in and I said, "Yo, what's up, black people?" You said, "Shut up, bitch," and kept walking. This is how
That
I met
wasn't
you,
me.
nigga.
That wasn't
This is
me.
how I
That
Bro,
met
wasn't
why
you.
are
me.
we
That
trying
wasn't
to
This is
me.
how I
unpack
That
met
wasn't
you,
whether
me.
or
That
not?
That
wasn't
was
me.
you,
That
concrete.
wasn't me. That wasn't me. Let
No
me just finish.
concrete.
Y'all,
Concrete. This
You
is
y'all
are
how I
niggas.
met
Wait,
you.
hold on. Let me finish. Let me
Armani.
finish. Come
That's
on.
the
You keep.
welcome,
This is the
bro.
third inter.
Armani has to
Hold on.
finish. He has to finish after con.
This third. Let me just try to land with this. Again, another reason why AK is not allowed on the committee. Armani, you now can't even consult the committee. You can just. You can just. You can. Hey, Armani,
Yo, leave me alone, bro.
you get to read the meeting minutes, and that's it. That's it. Don't no. You don't even get the emails, no phone numbers, nothing. Just meeting minutes with the names redacted. You don't even know who's on the committee, just so the niggas don't get bothered.
Ain't nobody
Anyway,
go
so the
be
whole point. Hold on. The whole point is the niggas are wayward, and if you plucked them out one by one, I'd imagine in the city of Chicago, just to use as an example, and I could be wrong. You could correct me on this one, but I imagine the total number of niggas making the news is no more than 100,000.
Most of
I
them are
think
not
that
in
That's
gangs.
a fact. That's a fact.
I think that might be even like an overestimation.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
now that I
slightly
think
over,
about
but
it,
yeah,
right?
I get your point though.
So
Yeah.
okay, great, great. So that means within that population, there's gonna be niggas doing it just because they're followers. They just need another leader, right? There's gonna be niggas doing it because they love it to death. They're psychopaths and they love blood, the taste of blood, right? Them niggas are gonna have different solutions than the followers, right? And then there's like casual members, whatever. And what you do is you systematically just offer them an alternative until you have to give it to them. And the alternative is you pick them up, you take them to Arizona, you give them a job fucking building houses, right? And you give them the money that you make building houses and they have a
You
different
overlooked a
environment.
huge thing, young
Then
man.
and then another one is the one that's on the way to jail. And you give them an opportunity and you say, you got two choices, young man. And they do I don't know if they still do it, but they used to do it. You can go to the Marines or you can go to jail. Pick one. That's what, the way you deal with that nigga. And then you implement, like I said, in the middle school, some sort of program to get them focused. And year by year, you're getting rid of the negative elements. And you're giving them something to do, and that's it. You give them fucking jobs, bro. You give them skills and jobs, and you take them around the fucking world working.
Well, I'll say this because I'm
Studies
This
I'm
has
back
support
been
in
that
done
historical.
too.
I
before,
know.
bro.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Armani, leave
But
room for somebody else, bro.
it's my turn. It's my turn.
Yeah, let me go
So
after
so
you, Finley.
I think
yeah.
Armani's still got to land though.
I
He's got to
think
get third.
I
Ike,
think
you got an issue.
again, I think that we ignore the global solution, right? And we hyper focus on like anecdotes, and we also tend to look at trends from like decades ago, right? Because Chicago is like the poster child for some reason of like violent crime, and they're not even. I don't even believe they're top 10 in freaking violent crime, right?
You crazy.
I don't think they're top 10. You could challenge me on that and Google it, but I don't even think they're top 10. They're definitely not number one, right? As they are often painted, right? The violent crime rate in Chicago is actually freaking low. They peaked in the 90s. Then they saw a rapid decline over the next 2 decades. They saw a small spike during COVID, and then it began to drop again, right? It's near the freaking homicide rate, I think, is half of what it was in the freaking 90s when everybody was dealing with violence, right? But that aside, the one thing that we understand is that number one, when you offer solutions to a community, which with respect to like young black men, nobody wants to do. Why? Because they are labeled, or what they are looked at as how y'all look at them, as criminals, as thugs, as gang members, right? When the overwhelming majority of them are not, right? Even those that associate with gangs are nothing like that, right? And so when you try to introduce, because it's not just jobs and opportunity, you got to catch them young, right? Some psychologists say that at age 8 people are who they're going to be, right? But with respect to young men, like there's a few ways to get them on back on track, because again, if you're going to say that it's a black problem, then you're saying that we are genetically predisposed to violence, which is nonsense, right? But if you look at every other group, right, that had to deal with gangs, because like the Italians had to deal with freaking gangs, the Irish had to freaking deal with gangs. I'm talking about back when we were all still separated, and they all decided to kind of become one group, right? But they all dealt with them. But when did it disappear? When did gang activity, because they still do exist at very small percentages in certain areas, but when did they begin to freaking disappear? When jobs and opportunities begin to exist. That's how you deal with it, right? And if you want to deal with the young boys getting off path and getting into gangs, you freaking invest in schools and freaking extracurricular activities. This ain't rocket science. Do you know what people don't want to do? And I'm not talking about in the black community, because everyone's talking about the black community needs to solve it for themselves. They don't have the money to do it. But when other groups are asked to pony up, they don't freaking want to do it. They do not want to pay for it. Why? Because if you talk about young black boys, right? Because that we don't the girls are doing just fine. Everyone labels them how y'all label them. And we always say we just need to freaking lock them up. And that's the only freaking solution, right? And I'm gonna land with this point. To the point about respect. Armani, respectfully, right? When I got to the north, I was as country as they came, pause, and I was able to do a lot of programs for youth, because it wasn't that I could relate to the culture, because I did not, right? I'm not an urban black. I'm not in any way, shape, or form. But they respected me because I was honest and I was respectful to them. I didn't have to relate or understand the language. I was honest and I was respectful to them. And so I earned the trust. When I was a cop, one reason why I could walk around out of uniform in the quote unquote worst neighborhoods in freaking Milwaukee is because I was honest and I respected them. I treated them as humans. And I think that is a quality that all humans, regardless of affiliation, respect. But I'm gonna leave it there.
No, I get it,
Yeah,
but
concrete.
go ahead.
Armani, let me get
I'll
in
go
there,
after
right?
you, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, concrete, right? You
I
said a lot
commented
of shit. And I
Armani.
think from Jump Street, right? I think that you guys put me and Armani in the bracket of, you said draconian because it's like lock them all up. That's not initially what I was agreeing with, lock them all up, right? I was agreeing with some of labeling of domestic terrorism to get resources. I don't know if I'm breaking up or not. I got the red bar, but to get more resources towards these communities to disband these gangs, right? So I'm more of the thinking of it's not just one way, right? But enforcement is a big way that you guys. I think a lot of people are scared of because okay, you may see these fucking outliers up for not doing nothing wrong and people getting labeled fucking gang members when they're not. But good is being done when you're locking up motherfuckers. Let me- and my-
You are in the
Is he in the
matrix if
Matrix or
I'm
is
not
that me?
tripping.
negative.
No,
You
he's in
are,
the
bruh.
Matrix bad. Yeah, real bad.
I'll go
All right.
after Armani then. You are in
You
the
can hear me now?
matrix. No,
You're
I
good
guess you're
now.
good
You're
now.
good now.
Ack, you good, bro? Go ahead.
Okay. I gotta say
All
So
right.
something.
maybe he can't hear us. Then I don't know.
No, I can hear you. So no, what I was saying was that I don't know what you guys didn't hear, but when it comes down to the when Concrete said something about take fuck, I lost my train of
You
thought. I'm gonna
said
just pick it up at
outliers. You were talking about outliers that we're focusing on these outliers that get swept up, and that's kind of where I don't know.
right, right. So I think that I think those are outliers that may get swept up for no reason for bad and stuff like that. But the enforcement, I think people shouldn't be scared of because it's needed. And let me put a scenario in play. Right, there was a decade of time in my area where the police came in, FBI, DEA, they came in and did a sweep on gangs and a lot of the heads of the gangs. Right, and this is MS-13, this is Brim, this is Paru, right? So, and neighborhood, they did a sweep of all the top dudes in the gang, right? This left a lot of pups, we call them. Niggas without an OG, they just roam in the street. They may attach themselves to other gangs and stuff like that. This is where what Concrete is talking about comes into play. You give them something to do. But these big guys whose only fucking goal is to manipulate and control the younger dudes so that they have whether they have an army or they have a bunch of fucking servants. That's their goal. You're not gonna deter them and their people directly under them, like they're supporting fucking top five people. You're not gonna sway them with community fucking outreach programs and shit like that. You gotta lock their ass up because they're some of the evil ones, right? They're some of the ones that have PTSD from things going on from when they were younger, right? So you're not gonna solve that with them. They're gonna laugh in your fucking face, right? But those lost pups, now you can reach them because they no longer have that head, right? So now you bring Concrete in to fucking whisper sweet nothings in their ears and take them out the fucking hood or whatever you want to say, right? But I think it's in conjunction. You need to cut the head off of that fucking snake, right? On the point of taking them out the hood, there were scenarios where, and it's almost like taking them out the hood, they'll blow up project buildings, right? All that did was displace niggas, right? So now the crime is not just in this one little spot. Now it's spread across the city or the town, right? So in that instance, right? You would have to lock these niggas the fuck up, right? Because it didn't matter that they were all congested in one area. That wasn't the problem. That this is the problem, right? It's the people, right? So once you disbanded them, right, they're still doing in town. You got to do a sweep and get them the fuck out of it. Start from square zero. I mean, from square one, right? When it comes to taking one nigga out the hood and touching one nigga, that's gonna take a force of motherfuckers, right? It's literally, you know how much it takes to deter one nigga whose parents couldn't do it from a life of crime. It takes a lot of effort and time and money, like you said, Concrete, right? And you're willing to do that. I believe it could save two niggas. We're gonna have to pair 1-on-1 for every one of these adolescent people that are not that are on the track to doing crime. We're gonna have to pair them up one. That's a lot of fucking resources right there.
Let me get in
And
there.
that's all I want. I just wanted to put that out there so that
Yeah,
you guys can
Yeah,
I
fucking
but
would, I would
I'll
say this
explain it
AK,
because
further when I get my
I've
chance.
lived both lifestyles, right? And again, I'm not about to go too deep, but I'm new to y'all, not new to Clubhouse. I've successfully moved 10 people out of Chicago. I've given them an 8 month period to live with me. I always had an extra room, so it wasn't no crazy living, and I paid the rent that I would have paid whether they were there or not. Right? Eight people. I think five was like I can really consider my homies, and the other three were recommendations from a homie. Like, yo, he a good dude in the wrong place. Right? So I understand that, but at the same time, I have this question: why do you have to be the leader to make a change? I heard Concrete say I would lead better. I believe you could. I've already admitted that I've tried my personal best to lead my community, and somewhere I failed. I don't know that because I failed. So somebody third party will be able to tell me. But at the same time, I'm okay with being a lobbyist, right? The lobbyist is just as important as the president, if you ask me. Yes, the president leads the nation, but the lobbyist is the one that goes to the people or creates the propaganda around why this president is for you. He works with the corporations, or in this case, gang leaders or gang enthusiasts, on why they should put their vested interest into this person, right? So I don't, and this is one thing I don't like about the black community. I don't need to lead the community to be important. I never cared to be the most important person in the black community. I just wanted to link up with people um, who believe their self importance, and then say, okay, well, if you think you're able to lead, go ahead. I've actually promoted people in the firm I work for, which I won't say because this is Clubhouse, to get a higher position than me. And people go, well, you've been here longer. No, just because I've been here longer doesn't mean I have the capabilities or the ability to do so. But I do have good vision to see somebody who's willing to go through things that I might have failed at, or they just have a different point of view. I don't know their success rate, but I know I was wrong, so their point of view might be correct. I don't need to lead the black community, but just because you lead it, don't mean you can guarantee the black community will follow you as far as gains go. There's a lot of things that make me comfortable, well, make gang members comfortable with me when I'm around them. I understand the language, right? A lot of you in here, if a gang member came in here talking right now, you would immediately judge them. How is that person going to join your congression if you're not even willing to have a conversation because they don't share the same word bank as you? They don't have the same knowledge as you.
All right,
You
can I address it?
automatically going to
Let
disrespect.
me
Hold on,
get.
hold on, hold on, brother.
I'm after him.
I'm just laying here.
This is
The
a black conversation.
disrespect
Like,
of
stay out of it.
the not because
Whatever.
I'm not my thing. This ain't about black. I'm talking
Oh,
about
I was
gangs.
just joking. I was just joking.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying in general for people who don't know. I'm talking about gangs in general. You can be as smart as you want to be, but if you do not know how to accept people from all walks, which I've since I've been in this room, not everybody, because that's why I'm here, but a good amount of people who have come in and out, maybe not every day, are very dismissive, and they're black. I've heard and listened to make sure
But
they
we
say they
not
black.
those people.
You are
We
able
not
to
those people.
dis.
Let me
You
just
are
get in there when
able.
you're done.
I'm
Sum
just
it up,
laying here.
man.
You dismiss anybody who does not sound intellectual, and if you want to be a leader, you have to be able to talk to all of our people, right? You got to go in the room with Mister and be able to talk to him in a smart way. Then you got to go to room with Johnny down the block and be able to convey to him what you and Mister talked about, but in a lesser scale, right? So both parties are needed. I'm not arguing that I'm more important than anybody or somebody's more important than me. I'm saying both talents are needed because our community is so far behind. No one person can fix it. This is why we don't have another Martin Luther King, another Malcolm X. We don't have a lot of the women who lead it in our community to get us places because everybody wants to be the end all be all to the black community instead of teaming up and saying, you're good at this, you're good at this, I'm good at this. Let's distribute the responsibilities and let's create a culture. That is the number one thing the black community lacks is the ability to understand your weakness and somebody who can have it who don't sound like you. I'm
All right.
I don't know if
All
you
right.
No,
get what
no,
I'm
no.
saying, my
Hang on,
brother.
All right.
concrete.
I'm
Hang
after
on,
Ike. I'm
buddy.
after
No,
Ike.
okay, okay.
I'll
Now,
go after you, concrete.
like everything Armani said
I'm after
Okay,
Mister.
Mister.
is
Mister.
true, right? But it's
I,
true.
I,
But okay, it's 2008. I'm in Park Slope, Brooklyn, right? And I'm out there selling art, and I know another
All right,
artist. Now,
Ike.
this
Thank you
hang
very
on, hang
much
on,
for
hang
that
on.
submission.
This artist invites me over to go meet this Italian guy, and we play pool in his garage and everything, and we're hanging out. Right, the next time I'm over there, he's getting a drop. Right, a big old SUV comes in, and it's a black dude coming out, and he's all blinged up. And anyway, he does the payoff now. Just to move product, meaning drugs, from wherever, right? My understanding is this was a three gang cohort where you got the Hispanics moving the drugs up, and then they're delivering them, and then once they get to New York or Jersey, then they're distributed throughout the city by the black gang, and then the Italians are the ones picking it up, the coke or the other shit, right? And so anyway, the point is that people are also capitalistic, right? Even Bill Maher, I sold drugs during college. That's how I paid my way through it, partially, right? It's this old culture, and that old culture comes in, and black people think, yeah, hey, I want a piece of that because these guys are making a big brick all at once, right? Doing a simple job. And this is, before heavy surveillance state, 2008 to now, it was a lot different. But anyway, the whole point is Armani had said something like, the
All right,
person
thank you,
in, hang
Ike.
on, just let me fucking land, the person in the gang that cannot be arrested, right? But he didn't mean the boss necessarily, right? He didn't mean the made men, and he didn't mean the front people, right? He was talking about, because the front people, they're the ones that go out on the street, which are different than just kids that get together and form like a street gang, like someone else mentioned, right? This is an organized, hierarchical, well put together, you better not fucking snitch gang. And that's how you pull people out. Also, you offer them immunity for snitching. That's what police do all the time, right? That's part of the job. And then you have to deal with any fallout that comes from that to break down an organization. Point is just moving drugs, in my opinion, that's a black market that is almost like for time in memoriam, right? People want it. It's a supply and demand issue. It's against the law. That's why people get paid a shit gob, a premium on it. So I'm just saying there's these different gangs, and my note, and so it's an inversion to Armani's. We got to get together in this organized fashion, right? But it's in business, and it's a meta off of business. It's, hey, this is the way to do it. It's be on the up and up. Don't take the easy brick and break the law. Only do things on this side
Hurry
of the
up,
law.
Ike.
Thanks.
All right, I'll give anybody 75,000 US internet dollars if they could repeat anything that Ike said in terms of a thought, an idea, a statement.
I think
Anyway,
he said he was
it,
selling art or some shit. I'll go after
okay, all
concrete.
right. I'm gonna
I
wire
think
that money.
I'm out the concrete. I'm
I'm
after.
gonna wire those internet dollars right
Mr.
over,
Finley,
Nika.
then my bad.
And then I'm
So
after whoever
Armani,
that
I see
is.
what you're trying to do. You're not getting on the committee. You're trying. I see what you're trying to do. You're not right now. And the reason why you're not getting on the
who
committee,
not? Who not?
uh, you definitely not. And Armani, he's trying to get on. He's like, yo, what about me? I speak nigga. I speak hood nigga. I speak gang hood nigga. What the fuck?
Yo, nobody go
And I'm
BS in
saying
meetings, bro.
no, no, no. The committee. We are the decision makers for the black community. Now, the reason why I'm just gonna reiterate it, you don't, or I'm gonna just make it clearer, is you don't have the right vision. You don't think about the people in the right way. You don't have the bigger picture. And I'm sorry. Once you develop it and you can show it, then you can get on the committee. But right now, it's very simple. We talked about the number. 100,000. I'll bring it down to 75,000. I don't even think it's that much. It's probably closer to like 10,000 niggas that are ruining Chicago. 10,000. I
Yeah,
probably think
10
it's
is
closer to
good.
that.
10 is good.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, what we
Yeah, that
what we
stat
can
Mr.
look
Finley
at,
gave was
what we could look at, and the reason why I came to this and I have this understanding is because I have seen myself grow in a particular manner, right? So I'll just say it real quick. I went to college. I worked corporate, and then I said I want to have my own shit. So I had to learn from the bottom. I did Mexican work with a college degree. And the only way to call it Mexican work is just to paint that picture as fast as possible. I did the work that you wouldn't do with a college degree. Why? Because I said to myself, if I'm gonna run a business, I gotta understand it. Because running a business, there's so many fucking landmines. You can't see them all. So what you do is you learn from the bottom up. And through that process, I taught myself painting, drywall, framing, on and on and on. With my crew, with other people around me, with books. so on and so forth. It was a fucking painful fucking process, trust me. And it was over many years. But I'm a, what it what the goal was to become self-sufficient in every way practical. Not just oh, I'm gonna go get a job, or I'm sorry, I'm gonna go bid a job, I'm gonna get the job, and then I'll make money with other people's labor. No, can I take myself to a job site and make and be valuable to somebody else with my skill set? That's where I wanted to go, just because I love construction, I love the business, and I wanted to survive, and I wanted to grow, and I wanted to like really know my shit. Because one thing about construction or any business is that when you don't know what you're doing, niggas will take advantage of it. That's like, it's gonna cost you extra money because you just don't know what you're doing. And the reason is that's just how people operate. Is a bidding process. Are you willing to pay me $900? Or are you willing to pay me $100, $150, whatever the case? And over time, you learn the true value of the work, how much a person is worth per day. All right, anyway, that's just a long story. So what I know for sure in those environments, watching people, is if you can teach a man how to feed himself with his hands, that changes his entire mind. The way he looks at the world is different. If I can go 8 hours, not even a whole 8 hours, not even that hard, and I could do $250 for the day, $200 for the day, and that's where people are today. Before it was like $100 a day when I remember first starting out. And so if I could teach somebody in 1 year how to be worth $200 a day. And in that time period, they are going to learn something about everything about construction. I can teach somebody about a house, building a house from ground up, everything in between in 1 year, no problem. What it takes is exposure, proper education, and repetition, which is to say, you don't just build one houses in a year, you build 10 houses from ground up. You can build a house in like 30 days. So within 30 days, from the foundation to the roof and everything in between, I would take 4 guys and we would build that house day in, day out. We'll wake up, we'll talk about what we're gonna do that day. We do a quick little PowerPoint presentation. Here's the things we need to focus on, and then we do it, right? And that's 30 days we built the whole house. Second 30 days, we do the same thing again. We wake up, we go over what we're gonna do that day, we do it. And then on and on. Within 6 months, they've learned everything. The year is overkill. I'm saying 6 months, I could teach 4 dudes. And then what happens is that dude is now worth at least $60,000 a year. And now he can go anywhere in the world and be worth 60 plus. Of course, we're talking about exchange rates, but whatever, you get what I'm saying. He can take his skills anywhere in the world and make a good living. Not Saudi Arabia, because over there they have slaves. You can't go to slave markets. You got to go to normal people markets. Anyway, in that process, you just do it in food service, right? Teaching people how to be chefs, how to run restaurants, so on and so forth. That's worldwide business, and on and on and
Well, I
on.
would I would say this in a fun aspect, right? Why you wouldn't be accepted, and I heard it in the first sentence.
You looking to
We're
fight.
talking.
You
Hold
looking to
on. You wouldn't
fight.
be accepted for this
Right?
one
He
reason.
focused
No, let me
on,
tell you. Let
and
me
we
tell you why you
both
wouldn't
know
be
it's
accepted.
bullshit, right?
Because
Armani, we got a
we're
queue,
not
bro.
talking about
Shut your bitch ass up,
all.
Laszlo.
Hold on. We're not talking about all black people.
Come
We're talking about
on,
a
brother.
specific. We're talking about a very specific type of black person, right? So, in the sense of a very specific black person, you lost me when you said, "Yeah, so I'm going to read, nigga." What? Have you been to the hood? So my thing is, the moment we gave Concrete the
That's the
top
wrong
spot. No,
attitude,
no,
bro.
hold on, bro. We gave you the big
Nah, I
chair.
They
think
got
we
the
No,
wrong
hold
shouldn't
on, no,
even
no.
attitude,
give him that.
Look,
Concrete.
hold on. I just got
Bruh,
my
you're
ass whooped.
generalizing,
Wait, hold
dog.
on. I just got my
You're
ass whooped at the.
generalizing.
Hold on, 1 second. I just got my
You act
ass
like
whooped
there's
at
no
the.
smart gangsters.
One
That's
second,
stupid.
bro. 1 second. I just
Nigga,
got
they
my
not
ass
there
whooped.
like you think, bro. I don't know what you
Wait,
talking
hey,
about.
one
Smart
second.
gangsters use they fucking smart shit to scam, nigga. You
Yeah,
talking
I'm gonna say this. I just got my ass whooped after this
Whatever. Maybe
proverbial.
all your
Hold on,
niggas are
hold on,
stupid.
bro.
I don't
One
know.
second though. This proverbial meeting. Concrete just got my ass whooped. Because when I invited Concrete to be the leader, which he says he is of this table, got the big seat and everything, I said, yeah, this is the man who's going to help us fix. And that nigga first statement said read. Now everybody didn't disrupt the table. The table kept going. After the table ended, I got disrespected out of my brain because they said I thought we was gonna fix the black community. Nigga, I don't want to read. You know what I'm saying? So like you yourself are disqualifying yourself from that specific demographic because you keep bringing up shit that they don't value. You have to go to what people value in order to convince them. And this is why I was bringing up
Money,
my
nigga.
this is why I was bringing up my
He mentioned
experience
money.
within the. That's why I was bringing up my experience within the community because in order to talk to certain people, I'm not Mexican. If I want to go to the Latino community and tell them why these stats matter, I have to tell them why the stats matter based off their life and their culture. You're not about to go to any hood that is a detriment to our community and then start talking about reading and building shit. Why? They got drug money. They'll pay your ass to build their house, which drug dealers have done their whole career. You trying to tell a nigga who can afford
Yeah,
to hire concrete that they need to read?
but you're
Nigga, concrete, you done
but
built drug houses probably and don't even know it.
but
Like,
y'all
what are we
y'all
talking about?
y'all are hyper focusing on the like the worst of the worst, and you're hyper
Well,
focusing
he
on
is.
concrete, and you're hyper
I'm going
focusing
after
on
Philly.
concrete's example. Concrete is simply giving you an example, right? One example, right, that paints the very larger picture that if you give them an alternative, they absolutely will take the alternative. One of the reasons that gangs flourish is because there's no freaking alternatives, right? The one reason that
That's
freaking
not true, mister. You know that.
that is why gangs flourish, because there aren't a lot of alternatives. When people tell me, "Oh, there's a ton of things to do in freaking economically depressed areas," I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? There are not a lot of alternatives, right? Because in order to be prepared for the all of these opportunities that allegedly exist, you got to have freaking education, right? And if you're not prepared for the reason that young men are in freaking prison, it is a to steal the Christian metaphor for hell. It's a freaking prepared place for unprepared people. It's literally what prison is. That's all it is. When you give young men an opportunity, they're gonna take it. Now, are there exceptions to that rule? Yes. That's the 10,000 maybe or so people in Chicago that are the exception to the rule. And of that 10,000, I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet that the true exception is probably a couple hundred, right?
Bro,
That you're
why do
never
we
Mr.
have to
Finley, what
you're
do
concrete?
you
Why do we
say
have
Hey,
to
to the
make
that
Philly
race
that
sports
wants
you're
to
player,
go
right?
after
that
That
you're
got
Philly.
the
that you're I did
scholarship
Philly,
college and is
that
giving
you're
that up
never
to
let me
gangbang.
let me
Like, what are
finish
you
let me
saying
finish
to that
I didn't even
person
I
right
didn't even
there?
finish I didn't finish because the one
nigga?
thing I know that's going to happen is that we're going to hyper focus on the exception to the rule. What I do understand, because I've seen the exercise over and over again. There's a friend of mine. His name is Josh Johnson. He is a podcast now called Pardon the Interruption, or Pardon Me. He was pardoned after spending 10 years in prison for, I think, attempted murder. Right? This guy is now the freaking national director for um, apprenticeships,
That's
and he
not the
speaks all.
exception. You give an
Let me
example of
finish
the
my
exception, though.
points. Let me
My
finish
my
my
bad. My
points.
bad, bro.
I
I
am
got after
using him to
Philly.
Let us go go, and then I'm gonna go after.
I'm you. I'm using him to illustrate the fact that when he was given an opportunity, he stopped freaking gangbanging. And the reason they freaking promoted this dude is because a lot of the guys that he brought into the union that he was in did the same thing he used to do. A lot of these guys, right, especially young men that don't have any like other opportunities, like when you
How
give them,
old is he?
he's in, I think he's in his 40s now. But when he
Bro, I'm
started,
not
when he
talking
started,
about them. I'm
when he
not talking
started
about
his
the 40s.
when he started his apprenticeship, when he started this, he was in his 20s. When he got out of prison, late 20s when he got out of prison. And a lot of
Nah,
the
that's
guys
a
that he
grown
brought,
man, bro. Late 20s.
I'm
That's
I'm
old as
on
shit
I'm
in
on
gang
I'm on
years,
I'm on
bro.
I'm on
Best hunk
fam. I
Finley
status
is
promise
coddled
you,
ever.
white
I
bread. He's more
promise
white
you,
bread than concrete.
AK, I promise you, you're not even allowed in the building right now, fam. We're not even gonna
Nah,
let you in
all
the
I'm
building.
saying is
But
this, right? Those outliers that you're talking about, they do damage. The
so
one off
Whoa,
and the
so
exception
whoa.
to the rule,
Can you let
they
him
do
he's
damage.
finish?
They the ones that's running the gang, bro. That's what I'm
oh
telling you.
gosh.
They're doing
Here's
fucking
what
damage. So
I'll.
that's why we talk about them.
I
That's why.
I
Yo,
am
I
not
think
Hey,
they
I
scared
am
somebody
of. I
not
think
talking
they
I
while I'm.
scared of him, Philly.
Whoa, whoa,
I
whoa. So many open mics. Wow. Finley didn't get a chance to land. and then we'll go to Ladislav.
30
My
seconds on family. And then I'm
my
after him.
my greater point is that you guys are hyper focused on the worst of the worst. And
Because that's what we
I know.
talking about, bro.
Let me finish my point, AK. You guys are focused on the worst of the worst. That's not my focus. That is not my focus. Whenever they pass policy, they also focus on the freaking worst of the worst. And they ignore everybody else, right? They ignore everybody else. For example, the casual guy that hangs around the gang members that ain't never done nothing, that guy can be freaking redirected, right? And there's a lot in between the casual guy and the freaking head of the snake, right? The net of it is if you give them opportunity, they aren't going to even choose that to begin with. But we don't give them the opportunity. We
But you
don't.
talking about
We
me,
instead
Mr.
we
Finley.
instead we instead say you know what? It'll never work. We're just not being tough enough. Like we use the same old freaking solutions. And there's a crazy part that drives me crazy about Americans, right? With respect to how we spend money. It costs like 4 to 5 to 6 times as much to freaking incarcerate these people than if we took that same money and develop freaking other alternative programs as these guys are maturing. That's the crazy part. But again, because we're so hyper focused on the head of the snake, that's this super genius criminal, this super predator that'll never ever ever take that opportunity. We missed an opportunity, and that boggles the mind. It really does.
Right, but Mr.
I
Finley,
mean,
you're
like,
talking about. Oh, my bad,
obviously,
Lottie. Go ahead, bro.
I mean, right on. I'm saying if we're gonna look at it like, okay, this is why I agree with Finley and Concrete about, the economic need for opportunities, because like a lot of gang culture emanates from like California, right? So if you're familiar with Los Angeles, there's Beverly Hills, where none of the teenagers are in gangs and none of the teenagers are shooting or killing each other in drive-bys. You drive 30 minutes on the road and you got gangs. What's the difference? If you have nothing to lose, you're willing to risk your freedom, right? So like if you know, well, I'm on the track to become a lawyer someday, why the fuck would you go fucking do illegal shit? You know what I mean? But like if you don't see a legal future worth living, you risk your life to do stupid shit.
Did you guys
So
grow up
this
black
is
or are you guys just
allow
internet people?
me to finish saying words, right? It doesn't matter if I'm black. If you're not stupid, then you know what I'm saying is true. Beverly Hills is right next to where Snoop Dogg is from, right? He's a fucking Crip. So like this is the reality of the shit. If you don't have actual opportunities that you can see yourself taking advantage of, you'll do anything, even risk your freedom just to get money. You know what I mean? Like you got motherfuckers that's doing dumbass illegal shit for $200,000 or here and there or some shit. But to some people, they just make that in a year or more. And they're like, why the fuck would I even consider doing dumb shit? You know what I mean? So it's like, you can't ignore that. And in
Okay.
every country across the world, in lower, in the lower, the people of a lower economic status are going to engage in crime that is for money at higher rates, right? Now, I'm not talking about white collar crime. I'm talking about like robberies, selling drugs on the black market, shit like that.
Thank you.
People
Thank you.
are going to people are going to engage in that at higher rates at lower economic levels because there are more desperate. I feel like that's just real. And then the last thing I'm going to say is
Yes,
I feel
please.
like we're painting these people with a broad brush. I do believe that you can reach the vast majority of young black men simply through talking to them and being a genuine human being, regardless of their background, right? Now, you do have some individuals who will be like, I'm not going to hear nothing nobody got to say. But if you don't come right to them trying to tell them what to think and what to do, like if you just get to know them, all right, bro, you know what I mean? And then they start to realize, okay, he's not telling me shit. And if you just kick it and then kick some game, they're fucking listen. They're not stupid. You know what I mean? But it's
Okay.
about how you do it.
All right.
Right,
So
but
like,
First of
Yeah,
all,
I
I'm
don't
finna
know,
jump
man.
in there. Hold on,
first
chill
of
out.
all,
I'm finna land. It's gonna be quick and
what?
concise. It's gonna be
No,
quick and
come on,
concise.
bro.
Wait,
Listen,
Casino had already asked to speak, and then we'll go to Don.
all right, so it's be quick and concise. And I don't know if y'all know the difference between a monologue and a dialogue. I mean, shit, if we get to a dialogue, I think everybody can get in and there'll be a flow. But, anyways, for me, I don't know. Like, I can hear y'all, but at the very same time, if you've been in it, it is what it is. It's the trap. That's just the way it is. You can go in there. I mean, I like the positive attitude, but there's going to be people in there that just love the lifestyle. You ain't gonna get away from that. It's easy money. I mean, it's like risk over, what I mean, stability. And it is a lifestyle that people like love. There is some intimacy in there. Like, I mean, if you win and you find, people that are not even family members that you will consider a family member. It's different levels, and it's just not like just like, I don't know, for black people. I mean, all around the world in these areas you have gangs, right?
Thank you.
And this is it is what it is. It's easy money, and people like that shit. Like, if a pilot would jump in there and say, hey, you could become a pilot just like me if you work for it. Motherfuckers gonna look like work this easy. I can go out on the streets and make almost close to what you make just by taking on the risk.
Talk about it.
It's that's the life, right? That's the lifestyle. That's the easy money. So there's gonna be some niggas out there. I mean, some people out there that's not gonna fall in line with that. They just
Bro,
want to live that lifestyle. But I'll leave it there.
yo, don't say some, bro. Most. That's why I think these people are only black on Clubhouse. I don't. Do they not grow up in black neighborhoods?
Thank you.
Like
Nigga,
what the
you
fuck?
didn't. School, you
I, I did
didn't.
I
What are
did
we talking
school. What
about?
Wake it up,
I
Dom.
I did school. What does that mean?
Then the fuck are y'all talking about? This dude, Luca,
Tell
just
me,
sat
tell me,
there and said,
tell me about my
if
black
you have
neighborhood
the
school. Go ahead.
opportunity to be a lawyer, you're not going to go commit senseless crime. No shit, Sherlock. You think they're coming after lawyers? They're making impressions on lawyers or people in college? This shit starts at 8 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old. If you show a fucking kid $100, $200 that they could be making that every single day, you think they're gonna say, "Oh my God, let me go to college"? What are y'all talking about? Do
Thank
y'all
you.
not grow up in these neighborhoods? Y'all just want to be black on Clubhouse. This is what Amani and AK were talking about. All y'all fake ass, book smart ass retards on Clubhouse.
You
Holy
Don.
shit!
Don, does the suburbs count?
I don't know what he's
I
talking about.
was, and
What
that's why this
what
is
point?
why I agree
What
with
point?
him
What
because I
point was he
said
making?
this. Hold on, because I agree with
He
him because
said that pretty
he's making
much
an
y'all are only
overarching
black
point.
on Clubhouse. Y'all don't come from the same struggle, nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? So you can't talk about it. You can't. You don't. You
Right.
can't relate.
And this is what I was saying the point I was getting through the whole time, which nobody ever actually addresses the point. They go back to the theoretical, right? There's things that applies in the streets that don't apply in this room. I promise you, if I can go find a hood nigga who cared about Clubhouse right now, because they don't, right? I have him come in this room. He gonna be called stupid, a nigga, XYZ, blah 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 blah. Even if he has something good to say, he just might not be able to articulate it well, right? You're automatically gonna dismiss him. So even what I said to
I
Concrete earlier,
mean,
you can
school
lead
can
you
articulate
can have. Hold on, Mr. Finley. You could
his
have
school.
the capabilities to lead the community due to your education. But if you don't know how to talk to the community, you will end up leading yourself. And this is what I see a lot, right? Which I try my best not to become. There's a lot of black people in my community who claim to be leaders and go, look at my success, look at what I've done, look where I came from. But no, they do not know how to talk to the people who they used to be. This is that whole thing, don't forget where you come from in the black community, right? It's not always about you, if I told y'all to talk, use your knowledge in simple terms, some people would get offended. And I'm not saying this as a thought. I've actually said this in this room. I'm like, can you explain that in simple terms? And the number one response was, well, if you can't understand the vocabulary, nigga, I didn't say I didn't understand it. I asked you, can you convert your intelligence to the average person? Because that's how you're going to get the hood. This is why somebody want to hire you. Hey, you're a smart guy, but you know how to say exactly what you want to get across to somebody who doesn't have your level of education. That's how you get the hood to come to meetings. You don't go over there saying words and throwing your career around because niggas don't give a fuck. Even the broke niggas, fuck the ones who making money. The broke niggas don't give a fuck that you're a flight attendant. They don't give a fuck that you own a construction company because the construction person built the same trap house that I'm trapping out of. They looking to hire a nigga like you. They're not looking to listen to you. They're not, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying y'all not black. I don't demean people in that way. But I think that to a certain degree, I love that your experience in life has got you so far away from the average black person. But in this specific conversation, I need you to revert back to the person who wanted education in a low income place and what you had to fight through to get it. And then remember, you're fucking lucky to have even been presented the opportunities that you got. You're even lucky to have two parents in your household. Forget at a basic level of
Lucky,
education.
bro.
You're
So
lucky to
if I
have two
may.
people raise you.
Oh,
And I've heard a lot of people brag about having,
Can I go
oh, my dad
next?
and my mom was in there.
Oh,
Most of
I
the
already said
community
if I
don't
may.
got that, dog.
All right,
Some of the
that's the
community
tally.
don't even got their mama or their dad. So
Put
they
me back in.
gotta turn, you know what I'm saying? How do you communicate what y'all are saying? Because I'm not saying I disagree. But how do y'all communicate to somebody who doesn't have a mother or a father lost to the crack game? Because we're not that fucking far away, black people, from that era, right? And I will say we're still in it because Xanax and pills exist, and those niggas are leaning the same way crackheads did in the movies I watch, right? How do you talk to the person who never even envisioned a way out? Instead of trying to intellectually bang with me, solve the community problem because that's what this is about, right? The leaders, this table, this proverbial table. You have to be able to talk to the community to be at the lead of that table, and then you have to prove that you can do it. So that's what everybody's getting at. I'm not trying to demean nobody. I'm just saying, bro, remember where the fuck you came from, and remember how blessed you are to be able to sit on Clubhouse and have a conversation while somebody else out there is about to eat a syrup sandwich. And they did try hard today, but they don't have the intelligence of you to know where to try hard at. Just remember that part.
All right, it's tally. Then I'm after tally.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point out that I would
He not
say
after
I'm
you,
at the
Tally. He
concrete.
not even at the table no more. He been at the table
I'm at,
for 10
I'm
minutes
at the
now.
I
concrete.
would
We gonna go
say
straight
that
to Mister.
yeah, I would say most people don't come from a two-parent household, or even nuclear families. Because even if you're like, even if you come from a home where your single parent has their parent living with them, that's outside of the realm of a nuclear family. And I think that, or even if you had two-parent home and an additional generation, you're still outside of nuclear. When you say average black, and 80% of the black population is like outside of poverty, even if barely so, you're not actually speaking to the average. You're speaking to a very specific subset of the black population, and I just want you to acknowledge that. That's all. On concrete.
Hey, I was joking
Yeah.
with you,
So,
Concrete, by the way, brother. You know, I'm just joking
oh,
with
you're
you.
good, bro. You're good.
Yeah,
Really,
yeah.
all it is a acknowledgement of the indoctrination and the just a negative outlook on the black community, bro. I think that's a really pernicious aspect of this whole thing is that you don't think that highly of the black community. You don't think of them as like normal human beings. You think they got their own special language and they need to be treated in a special way in order to get regular outcomes. And everybody acknowledges that that is applicable to a hardened person that we're not even talking about. That person is beyond redemption, right? In your mind, right? These are your thoughts. They're beyond redemption and lock them up. I'm thinking about those who are redeemable, right? And that's where we should have the discussion because we can even though I don't think there's anybody who's really truly beyond redemption unless they're like committed to that shit and they just find their way in jail
Yeah, yeah, agreed.
for life, so that's usually how they find themselves, and that basically that problem takes care of itself. So we got to talk about the redeemable ones, brothers. And that's why, again, your rejection to join the committee has been, your application to join the committee has been rejected, until you can come up with a proposal that isn't already the system that maintains the status quo. There's already a police power. There's already a system for niggas that are diabolical and don't want to stop. They already got a plan for those niggas. What we're talking about is something to augment the system to save those redeemable souls. And that's what that bro, they don't need a special language. The one thing you hate, and I hate both, is when somebody who is not a part of our community starts trying to speak the dialect in order to communicate. That's what you're advocating. That me personally, I gotta go to the community and I gotta start, hey, what up, cuz? Boop, boop. Man, if I, first of all, if there was somebody who didn't catch it, that's just me taking advantage of them, right? They weren't savvy enough to realize that I fucking code switched on them. So that's one problem. Then there's another group who are gonna catch it. Now I've insulted them. And no, what is come on, bro? What we're talking about is helping people improve their skills so they can make money and live a normal life. It's not that complicated. If the problem in Chicago is 10,000, we can't save all of them. But the ones that we can save, we could turn them into like $60,000 people immediately. $60,000 immediately in 1 year. When immediately being 1 year. And that applies to, and then there's gonna be those who have extra proficiency and abilities. Those become the tech bros. You could turn them niggas into tech bros. So we're not just talking about turning them into concrete workers or builders, which I think is great enough. Becoming a builder, because that's $1 million path. Turning them into restaurant owners and people who could work within restaurants, that's another $1 million path. But we could take them into tech because they have the proficiency. They have the actual gifts, the gifts necessary, right? The intellectual gifts. So that's what's really getting caught up in the meat grinder is all of our fucking a future. The good ones, the bad ones, and the ones in between. They're all getting caught up in the meat grinder. And you're saying more meat grinders. And we're like, goddamn.
Yo, pause on the meat grinders, concrete.
Oh, pause. You're right.
Hey, I wasn't gonna say nothing.
So
I'm like, let him have it, dog. Let him have it.
so so our money. I think so. I think you are where I was years ago. I got introduced to this group. I got asked to sit on the board of this group, Fatherhood Initiative. This is up in Wisconsin, and I got asked to sit on the board. And when I got to the board, I looked at some of the things that they do, and the number one thing that they do is they work on the Fatherhood Initiative is basically this program basically to try to help dads men be better men to in their kids' lives, right? But the number one thing that they do is they raise a lot of money and they do a lot of education around driver's licenses, right? And I remember my very first freaking meeting. I'm like, why the hell would you waste your freaking time on? We're talking about getting these guys back, with their kids, right? And so I'm like, wait a minute, what? Driver's licenses, right? You guys are crazy. I didn't say anything, but I was eagerly ready to dissect this idea, right? Like, this is dumb. That's crazy, right? And so, but after shutting up and listening to them through a couple of meetings, I said, let me not overreact because I am the new guy. Let me see what they're talking about. Come to find out, one of the number one ways that these men were getting behind on child support and getting locked up wasn't because of sanctions, because of child support necessarily. It was the driver's licenses. A lot of these guys were working places which they had to drive to, right? And so when they would get their license sanctioned because of child support or whatever, what have you, they would continue to drive, and that's when they would have the interaction with law enforcement, and that's that's when, and of course, you're going to get arrested. That's what threw their whole life to hell, which obviously impacted their ability to freaking be around their kids. So they figured out, if we can solve that issue, that'll lessen the law enforcement interactions, and it will, obviously, lessen the impact of them being around their kids. But that was the number one problem. And so in this instance, and to Concrete's point, I think that you are not understanding, like, the solutions, right? Because you're not taking time enough to understand what the problem really is. But he obviously
Well,
articulated a lot better
well,
than I did.
again, this is like I just like to restate where we are. This is a conversation, right? Because I don't think there's one option in this room that is the only option necessary. Maybe y'all disagree, but I think multiple actions need to be taken to get to the goal we're speaking about. But my thing is the solution part that people keep saying you don't understand the solution or what can. I think I overly understand that the solution is not what we're currently doing. The things you guys have said are already implemented in multiple states, multiple communities, a lot of the black communities, the same practices. You know, when my auntie told me, "Hey, I'm gonna open up a community center because the kids need something to do," right? And this is when she first got her first business loan at the age of 40, right? Shout out to her for even being able to do that. I said, "Hey, did you Google how many community centers are in Chicago?" She Googled it, looked it up, not including the one I went to. Right? But it was, she was like, oh my God, it's just on the west side of Chicago, there's 35. The west side not even that big. And I said, right. So if you want to fix the black community, why would you go build another one? Clearly, in ideology, it makes sense. But in practice, it's not working. Right? Guess what she ended up doing after we had a bunch of conversations? She ended up starting a moving company. You know why? Because it solved an immediate problem. She paid daily. Now, she made more money than she paid out, but because of the loan, she was able to pay people daily. Immediately, when somebody said, I'm like, yo, I'm not going to say the name, so-and-so, you know what I'm saying? She got a moving business. I want you to work for them. Man, dog, I need to pay my mama rent. How much your mama rent? 700. Oh, bro, you gonna make 950 this week. 950? Yeah, and we paying you every day. You ain't got to go to jail. You don't got to run into no cops. If any cop ever stop us, you won't even be the person talking because the business owner is a startup. My uncle and me will be in the front seat. He didn't. He thought about it. Came back 2 days later. Some stuff happened, and he was like, you know what? I don't want to be that person. And you still solve my problem with helping my financial situation immediately. I guarantee you make more money moving a couple couches than you do selling the pack. That was a better solution than opening up another community center. So when I had these conversations, I try to open up people to get out of the social norms that I believe white institutions have put into poor communities to say, oh, hey, this helped our community. So if you guys just need to be busy, you guys are lazy, you guys don't want to be active. X, Y. No, it's a disenfranchised community that has other requirements to make sure they can eat on a daily basis and live. And then guess what? I bet both of y'all can agree to this. Don't most hood dudes, when they go legal and start making money, don't they gain weight? You know all the skinny dudes in the hood? And I gained a little weight. I was 140, 160 in the hood. I'm 225, nice. You know what I'm saying? I'm nice now.